Yes, my people, welcome back to another day trading. It's your boy Artan FX, and we are back in London session, ready to absolutely smash it again. Now, we have absolutely cleaned up this week, clean with a capital E, yeah? All right, we have absolutely cleaned up, and it's only Wednesday. I had to look there because I just have to double check, but it's only Wednesday. I will be, making sure that I'm being conservative with my risk and whatnot, because we've had a really good week so far already. This month actually started off not incredible, but now it's really good. We've actually got Connor Woods popping up in from yesterday. If you guys were here yesterday, if you don't know, then you're gonna know. And yeah, man, got a really another exciting day. So just really quickly, I might as well just like jump straight on the charts, just so I can show you guys kind of like what yesterday was. Obviously, as you guys already know, right, I'm gonna go over everything. We've got I'm here from 9 a.m. UK time to 2 p.m. UK time, so we're gonna go over everything, don't you worry. My trade analysis, the trades that I've taken, trades that I didn't take, why I'm in certain trades, and also you're gonna hear perspective of, for example, what Connor's looking at, what he might be in, his strategies, and you can ask any questions from someone that is extremely experienced in the market as well. But I'm actually in a position right now on Euro USD. Is it too good to be true though? Is it too good to be true? Because we have literally just cleaned up in identical moves every single day, and really the main reason behind it is just because I'm bullish on the dollar. We took, down here into this fair value gap. We then took this, and we've now taken basically this pullback to continue higher. And my draw on liquidity is actually up here, and up here, and I think we're ready to expand now. So that's what I'm looking at. Could we pull back again? Yeah, absolutely. But to be honest with you, I'm happy to take this trade. Could I have taken GU? Yeah, I could have taken GU. But to be honest with you, I was in a slight bit of a rush. And also I didn't like that this wasn't a breaker. This was the breaker structure I was looking at. But on EU, we actually had that dip down. So let's see if we can hit this again. If I'm honest with you, I'm totally fine if it doesn't. I've lowered my risk just now because I've had a really good week so far, and I'd be happy not taking another trade for the rest of the week, if I'm completely honest. But how is everyone doing? Oh, 1 second. 1 second. They said, can you turn down the background sound? Also, I'm going to... This little phantom power. Is that any better, people? Is my mic any better now? And also, is the background music any better? Yeah. All right. Give me a 1 in the chat if the sound is all good. Give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 2 in the chat if it's not. Let me know. 1 for good, 2 for not. 1, 1, 1. Amazing. Amazing. So yeah, we are in on these Euro USD shorts right now. Again, just literally riding the momentum. This is kind of the moves that I've been waiting for. But as I said, this could also not happen, but this for me is definitely going to be my target. But so far, guys, like, come on, man. It's been furious. It's been furious. Yes, I'm currently in Thailand, in Pattaya. I'm kind of like going in here to there with like everything right now. I might get a different villa. I don't really know yet. I'm kind of like bopping around everywhere at the moment. Yeah, just kind of like bopping around everywhere. Might go back to Bangkok, might stay here, might go somewhere else. I don't really know yet. But in case you see loads of different backgrounds, basically, it's not that I own a bunch of houses. I'm just basically just like kind of like traveling and trading. And that's the beauty of trading. I can be anywhere that I like, and I'm trying to take advantage of that, especially right now. So look, we're going to go over the markets and everything very, very shortly. This is the trade that I'm in. And like I said, I've lowered my risk, and I'm very happy to lose this trade. But to me, I'm just looking at things and from the most simplest form of price. I'm very confident in my bullish bias on dollar, and I'm just literally just looking at that. Maybe trendline traders, for example, as well, might see it as like that. But I'm just kind of, yeah, this to me just makes sense. It meets all my criterias. Asia sweep, breaker structure, pull back to the 50%, blah, 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 blah. And I'm actually in a little bit higher than this. I'm actually in about here, but I think spread got me to like there. So yeah, but let's see. We could pop higher. We could, we could pop lower one more time, take out this. It's almost like it's too easy today. That's my issue. I'm like, are we just doing this this, and this. Like, what are the chances of us getting that 3 times in a row, you know? So let's see. Maybe today consolidates. Because we've kind of had like very expansive days. And at some point, we will need to probably chill out. But I do see this right here. When we manipulate lower here, I do see this is the draw on liquidity. So I'm looking for us to expand. But let's see if we can do that. Give me a hello in the chat if you are locked in today. Yeah, give me a hello in the chat if we are locked in. Someone said up 13% this week. Won't trade for the rest of the week. Brazy. Hello. Yes, good morning. Yes, Terra, NZO, Billy, Dante, the Poison Dart, Frank. Shouts to Andy, Kat, Steve, Mark. Yeah, man, we're locked in. Everyone, make sure, don't forget to like up the stream right away. And we're going to do the first giveaway at 50 likes. 50 likes, and we're going to do the first giveaway. So make sure you look into that. So I think it's only right we bring in the man himself. All right, you guys, if you were here, you guys met him yesterday, Mr. Connor Woods. Yesterday he gave an amazing breakdown of like all of his, well, not all of his strategies, but like the process behind it, how he actually tries and tests a strategy, how he knows when to leave a strategy, how you guys can formulate a strategy, or at least know how to learn a strategy, which is like such important information. Like, I cannot stress to you, if you missed yesterday, the good job is you can actually go onto the video from yesterday and check the recording as well, because there was so much game dropped. It's stupid to miss it. So if you did miss yesterday and any of that interests you, please go and watch it. But I think it's only right. Can we give Connor a big hello, good morning, because we are going to bring him on the stream right now.
Hello.
So, 1 second, bear with me.
I believe I'm in.
Okay, cool. Like, yeah, I'm basically ready. What's going on, brother? How are we doing?
Hello. I'm very good, my friend. Yourself?
Is it all? Is it glitching again? Let me just quickly see. Yes, Connor, how you doing, bro?
Yes, I'm very good, my friend. How are you? Hopefully people can hear me today. Give us a
we
give
don't
us
have to do that whole.
If you can hear me, please.
We don't have to do that whole intro thing again.
Can't be having that again. How's things?
Yeah. How we doing? All good?
Yes,
happy
all
to be
good,
back.
mate. It's, getting into what I like to call like the meat of the week. So it's like Mondays are always a little bit, planning for the week. Tuesdays things start to kick off a little bit more. Wednesday, Thursdays, always the best days to trade, brother. Always the best days to trade. So I'm looking forward to today, hoping to catch some good moves. I'm sure we'll speak today about my bias on the likes of the dollar, euro dollar. I'm looking at gold as well. I've got an eye on the NASDAQ earnings that are coming after the bell today from some huge companies that have obviously massive influence and market cap. And yeah, we had UK inflation this morning as well. And obviously the war situation, 10th night in a row now we've seen strikes between the US and Iran. So that's also, of course, having an impact on these markets. So I'm looking forward to it.
So this in an analyst world, is this creaming in your pants, basically?
Yeah, I come to work like, come on, I have all the fundamentals.
Yes, today's the day.
I mean, you get a bit of both, right? I suppose sometimes it's like it's so much carnage that you have to come on and try and calm nerves, I guess, or like try and explain things which sometimes are pretty much unexplainable. Fundamentals are a bit like that. But then obviously, and then the other side is I come on and if there's nothing happening, I'm moaning that there's no volatility. So you can't have it both ways.
No, absolutely. Well, yeah, man. Well, if you don't mind taking it away, and it would be great to hear just your thoughts on the market, like basically exactly what you said. And I'm sure everyone would love to hear that as well. So everyone, if you're not already, Connor has put into the chat his YouTube, so make sure that you subscribe to click on his profile, click view profile, and subscribe to his channel as well. But we're gonna get into it, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of Connor as well, which is amazing. So yeah, man, feel free to take it away, my friend.
Let's kick it off. Listen, first of all, hello to everyone in the YouTube chat who's joined us today. I can see familiar names, new names, Maria J Trades, Kurt, and hello to you, Frank Milner, Andy. We've got David in the chat as well. Hello to everybody. I know you've said hello to most people already. If you do have any questions today for me, then feel free to fire away. But in the meantime, I just want to have a quick breakdown of what it is that I'm looking at. So hopefully, yeah, we've got my screen showing, which is great. First thing I want to look at, and this is what I tend to do as a trader, is I just have a look at obviously the news events that are coming out in the day, right? You can go as deep or as shallow into it as you want. From there, I can try and generate some sort of trade idea separate to what my automated strategies are doing for me. So we had UK inflation come out this morning on the open. So down again on inflation on a year-on-year basis, down to 2.6%. We were forecasted at 2.7, previous at 2.8. In theory, that is weaker for the pound, and that supports our, I think, mine and your bias, Artan, in terms of the dollar strength. I saw your trade on GU yesterday. Completely your analysis. Hopefully, I backed it up a little bit with some fundamental bias. Not that it would have made a difference. You were still selling, but that was a great trade. And to be honest, I'm looking for a bit of a rinse and repeat. I have to mention, though, remember when we're looking at CPI, which is our main inflation reading, that includes the energy and oil effect. So obviously the effect that the war has had generally on oil and energy prices. Now, that's why sometimes it is also good to have a look at the core CPI as well, because that's like our true entrenched inflation. However, and obviously we had the break in the war last month. So that's probably why we're seeing inflation down on the whole. So wouldn't go too much into that, but it does feed into a bit of a pound weakness story for today. So we'll have a look at the earnings, and I want to have a look at some stock markets as well. Have a look at Netflix and Google if anyone's interested in those. But let's just have a look at some of the common ones that people tend to look at. Some things that are marked early this morning on euro dollar, on the dollar, on gold. Very similar, like they're marrying up really nicely, and I love this play. So obviously you can see on euro dollar on the daily time frame, right? We had that breakdown. We had that breakdown below. I think it was it March's? Yeah, March's low. I think we're now actually trading, well, we were trading at the lowest point that we've seen this year. The pullback, I don't know about you, Artan, but this pullback on the daily gave me no confidence at all that we were seeing any sort of meaningful pullback. Like this just to 100%. Me looks like something that's hanging on, sort of flag style pattern where you see that big sharp move and then you see that really small, like a choppy pullback. It just looks prime for another leg lower for me on the daily
100%.
time frame.
I think for me as well, it just kind of like when you're looking at key levels and lows, I'm looking for a big manipulation and then some sort of like an aggressive response. For this, it just almost looked like there was nothing going on. Yeah, like it was just there. Yeah, we're at this level, but like, who cares? Kind of vibe. Do you know what I mean? That's the way that I've kind of looked at it. Is like, yeah, who cares about the level? Like, we're just we're just chilling out now. So yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, it's fine. No, I like the questions. It's good to see. So obviously we've had the aggressive move low. We've had the very pathetic pullback. Now, what would have been interesting here is, and probably I would have done the same thing, is that I think people might have been tempted to try and trade the breakout below what you'd call, I guess, this trend line from this pullback. Obviously, that then never happened. What I noticed on that typical liquidity sweep, so obviously people may have entered in and around the 1.14 level on shorts. The market then came all the way up and pretty much took the highs on the top of this. So for me now, we've got that liquidity that's been taken from this pullback. I can see now we've had that breakdown again. We had the retest on Monday. This looks now like we're good to go. So I'm not going to trade this from the daily time frame as such. If I was going to trade it, I probably would have traded it back on Monday when we had the next retest. But what I think we can do now is move down onto the lower time frames to try and see if we can try and catch the daily move on a lower time frame, because that's obviously when we can get a greater risk reward. Now, I will do that in just a second, but wanted to show you, if you look at what I've just shown you on euro dollar, and then you look at the dollar index, pretty much carbon copy, right? Obviously, because it's the dollar and euro dollar are fairly correlated. But this is really good signs for dollar bullishness, because pretty much the same sort of thing. The big move higher, breaking out to yearly highs on the dollar. We had that pullback, displacement, whatever you want to inducement, whatever you want to call it. And then you can see yesterday's close on the dollar right above where this trend line was coming in, where this triangle pattern's coming in on a daily perspective. Retest is happening as we speak. That is a good sign for me to look for euro dollar shorts, dollar longs in general. Now, let's just have a look at just seeing if there's any questions on there.
Yeah,
No,
give it
all
a
good.
second just because I think there's a little bit of a delay. So
That's all right. Yeah, no, I can't see any questions.
everyone's saying Uncle Artan because someone made a joke. Someone called me it yesterday. I was like, I don't look that old, do I? And now it's just running, and I'm really hating it.
Oh,
so,
don't. Love that. Okay, so let's now have a look at a specific trade idea based on sort of lower time frame analysis when we're looking at that daily move. So you can see how we've moved from that fundamental bias that we spoke about yesterday and into today, looked at that daily trend, saw that what we're looking for. Guys, it doesn't necessarily mean that today's the day where euro dollar sinks, but we're on high alert for it. So it might take a couple of attempts, it might be a bounce higher first, and that's fine. But all we need to do is make sure if our fundamental and our higher time frame analysis is correct, at some point we can get onto that bigger move. And even if it means we took 2 L's on the road, like the third trade being the one where we catch that move, you're going to make up for that and more. So on the 15-minute time frame, I looked at your trade because you're short euro dollar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with that trade at all. I think what we saw obviously is similar sort of thing to what we saw on the daily time frame. The thing that bothered me is on the 15-minute, and I think you marked this as liquidity as well, up here, you can see just above that liquidity area, we've got this, I would probably class this as, for me personally, I know it's subjective or whatever, I'd probably class this as our supply zone. Liquidity sweep here into supply zone, right? Because when we think what happened after this area, that's when we got the breakdown below these lows, these equal lows. Yeah. We never came back up and mitigated this zone after the break of these two lows here. So part of me is thinking what we might see is a move now, a trap basically, up towards 1.142. Nice whole number, psychological resistance. And then we might see that move lower. People might then say, but then you've got we've got a bit of a fair value gap here, and then we've got another area of resistance up here. That's fair. I think if you're going to play a conservative trade, you might want to do something like this. I mean, the stop loss is still only 9 pips, so it's not exactly big. And then we can look for that daily move, right? So if I then move on to the daily time frame, what are we targeting? Well, I would target, to be honest, as a longer term target, this low down here. If we're going to get that next move, 1.13250, back to the 15-minute. It's a big TP, don't get me wrong. 1.13250, somewhere around here. There's your 11-to-1 risk reward trade for today, and that's probably something one of the main trades that I'd be looking at today. Yeah.
Nice. And I agree though. Like part of me is like, even for today, I'm like, is it too good to be true to basically set a London high of the day? Like kind of like, again, for the last like basically 3 days. And I'm like, to be fair, in terms of my data, I'm like, for that to be so clean and this exact same repetitive move, I'm like, it may be too good to be true. However, this is the thing with trading. It's like, well, if everything still aligns, there's no point in short being a pussy about it. Bro, if your setup's there and it meets your rules, you take the trade. But at the end of the day, if you lose, you lose. But you got to just kind of accept the loss. Like, so it's like, it depends on, like with me, I've just lowered my risk a little bit. And I'm like, I'm okay with, if it loses, I've got another attempt in New York. I'll go for a New York reversal. Let London build liquidity. New York maybe manipulate at the highs of London into, like, for example, that supply zone. And then boom, I'm happy to take it. But I'm very confident of my bias. So if I'm confident in my bias, everything aligns. Why am I not going to take it?
Well, the saying is, right? I mean, don't fix what's not broken. You know what I mean? So you rinse and repeated this same trade. You have to do it again. There's absolutely no problem with that. We could go from here. That's what I wanted to say. When I looked at your trade, before I looked at your trade, I was thinking if I was short already, which it could happen. I think maybe I was a little bit late on the daily. I think that my stop loss or my invalidation point would be up at 1.14181, this high here. And I'm looking at your trade now. Is that where yours is as well right now?
Sorry, no, mine is mine is 1.14193. Yeah,
same. So it's basically this wick here that you can see. So sorry, I think you're in a good trade, and there's no reason why it wouldn't go from here. If it doesn't, then you've potentially got a re-entry up at 1.141, this area I mentioned before, and then there's your second trade of the day. If they both don't work, you know, it is what it is. But I mean, you've done everything you need in preparation for it, and our job as traders now is to execute.
Yeah, no, exactly, man. And would you say that that's the highest probability? I know you were saying that, for example, like the pound was potentially a lot weaker. Like, what for you right now is your, in terms of like manual trading, like what is your main assets? So even I know a lot of people, I think in the comments, a couple of people were mentioning gold as well. I know gold's like everyone loves a bit of gold, so it'd be good to know your thoughts on gold, because I know it was a lot more bullish compared to everything else against the dollar for the last just couple days only. But like, you know what I mean? I think people are really shifting their potential bias for it.
Yeah. Just by the way, just very quickly, I'll move straight on to gold on the pound. The pound is also, I think, a really great short as well. We had this move up towards this daily area of resistance, this daily order block, whatever you want to call it. And we've seen 4 consecutive days of downside since, and similar sort of thing. Not that I'm not a huge like trend line trader. I'm not. People get really angry if you say trend lines, but sometimes on daily timeframes and weekly and stuff, I mean, you got to keep it simple. Similar sort of thing. We had that breakout yesterday, and the retest is looking very weak. If we close as a doji today, or even come up and test it, that would be my ideal. If we can come up and test 1.34 again, then it's go time, and I'll probably look to play that daily move again down to the lows. So rinse and repeat, same sort of thing. And you've got that pound story as well. You've got the uncertainty with the new prime minister coming in and all that stuff that's going on in the UK, where thankfully me and you don't live anymore. So you've got that coming. Now on gold, called it quite well yesterday on the automated strategies. I was long on the stream. That trade,
I remember you saying like with the pullback, I think it came back down to the 618 with your pullback, and you were like, this is actually could move higher.
Exactly that. The problem was, and like I said, I don't even know if I've still got that drawing on now. I don't, which is annoying. That 61.8 pullback, when I said that now if price comes to hit that 61.8, it was going to hit a fair value gap below. It's exactly what happened. So my trade was stopped out there for a small loss, but then managed to catch on. No reason of my own other than my strategy. Then executed another buy opportunity on gold and managed to catch on to the move that happened in the US yesterday. So my bias on gold is, I guess the question, as you said, that everyone's asking is, we've had 4 days of upside, 2 strong days now. Is the bias of gold changing? I do see signs. I see some signs that that it's happening. Now, it's not my favorite thing to go long, but I was thinking about this earlier on. We have quite strong higher time frame support at 4. I mean, it's pretty much bang on 4,000. 4,000 is an obvious support level for obvious reasons, because it's that keyhole number. You get that break below 4,000, everyone starts panicking. And you can see on multiple occasions over the last month now, we've breached, basically swept that 4,000 level, and the buyers have stepped back in. There's definitely still demand for this gold market. So my opinion or advice to people would be on gold and anything that's inherently bullish is that I wouldn't short it for too long. I would take some money off the table if you do manage to get into short opportunities, because there is still central bank demand. There's all this sort of factors in play for gold. The main thing that's holding it back is inflation. So if at any point that inflation story softens, and by that I mean probably war, peace deals, all that sort of stuff, that's going to be that catalyst that I think gold needs. And that's why we're seeing it stuck between that 4,000 and 4,160, you know? So
it's ranging. It's like, it's just ranging at the moment, but it's like, we could be bullish, but we don't really have that. That confirmation yet. Yeah.
Because, you know, people want, you know, the trader, what is the move going to be today? And I think, you know, sometimes it's good to manage expectations. Look, on the hourly time frame, there has been quite a strong breakout. What I said yesterday was I think gold's going to ping pong between the 4,000 and the 4,200 mark for the next 6 weeks. So we're at 4,100 now. We're sort of in the middle of it, but there is definitely hourly time frame, or from sort of the 5 minutes to the hourly time frame, there's definitely bullish momentum. And therefore, what I'm trying to do on gold, like from a manual perspective, is I'm trying to run gold back pretty much up to that 4,200 level. I think my TP1, I'm going to try and find an entry in a minute, but I'm just thinking about take profits here. Definitely resistance coming in at 4156, 4150 mark, and the 4200 mark. I think we will probably see a temporary breach above it before we then probably rotate back down towards 4100. So that's my sort of areas that I'd be looking for. I'm just going to break this down onto the lower time frame now, because it's done that thing where it's moving quite quickly. The pullbacks are quite short. So how aggressive do you want to be? How big do you want your stop loss? A patient trader, someone who's willing to wait, would probably look for somewhere around 4058. I could see a quite nice area of support coming in. I'd probably look for something like this. Will we get that today? Maybe not. Maybe into tomorrow. But I'd be happy to sort of ride that then up to 4,200. Again, nice risk reward ratio there. If we do breach below the 4044, you could argue that's liquidity. We could get stopped out there. But I think if we get that break below 4044, then we may be heading down into the 4,000s again. So I'm willing to take that risk. Or if you want to be a little bit more aggressive and you want to trade right now, I'd probably look for something simple as, marking that fib from that move today. Can we get wow, look at that. So the 61.8 of that move is 4100. That could be the play for late London into the US session, something that looks like that.
And what time did that make? Is that the Asia high there from that high that you marked?
That's the Asia high. That hasn't been taken yet.
Interesting. Well, we were doing, do you know what? I don't know if you've done much analysis on this, but I did it on stream the other day where we were just going through like kind of the when gold is set the high or low of the day in Asia, and it literally set like I think we did like 20 just the last 20 trading days, and it had set the high or low of the day in Asia session 16 out of 20 times, and I was like, shit, that's a edge, like that's a really crazy edge. And we were going back, and it was like, I still haven't done incredible data, but get your coder on the phone right now, mate, because
Hang on.
yeah.
Hey.
But genuinely, I'm like,
back in the basement.
Yeah.
He'll be watching.
The amazing thing is I'm only taking 50% from that as well. So like, that's the great thing. But no, genuinely, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, that's really interesting. So for me, even at the moment, unfortunately, I can't really trade Asia because it's too early. It's just way too early for me to trade Asia, London, and New York. Like, I just won't get any sleep. But it's something that I've been really taking note of recently. And I'm like, well, anything that is 16 out of 20 times, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm like, shit. And gold is fairly expansive most of the time. So I'm like, well, you could actually catch some like really nice trades. So I need to obviously go back over the last like few years. Maybe you can do that work for me, and we can come back on another day and see.
I'll let you know for sure. I'm just reading the chat here. Craig2711, hello to you. He says he thinks 4,300 on gold, and then another leg down for me. He thinks that 3,600 will be the bottom on gold. So if I just try and see where he's got that from, not that I disagree with it. So he thinks 4,300. I don't know if Craig, have you picked that level from a psychological point of view, or are you looking sort of in the middle of a very weak order block? I wouldn't even call it that. Or are you looking at the retest of this actual gap in the market, the actual fair value gap? I actually define fair value gap and imbalance differently. Like, do you know if there's a physical gap? I call that a fair value gap. And then if it's like, do you know when it's like there's no gap in the market, I just call that an imbalance. But yes,
I think he's just basically saying that monthly basically. I think the bang in the middle of that monthly is 3,600. So I think that's why it would be.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to see as well. If I just go, I know people don't like moving averages too much, but I just wanted to see where the 200 EMA was on the daily, because there's strong levels that institutions use. Ah, look at that. See, I knew that's what he was saying. If he says that in the chat now, that's going to be crazy. We've got the 200-day EMA coming in at 4,300. Whether he meant that or not, that's a complete coincidence. I'm not sure.
Craig, just say you meant it. It will look really good.
Yeah, I knew what he was saying there. Yeah. Craig, Craig meant that, didn't you? So yeah, we've got 4,300 coming in on 200 EMA. So in fairness, if we do get like a considerable break above 4,200, like above this range that we've seen probably blow a lot of accounts, then yeah, I can see then that broader move up to 4,300, and it'd be interesting to see where we go from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I just don't know if we're going to get the like if we do push up. I mean, obviously the monthly was such a strong close that we could be opening high to then move lower, but that would, I don't know. It depends on if the dollar, like if I don't know if the war continues to really escalate, then yes, maybe I could. And again, I'm not I'm not an analyst. I'm not a big fundamentals guy, but I would prefer a move lower on gold personally, into that fair value gap to then move higher. But
I mean, that monthly there, I do agree with you. That close is disgusting, and it closed way below the 61.8 on the monthly, and has come back to retest at the big in July. There's not really been much momentum to the upside, has there? It'd be interesting to see if the sellers step back in towards month end, and we close here on like a doji or something like that. Then we could then see that move that Craig mentioned. I think other people have said somewhere similar in the chat, down towards that 3,600, which would be the middle of this monthly FEG, pretty much. Oh, sorry, middle of this monthly FEG in here. Yeah,
well, and how do you like? Because I know that I get this question asked quite a lot. Do you correlate, for example, gold with like? I know I see obviously Bitcoin is a very like it's the last thing that a lot of investors want to invest in. But like, what's your stance on like Bitcoin at the moment? Because I know a lot of people look at gold and Bitcoin as something. I don't, but like I know a lot of people do. But like, what's your stance on it? Because I'm still fairly bearish. I'm actually entering my zone of potential really nice shorts, basically.
Is that from a technical standpoint, you're saying? Yeah,
from a straight up, that's from a straight up technical standpoint. I mean, I'm still, don't get me wrong, we're at a zone where it's like, you know what, if you were to buy it, it'd be like, well, it'd probably be a decent place to buy. But right now I'm like, you know what, I feel like the momentum is still fairly to the downside at the moment. So why not? Similarly to like EU, I'm just going to continue shorting it until I get a real big aggressive move, basically.
I mean, it looks very similar to EU in terms of like, looks like what I'm hoping EU looks like in a couple of weeks for us. Yeah. Very, very similar sort of a move here, where we've got that big move down, low volume rally, and it's just been rinse and repeat all the time. Like, I see this a lot with trading. People overcomplicate. If you just go back to November 25, break lower, low volume rally, break lower, low volume rally, break lower. Bit more of an extended rally, but again, if you just look at the amount of candles in that pullback compared to what it was to the downside, that tells you where the momentum is and probably the volume is for volume traders. Now we've got the next break lower again. Just want to see if I move. Lost my divergence indicator. I want to see how we look like on these lows, because I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you on more shorts. Yeah.
And if you don't mind, sorry, just really quickly on that note, just for the viewers, so they know a little bit about this, like what are you using in, like, I know like you said you don't use EMAs too much, but like if just to give them some game, is there any indicators in particular that you would be like, okay, on the daily I use this moving average or this moving like just so they can like do their high time analysis?
So the way in which I found that works quite well is on the higher time frames, things like Fibonacci's, things like moving averages, the 200, the 50 and the 100 MAs on like the daily and the weekly and the monthly. They're really strong levels. Like they're levels that a lot of people are looking at, especially when you look at maybe institutional trading and stuff like that. They're obviously not necessarily, they've obviously got algorithms, but not necessarily scalping on a 5 minute. They're probably looking for those key big moves of the year, right? And they can come from those really key levels. So as I said, daily, weekly, you're looking at your classic Fibonacci pullbacks, your 200, your 100, your 50 EMAs. And then what I try and do basically is when I get that big play that I'm looking for on the daily, those key levels, I'm then looking to try and use smart money concepts to try and get into like the nuts and bolts of the trade and try and catch on to a swing move, I know everyone wants to do this, but catch on to that swing move on a lower time frame using, like using things like sweeps, using things like FVGs into order blocks, knowing that in my head, okay, I've just looked at the daily and the weekly, I can look to try and target those key areas by using lower time frame SMC concepts, for example. I wouldn't use the 200 EMA on a 5-minute time frame necessarily, like from a manual perspective. I'd use more of the smart money concept. That's probably the way that I would do it. That's what I'm looking at right now.
So the high time frames, such as like the daily, weekly, and monthly, that's when you're using 50, 100. 50, 200,
and 100.
50, 200, and what are, you don't need to obviously go into detail, but like, are you looking at like basically using them as almost support resistance or closing above and below? How are you actually using them?
Yeah, a mix of things. Like if I was to add on my chart all of them, I'm looking for obviously what people call the death cross and the golden cross, which I can explain when I just add these on in a second. So I'm looking for that to try and identify whether the longer term shift is trending. And then in general, what I'm looking for is I'm not necessarily looking for it to be used as support and resistance, because one, it's lagging indicator, and two, you will get a lot of mess around it. You'll get a lot of action. There'll be like, it will close above, then close below. It's not as simple as being like, there's the 200 EMA, I'm just going to short when it hits it. I mean, that trading doesn't work like that. But what I do is I look for a moment in time where price has gone significantly away from it, and it's got room to grow up to at least have some sort of retest, even if it's like 60, 75% of the way. Because it does, moving averages are naturally a magnet for prices, right? So, and I'm not coming on here saying like moving averages are the best thing to use in the world, but I'm just saying that's a good way in which to use them. So I wonder what we got here. If I add the 100, make it a different color, that in orange, and then the 50. Don't even know if I've paid enough to TradingView for all these indicators, but it looks like I have. Right, okay. To be fair, the crossover happened ages ago on Bitcoin. So around here, I mean, obviously you look back on moving average, but from when I said back in November, when we had the breakdown lower, the low volume pullback, breakdown lower, that sort of trend that you can see riding down, you can see we had what I would call the death crossover, which is where you get the 50 crossing over and below this orange line, which is the 100, and also the blue line, which is the 200. Now, obviously, when that happened, price was already down here. It's not an indicator, it's not a signal, but it's a sign. It's when you can come and look on it and you go, right, you can see we had that crossover. The moving averages are still indicating to us that we're in bearish momentum. However, early signs are on Bitcoin, and which is what I wanted to say, we have had a cross above the 50. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going bullish, but I'm seeing small signs here. When we had that next leg lower, which was, by the way, quite a weak one, you can see that we also had daily RSI divergence, which is where obviously the market makes a lower low and the RSI makes a higher low. On a higher time frame, that can be a good sign that we might be seeing the trend change in Bitcoin. Yeah. So,
and what would be for you? Sorry, right now. So obviously we've got that RSI divergence. We're in a really key level. We've just dump. What would be like if you were to look to take a buy? Right. Obviously, right now it's like, I'm bearish until I'm bullish. What for you would be your indication that it's like, shit, there might actually be like a little bit of a, like we might actually let's just say we're shifting bullish now. What would you be looking for?
I'll tell you what I'm looking for, because I can see it already. We've got a high here up at 67,260. What I'm thinking this is on a 4-hour time frame, sorry. What I'm thinking in my head is this is nice. Okay, so if we just go back, we've got FEG in here. I'm going to remove the EMAs because my charts look like a drawing board. So you can see that we had potential liquidity in here. We actually tested this FVG. Okay, You got to remember that when I'm explaining this, I'm always thinking about what I've just seen on the daily and the weekly, etc., where there's a sign maybe of a trend reversal to the upside, a sign.
Yeah.
So fair value gap, if we move that higher, we had the test here from a break higher, test here, lower high. We then made a new high up here, but within that we had some liquidity sweeps on this internal liquidity down into this FVG. We then moved higher again. That gave us the break above this high. Okay, so now I would say to myself, I think it would be worth looking for a trade, because with trading as well, it's always that case of like, you're never going to know for sure, but what if I am right? What if I am right and this is the moment in time where Bitcoin makes its move back up to 80? Who knows? Because let's be honest, who knows, right? It could do anything. That's the nature of markets, how random they are. It's all about being in the game for that time when it does happen, and you don't need to be right a lot of the time to make a lot of profit from these moves. So I would look for a trade that basically looks like this. I'll keep this on for future streams to see if we ever get this, because what I'd say to myself is, even if I just targeted this high, that's a 2-to-1 risk reward.
So I'm definitely looking for that high to get, like, I'm looking for a reversal from that high, and I think it's on the daily or weekly. There's a fair value gap, like a nice fair value gap above there that I was looking to sell from. But I'm liking the kind of like, basically like taking out that high, coming into that. Yeah, exactly. And then just either selling off in an ideal world. But like, if anything, now that I'm looking at this momentum, I'd be like, that high's going. Like, that high's going. So why don't I play a part in that?
Definitely. And this is the thing as well about trading. Sometimes you can be wrong in terms of where Bitcoin's going. It could be hit. This Bitcoin could hit 50K, right? And I would still make money from a long trade up to 67. Because as we said before, obviously this trade could lose. I'm not saying that, but say for example, I get tagged in here. Yeah. We get that move into 65, just under 65,000. I get tagged into the long, happy days. I've got my take profit number 1 up at this high. It's a 2-to-1 risk reward initially. I can move my stop loss to entry, take some off the table, instant profit no matter what happens. Then you're in the game for, let's say you were wrong and we don't get a sweep of this high into the fair value gap and the short. We might get all of this move 75-80% retraced up to 72,000, right? And you're in the game for it. So even if you were right, and what happens to the market is we sweep this high, we go into the fair value gap and we short, and you shorted it down, fantastic. Well, I've made money from the long, even though I was wrong in the direction. Why? Because of risk management. Because I've got my 2-to-1 for my area where I think it could reverse. I've taken half off the table. I've moved my stop loss to entry. I've got a free hit at it hitting 72K at 70K. Yeah. Because there is evidence to suggest that.
Would you advise people? So obviously you've got loads of different strategies, like in terms of the automation ones and whatnot. Is that like in terms of your risk management? I know you mentioned that yesterday about I think it was 2-to-1 and then going break even or shaving some off or something. What would you advise to traders where, so the other day, so actually it was yesterday, I asked about people, what's your biggest problem in trading at the moment? Right. And a lot of people were talking about, well, one person in particular said, after 1-to-1, I go break even. But when I do, it always stops me out and runs to take profit. And I think a lot of traders, including myself at one point, did wonder, obviously you need to go and do your own research and you get your data on it. However, let's just say some people they haven't journaled before and they don't really know how to manage their trades. What would you advise in terms of a risk management protocol, whether it's props, whether it's personal? How, would you, what would you just advise? Go for a fixed risk reward every time and don't go break even and gather data. How would you advise these people?
No, it's a good question. Obviously I think if you have the data on it, then you follow your data. That's just that's just the nature of it. But say, for example, people have the access to be able to do that or whatever it might be. For me, what I've always found is a good way to do it. I like being risk-free. Okay. I accept the fact that should I hit 2-1, 1-1, and I move my stop loss to break even. Let's just say 1-1. Over time, with experience, you have to accept the fact that if you're going to move your stop loss at 1-1, you are going to get a fair few times where you're going to be stopped out at break even and the trade goes in your favor. So if you can't handle that and you prefer to give it more breathing room, a great thing to do is so you put 1% risk on this trade. Let's just say I'm long here for argument's sake. I'm long here with 1% risk. Yeah. Instead of going break even at 1-1, which obviously, as people have said before and mentioned to you, I always get stopped out. Okay. Instead of doing that, why don't you wait for 2-1? Yeah. Then when you get to 2-1, don't move your stop loss. Ignore me. When you get to 1-1, don't move your stop loss. Just take half of the position off. Close half of the lot size. If you've got 2 lots on, close it, right? Because then you're still in the game because then if the market goes against you and hits your stop loss, you're break even, yeah? And the trade should have been a loss. Yeah, it should have been minus 1%. Does that make sense? However, should the trade go for you, yes, you'll make less profit because you've now only got half risk on for the rest of it, but you haven't got that situation where price comes and hits your 1-1 and then you're out at break even on your entry. Instead, you'll be out at break even on your stop loss, on your original stop loss.
And
yeah.
I think it's much more frustrating to get stopped at break even and then it runs to take profit than losing a trade. I'd rather know that I'm wrong than I've lost money, or sorry, I've not made money being right.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Because if you've placed 1% risk, right, and you hit 1-1, you're 1% up. So if you close that, yeah, you're 0.5% up. Now, if your trade hits your stop loss, because you've got half the risk on, you're now only risking 0.5%, you'll lose what you gained on the 1-1, but the trade would have been a loser anyway.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So that's why it is actually sometimes better, instead of just moving stop loss at break even to at 1-1, just close half of it. It does impact your profit on what you're targeting, of course, because you only got 0.5% risk on, but it gives you that wiggle room that if the price comes and wicks into your entry, you're still in. And it's that nice psychological feeling where if price did hit stop loss, you can say to yourself, well, I was break even on a trade that should have lost 1%. That's all right. You know, I was wrong and I didn't lose anything. And it's just, that's what trading's about. You've got to stay in the game as long as possible. Give yourself opportunities to go risk-free in a way. And then you can try and benefit from, you only then need to have 10, 20 good trades a year. Yeah. And suddenly when you look at your yearly profit, you're like, wow, just because you're always there ready to take advantage of that opportunity. Yeah. You're risk managed enough to understand that, okay, yeah, I might take some break evens along the way, but I only need a couple of good hits. You know, the other way to trading, which you might do, or what other people do, is they just like to just take small chunks all the time. There's no right or wrong answer on that. It's just what you prefer. I don't like that, because then I get too wrapped up in it and I end up like pressing buy and sell about 100 times a day. Or that's what I was doing, you know, because I just want to take small chunk here, small chunk there, and I just get confused in my own mind. Where it gives me clarity.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And with the risk side of things, I know obviously you've got probably a bunch of different ways to do it, but I think, you know what, actually, let's ask the chat. Like, chat, I know this is going to be a little bit of a delay, but give me well, not a 1 or 2, but just let me know. Are you trading prop firms, or are you trading personal, or both? Let me know in the chat, because I'd like to know from Connor as well, like kind of like his opinion on, you know, personal accounts and what you should risk. I know it really depends on, you know, the size of the account, and your own personal preference, but just in terms of props and personal, how would you approach, for example, someone trading a prop firm account and all let's say the challenges and when they get funded, but also if somebody had, for example, I don't know, a $1,000 let's say a smaller live account, or a 10,000, or whatever it may be, how would you kind of do it if you started trading again, or just, you know, you're doing prop firms?
Well, I'm seeing in the chat there's a few both. So a lot of prop. It seems that there's only like one person there who's just said only personal. That's the nature of the industry these days, isn't it, mate? Everyone's loving it.
Literally,
Listen,
to be fair, I was prop for a long while, but now I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like personal as well, bro. Like if I'm passing challenges that are, it's like 15%, I'm like, why am I not making 15R on a personal, like, and making money whilst I'm doing the challenge? You know what I mean? So
I've always said to people that as a trade, I don't think you can, don't get me wrong, but for me, I always felt to myself, I can't just survive on props, because then I'm always limited to what their rules are, etc. And you don't want to be, you know, handcuffed for the rest of your life when it comes to trading. However, props have such a good place for people who are looking, obviously, to be capitalized. So what I say to people is, use a prop firm first. Use the prop. This is what I say: prop firm, become good at trading. Obviously, the hardest bit, but pass the challenge, get your payout. When you've got your payout in your back pocket, half of it goes into a personal account, and half of it enjoy your life with, do something with it, because you know, you've got to reward yourself for it. So I've always had that mentality where I try, you know, what I say to people who are just getting involved is use prop firms first. You know, if you've only got $200-$400 to put into an account, build up those payouts. And this is in an ideal world, by the way. Use those payouts to fund your personal, because then eventually further down the line, you're not handcuffed by drawdown rules, etc. Because when I showed you my profit and loss on one of the strategies last year, I think if you would go over that a year period in that random time, I would have gone through about 15 prop accounts. Would have made a lot of money, but constantly having to rebuy, wait for them to give me the account, all that sort of stuff. So like, you have to understand that you can't keep a prop account forever. No one is going to not breach 10% drawdown at some point. You know, I mean, if they do, I'll shake their hand and say, I don't know what I'm talking about.
You know what? It sounds crazy though. It's like, oh, what, you have to lose 10 trades in a row, or potentially more. And it's like, what? Like, well, realistically, like, when am I going to do that? Like, I haven't had it. And then it's like, you don't understand, like, these, it comes, like, it comes, and you've got spread and you've got commission. And so it might not be 10 trades. That might be 8 trades. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, no, it's impossible. But what I would say in terms of risk, lastly, and I'll move on to a very nice trade I'm in at the moment. I would say that with prop risk, when we speak about what you do when you're in a trade, I'd be a lot more conservative of your capital, because I think because of the rules, obviously. So I would adopt an approach that's more like moving SLs at 1-to-1s and 2-to-1s, or closing halves off. I think with a personal account, you can let it go a little bit more. If it's pressuring, don't get me wrong, if you've got it in you to be able to let it go a little bit more, then you can have the freedom to do that with personal. So I'd be a bit more aggressive. I wouldn't close half like at 2-to-1 and stuff if I'm trading it on a personal, etc. So
okay, amazing.
Listen, I just wanted to quickly, I do apologize that I didn't manage to say this as it happened, but from the same strategy that we mentioned yesterday on the DAX, our favorite DAX friends, I'm running really nicely. I'm nearly 1-to-1 now on a DAX long from the breakout of the opening hour of London. Pretty much gives away what the strategy is, but there we go. So yeah, that's running quite nicely. I probably only need it to hit 25.2, and then my SL will automatically move up to BE. So I'm happy with that. I don't know if there's anything else going on. Oh, I'm long on gold.
Do you have a manual strategy on DAX, or is this mainly the like auto?
Yeah, that's automated for me. Yeah, I mean, at some point further down the line, like, I will release the rules. That DAX one is, people might even probably been able to figure it out just by looking at it. It's not hard. It's really not hard. But my light just turned off. But yeah, so I will release the rules of that when I release like my mentorship and stuff like that, which is in a couple of months' time. But yeah, it's very, very easy to follow. It's not a secret source or anything like that. It's just something that I've tested. And for those interested as well, I actually am long on gold from the EA, which is running in profit as well. And I'm targeting 3-to-1 as always. I'm looking at around that 4133 level, and that's the 2 trades I've got open. So I'm long DAX and long gold.
Is there anything on that DAX, in the DAX, that like, I know it's the automation, for example, but like, is there anything that you're like happy with, like manually? This is the reason why on DAX, or fundamentally that you're like, this is the why, because of the earnings coming out or anything like that? Or no?
So I think the earnings obviously will have That was a nice trade on DAX. The earnings will impact obviously US markets more than European markets. I don't know if you've probably got time to just have a quick run through it, but I really like it's always nice when you get the automated trade and you go on and you're just praying that you agree with what it does. I do have that problem even to this day. Like, it'll place it and I'm like, oh, but sometimes you do have to take your opinion out of it when it comes to automation. But I like this trade. When I look at what I see on the German stock index, the next area that I would see if we're going to fall is all the way down to these equal lows. That's miles away, so we ain't got to worry too much. Market makes a new high, comes down, tests this area of support, this blue box, makes a new all-time high. Lovely. Like it always does when we see the stock market at all-time highs, we see a bit of profit taking deep into this area of support, which was what was the catalyst for this break to the all-time high. Lovely daily close yesterday. Continue that momentum. Yes, please. Back the way up to 26,000 would be perfect. I think I'll be out by then, maybe. But yeah, so I agree fully with the trade that's been taken. And yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful breakout. You can see that, you know, we had that move down into this broader move from yesterday. And yeah, since then it's one-way traffic. Very difficult to get in though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is,
I'm trying to look.
I mean, the only thing I could have. I'm just having a look at my chart real quick. If there was really any entry, I didn't know if I was going to be bullish or not. But let's see, 7:45. I mean, yeah, I could have got in at 8 on the pullback. Once we'd taken out Asia lows. This is at 7:45 on the 5-minute. We've like aggressively pushed lower. We did just about break that last high, but 8 o'clock. I just don't know if I would have been. Let me just check the chart, the daily yesterday for my strategy. Oh, actually, to be fair, that strong close yesterday on the daily, I would have been bullish on that 4-hour. Damn, I've missed that one.
See,
I was not looking at that.
You missed that.
Damn. Oh, this is why I need the automation. Like, damn. Well. I'm gonna blame that on you, mate. You should, with Dax friends now, you should have WhatsApped me and said, "Listen,
yeah, I do apologize about that. It's your fault calling me onto the stream at a time it executes." Yeah. No, listen, difficult one to get in now. If you just drop down to the 5-minute there,
yeah.
Could you argue? Ugh, it's not very.
This
nice.
for me right now. Like I could have been like, this was the break of structure for me. So, but I like 7:45. I always look to get in on the DAX at 8 o'clock. So. For me, I'm looking for the sweep. So I'm looking for 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. to sweep. And if 8 a.m. sweeps, then cool, I look for my entry model. But for this, I would have been like here. I would like the same every time. I draw my fib once we get the breaker structure. And I could have been in here. But I think I may have been a bit concerned about us tapping into an imbalance and then pushing lower and manipulating at 8 o'clock. But because of the strong close yesterday, I mean, I wouldn't have gone for 4. I would have gone for 3. But like, that is actually really clean, and now I'm annoyed looking at it. So
sorry about that, mate.
But no, it's a good nice trade. But this is what I'm saying. Like, actually, like again, you know, when you miss a trade, right? And this is what I always say to, especially new people learning who might mark out something, or for example, like me today, like I just missed this or whatever. I always say, listen, if something met your strategy and you're too late or you didn't take it and you missed. Go and journal it, and also just go and understand it meant your strategy worked today. Like, find pride in that. Like, actually, like, be excited of the fact that like your strategy actually played out. It met all the rules. Cool, you didn't take it. It doesn't matter. Your P&L might not show any different, but did that make sense to you? Yes. Did it meet all the criteria? Amazing. So now you got something to build on. It's not going to work every time, but like thank yourself and congratulate yourself that you've identified it, spotted it. You might not have taken it, but it worked.
Yeah.
So.
Definitely, mate.
Sorry, give me literally 1 second.
All right. Right, I'll just have a look at some of the questions in the chat room. Paul, what's the entry system on the DAX?
Sorry,
Come on, my friend. You know I can't give that away.
You can't give away too much of the source.
Come on. Can I just? How long we got? 7 minutes. I want
as long as you want that, mate.
In the direction of what we spoke about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember I said to you about the Nasdaq, how I wanted to see a break above 29,000. After we get that breakout, I wanted to come and see if I go back to the 15.
Oh yeah. And you said you might even consider. Was it you? Oh no, sorry, that wasn't you. Don't
yeah. Into after the breakout, so I wouldn't have entered there. After the breakout, into this 15-minute order block. After we had the breakout above 29,000, look at that. Off she goes.
That is serious. And that will probably be quite aggressive as well. Like that's when you catch a nice low on the NAS.
Sometimes the stars align with the earnings story which is coming out. Obviously, it can go disgustingly against me.
One big wick, and it's like, damn.
But obviously, if I wrap things up, because I've got 5 minutes, we do have Tesla earnings and Google earnings after the bell today. For those of you who maybe don't get involved in that too much, or you trade indices, but you don't look at this, you should. I don't trade individual stock markets. You can obviously with brokers, and I think maybe even with props now, I'm not sure. But the end of the day, guys, these guys are the ones that are holding these stock markets up to all-time highs with the AI stories and all that sort of stuff. So we need to make sure like we have an understanding of what to expect, things like earnings per share, whether that beats estimates, their revenue growth from the quarter before, because that's what this is a quarterly earnings report. So we need to at least have an eye on it. And as I said, with the NASDAQ trade that I'm in, sometimes you get a bit lucky, and there is that element of luck that comes into this, because I'm long on the NASDAQ. I have to sort of go, right, I can just hope that the earnings are half decent.
Yeah.
From history would tell us that they generally are, and that's the reason why people are buying indices so aggressively, especially the NASDAQ. Of course, it's so heavily tech orientated. So yeah, I'm gonna have an eye on that later on. I know I'm not on the stream next week, but you'll be able to find anything. You know, you can join my channel or whatever. Follow me on Instagram, and I'll put some analysis in there as well. And I'll probably have to write an article on it tomorrow. So fingers crossed. But what you can do in this situation, a little bit of a lesson for you, like if you're in a trade and you've got that big catalyst news coming out, you know, I'm going to sound boring saying it, but protect yourself. If I can get a nice move in the US session today on the NASDAQ from this trade, right, I get a nice move, you know, up to 29,000 again, and I'm, you know, 2-1 or whatever it might be. There's just no point risking it when you've got such big earnings coming out, because you could get slipped for a start, for you know, on props or brokerages on UMT5 platforms if there's a big move, like a big surprise, or it can go in your favor. So stay in the game enough that, you know, if it does go in your favor, hopefully I'll come on next week and say, Artam, we hit that 29,500 mark, 10-1 RR, thank you very much. Yeah. Or I'll come on saying, yeah, the earnings weren't as strong as they normally are. What a shame. But because I closed half my position off or whatever it might be, then at least I still made a profit on something which maybe would have lost.
Yeah. All right. Amazing. Okay. Well, I mean, still got a few. Is there anything in particular that maybe, like, I don't know, like just in terms of the earnings, like should CFD traders like the EU and, you know, DAX and stuff like that, should they be concerned or like waiting for that earnings report? Like how should people maneuver in terms of like with these, or does it not affect things too much? Like what is the main things that people need to be focused on right now for, you know, Euro USD, GBP USD, or those kind of pairs moment?
Yeah, to be honest, guys, I think from an earnings story, I don't think we need to worry too much about the effect this has on the dollar and euro dollar and GU, etc. So I think we're pretty clear there. Those factors are impacted more by what we just saw from UK CPI. Tomorrow we've got the European Central Bank. So that's a big one for our euro dollar, mate. So we'll see what happens there. We're expecting rates to be kept where they are. So those sorts of factors will affect. Yeah, we're expecting a hold on the ECB. And so when we see that 2.4%, so it's no surprise they're not going to be cutting anymore. What we then need to focus on is, for those of you who are interested in that, is obviously the statement and the conference, to know like if they're thinking about hiking, cutting, keeping rates where they are in the future. Of course, like I said yesterday, if there's any indication from Christine Lagarde, ECB president, that we see that we're going to have interest rate hikes coming in the next few months. If there's any indication of that language, such as worried about higher inflation, the economy's hot, all that sort of stuff, then we can go, right, maybe we're in for that period of euro dollar strength. If she comes out and she says inflation's falling, like dovish language is what people call it, and she doesn't really give any indication that there's any hikes coming, or maybe even that there's cuts coming, that will feed even more nicely into those euro dollar short opportunities. So big day tomorrow. So yeah, from a forex perspective, obviously we had UK CPI, we've got the Iran war, etc. From a stocks perspective, we've got those big earnings reports coming on Wednesday, and no, there's not too much happening on Thursday, but next week, when I come back on Tuesday, we're going to have the other big boys like Amazon and all that stuff, and then we've got a month end as well. So should be a good 10 days or so, to be fair.
Nice. Well, yeah, we shall see. I'll be looking out for that tomorrow as well. I probably won't take a trade until that news comes out. And to be fair, it's been a decent week so far, so I'm kind of like, I'm pretty chilling at the moment. I'm pretty chilling, but look, thanks so much for jumping on, bro. Hopefully I don't make you late for another meeting this time, but I know yesterday it was a bit of an extended one. But yeah, man, I really appreciate you guys coming on. Everyone that has joined, Connor, if you could just drop your socials into the YouTube chat, then I'm sure everyone will drop you a follow. But could we get some W's in the chat for Connor, please?
Thank you very much, guys. Listen, appreciate all of the support on the live stream. Artan, thank you very much for having me on again. I'll see you on Tuesday. If anyone wants to follow me on Instagram or subscribe, then let me know. Make sure you stay on for Artan going forward and keep liking and subscribing to this stream. Okay, guys? Thank you very much.
Amazing. Can we get some W's in the chat for Connor Woods? Come on. Yes. So how are we doing, my people? I thought that was really insightful. It's always good to hear different perspectives on the market. And also, you know, that like this is the thing, right? With trading is that there's so many different ways that people trade. There's so many different ways to make money. There's also so many different ways to lose money. So make sure you're trying to educate yourself in the right way, learn the correct way. Don't just kind of like freestyle it. All right. Like a really amazing thing that I think Connor does really well is his kind of methodology around, like, you know, what we were talking about yesterday about learning a strategy, the process that he uses, his risk management. These are things that like he rules that he abides by, you know, like, for example, like the risk management. That's why I wanted to ask about, you know, going 1 to 2, chopping, for example, half of the risk. And you need to find out what works for you in your system. Okay. So for me, for example, right, I actually don't like, that's a very good system. I don't do that. I actually just hold my trade 1 to 3, and I don't move my stop loss maybe like 2% of the time. I might move my stop loss or something along those lines. But you got to find what works for you. Not only what you feel comfortable with, but what also your data tells you that you're good at as well. All right, but are we all locked in? Can I have a 1 in the chat if we are locked in? We currently have over 100 people in the live watching right about now, and we need to get to 50 likes. Let's just quickly see in the chat if we are on. We're not on 50 likes yet, guys. First giveaway is going to be at 50 likes. So let's get to the ACIS app and let's do it. But how are we all feeling today? Talk to me, people. Talk to me. How are we feeling? We got this Euro USD. We've smashed it this week, bro. Like this is one of the best weeks in a little while. 3R on the Monday, 3R on the Tuesday on EU, and 3R on the Tuesday on GU. So we've actually done this week on stream, live on stream, 3, 6, maybe 9, but 3, 6, 9. Actually, it was a little bit less than 3R because I think yesterday I closed it at 2.63, but like 8 point something. Today, like Connor was saying, I do think maybe we could pop up a little bit higher, take out this London high and go, but I'm willing to take the risk just to ride the momentum, you know? I'm willing to take that risk. I'm lower risk on this, but I'm willing to take that risk. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys. Question time. I want you guys to throw in some questions. Obviously, we've heard Connor now speak about that. You've heard a little bit about my market analysis, Connor's market analysis. let's do a little Q&A for 30 minutes. Let's see what questions that you have around trading, around anything. I'm just going to put this up here for now. All right, this is your chance. All right, some people cannot afford, for example, one-to-one coaching or mentorships or whatever it may be. I don't know how to put this in the middle, but ask me anything. All right, ask me anything. What's my TP on Euro USD? It will be really, really, to be honest with you, you could target down here. So that's 3.55 risk to reward. But what I would do is I would take profit when we reach this high. That's what I would do. I wouldn't take profit based on where EU is. I'd take profit based on when the dollar decides to pop up. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, my people? I think this looks all right now. This looks okay. Nice daily close on this. Nice. I just see a few of the members took the German 30 in my private group, took the German 30 trade. Damn, that was a tough one. That was tough that I missed that. That's an A+ setup. I've got to be honest, the markets this week are really, really nice. Yeah, this is running quite nicely. But yeah, guys, ask me any questions. Cool. So yeah, my TP on Euro USD, even though that one sec. My TP on Euro USD is going to be, yeah, like I said, down here at these lows. Really, I'd just go for like 1.138. But I do think we could, I think we could run lower. I'm actually on, let me just see my futures account right now. Yeah, I'm happy to. Where's my take profit? One sec, I'm just sorting out this. All right, let's see. I think this is still looking good. Even though we could pop higher, I still think this is looking good. What I meant to do is I meant to take out another challenge. I meant to actually take out another challenge because I wanted to take these trades on new challenges. I've just basically, I've kind of passed a, I've kind of just passed another 200K, but I forgot about the trading days. So I'm on 210K. I don't know if you can see this at the moment. So I've hit the profit target, but I need to get one more trading day, but I'm only like $39 over. So I actually need to like get a little bit more over that because I would have to risk like 0.5% or something like that. So it might be a little bit more, but let's see. Let's see. Is anybody in on this as well? Give me a yes in the chat if you're also in on this trade. Obviously, look, this is not financial advice. This is just showing you what I'm doing. You need to do your own research with anything to do with trading. If you're ever going to copy me and do this, take it on a demo account. And yeah, I'm not an analyst. I'm not qualified. I'm just a guy vibing. I'm just a rapper who's also a trader, vibing, doing my thing, mashing the markets, and living in Asia. Do you swing trade? I don't swing trade, but what I do is on my personal account, I will hold trades a little bit more, but I haven't really done that much because the markets have not been that great for me personally recently. What I mean by great is I just don't find they've been crazy expansive. So I haven't had the confidence to hold trades. So I've just not really been doing it. Does that make sense? I'm new to trading. I was asking what is your strategy and everything around it. If you want, if you join the live streams literally every day, you're going to see my strategy. Like I explain it every day. I can't go through the whole thing in one little video. If you go to my YouTube channel, so I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to type in the chat, hello, it's me. Click my profile, subscribe to my channel, and I'm going to be breaking down my entire strategy as well. But if you don't want to wait for the YouTube videos, go to my Instagram. It is, I'll send you a little link now, actually. It's here. All right. Go to my Instagram. Everybody do this right now. Click the Instagram, right? Follow me and comment PDF on any of my reels. Remember, it's got to be a reel. So comment PDF on any of my reels and it will automatically DM you a kind of like a brief of my strategy. And obviously, I do have my own mentorship and stuff like that. You can book in a call on in the link in my bio, but that's another story. All right. Bro, keep doing this every day. We are making and learning, bro. Come on. That's what we want to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Helping the community. Hey, serious. This week, everybody is significantly up. So it's been a really good week. Just remember, guys, yeah? Just because we've had, we've had a really good, like 2-3 weeks on here, right? Before I started doing the daily ones, but it's only been like 3 days and we're significantly up, like significantly. Remember, we're going to go through bad weeks as well. I might take a trade and lose every day for a week. All right. This is part of trading. But the good thing is that when we win more than we lose. So all I need to do is have a 35% win rate and I'm doing very well per month. So that's all I target. 35% win rate, targeting 3R, boom. Do you know what I'm saying? Would have preferred GU, but no entry. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like we didn't get the breaker structure. We didn't break this low. I wanted to see this low break. You could have seen that as a breaker structure, but it was just not. 825. Actually, you could have taken that, to be fair. But I just decided EU just because it looked a lot cleaner. But let's see. Yeah. I had an entry on EU, so I'm out now. What does that mean, G? Do you mean as in your stop to break even? How do you define your bias for the day? So for me, I define my bias from the day from the daily time frame. And one of the key things that I basically look for is I'm looking for either strong close continuations to show me the momentum is to the downside. And that doesn't mean that every single candle is going to continue, such as this one, for example. However, I'm looking for manipulations such as this candle here to manipulate. Then I might wait for a strong close such as this one to confirm that this is the manipulation. And then all I'm doing is targeting the next low here. But the overall thing for me is just, am I making higher highs and higher lows because I'm bullish? Am I making lower highs and lower lows because I'm bearish? Or am I consolidating in the market? I don't want to be in if I'm consolidating. What I'll be waiting for after a consolidation is a big manipulation to the downside and then getting my, for example, a nice wick or strong close to then start targeting higher. But really, you just want to be avoiding consolidation markets when you're unsure, and you want to be aggressive and trading when you are sure. That's basically pretty much it. And I'm looking for daily fair value gaps and whatnot. But like I said, the daily is like my bread and butter. Like that is the most important aspect, in my opinion, in trading. So yeah, you're going to learn about it every day. You're going to see my trades and all sorts. I think this looks still... I just don't understand how we're popping down again here. We can do, but I just kind of don't think we will. Is the bike not working? There we go. Didn't think the bike was working. Only 2 times. Okay. How did you manage to find the time and learn to master trading while grinding it out on the music scene? Respect, my brother. So during my time in music, right, I actually was also working a 9-to-5 job as well as learning trading. So for me, my main goal was to like try and find a work from home job. So that was like always my goal. I was doing sales for a very long time. And for trading, I was always trying to like do an hour, like some sort of back testing per day, some sort of, learning a strategy. But for me, it was like trying to find a work from home job. So I sacrificed a fair amount to get that. And music, I would go to studio maybe like 3 times a week to the studio, and I would try and write like half a song a day, rap wise. So but for me, it was like it was a real struggle. But it was more stressful hating my job than it was attempting to chase my dreams. So that for me was always the thing where I was like, I would rather the pain of trying than the pain of giving up. And yeah, that's when kind of like everything changed. Like I've actually got an album called Head Above Water, and that's where I felt for a lot of my life, where I was very much just trying to survive and trying to like just get by and all this. And that was my reality for a while. But then it all changed when I was like, you know what, I'm actually taking a leap and just like I'm locking in. And it wasn't instant. It took me 3 years to get good at trading. But when I did, I'm like, what else am I going to fucking do? Like, what else am I doing with my life? It's this or nothing. And if it gets to the point where I genuinely am like, I don't think this is for me, I feel like I'm going to know that moment and I'm going to have to make significant change. That's why I always just say to people, trading actually isn't for everyone. It's not actually for everyone. Entrepreneurship isn't for everyone. That doesn't mean you're a lesser of a person at all. It just means that like you may need to pivot, but you need to be very real with yourself, very honest with yourself to understand that if what you're doing isn't working, like even with my strategy at the time, it wasn't working. The reality of it is that I thought I was catching all these liquidity sweeps on the 1 minute, blah, 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 blah. But what I thought was working, what I thought I'd be good at wasn't what I was good at. And I had to just revamp everything, GU is really pushing down over the knee. Yeah, man. GU is bearish as fuck. I took 3R here, but I probably should have... Oh, I got 2 on there. I probably should have... Is there another one? No. Yeah, I probably should have held this a little. Well, this was on. I took this on one of my challenge accounts. I had to close it anyway. I've got like 150k on Top Step. Basically I lost a bunch of my funding in April and May. So now I'm like on my get back. I'm on my get back game. So now I'm really trying to get like I want to get 1 million funded again. I know Usman recently got 1 million in funding on Apex, which is sick. So I need 1 million funding on CFDs as well. Woo! Damn, I've not been sleeping at all. I love your new song, Life with Meaning. Thank you. It's actually a really deep song. Really, really deep song. Yes. Let's have a look at the NAS as well. So the Nasdaq's actually in this key level that I was looking at. I wanted to look at shorts from. We identified this yesterday. I didn't actually have any confirmation or anything like that for me to take a trade here, because it was so late in the day for me. It was like New York PM session. Right now you could look for buys. You could actually look for buys right here, to be honest with you. But I would rather, I don't know. I'm not. Nice strong close. We've opened low. I mean, maybe you could look for a longs here, to be honest with you. I'll be honest. This is not bad of a trade, right? Even right here. That is not bad a trade. I might even, should I just have a look at that? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. $8.30 swept, session sweep. Nice. Yeah, I'm not mad at this. All right. I wouldn't look for a mad thing. Like, it's either going to react here. We're going to be very wrong or I think we're going to be either very wrong quickly or we'll get a push up. I'm basically looking at this, but I'd actually look to take profit like here-ish. I would want us to move quickly from here if we are to. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can get this. I mean, I would even look for up here, to be honest with you. But I'd definitely TP1 around. Let's just see. It would just require a big move. Like, I would like to see us. It's just the only thing I actually don't like is this. Just bear with me. Let's see what I've got on. Nice to see we're thinking the same. Come on, G. I had an entry on GU. Nice. So you're a prop firm trader. Yes, I'm a prop firm trader. I trade live capital as well, but I did come up off prop firms. I did come up off prop firms. That was my thing. Cleaner. Oh shit! My cleaner gave me a milk tea today. She just made it for me. What a fucking legend. She's not even supposed to do that. Like, she's just doing it. Like, what a legend. Do. What's my YouTube channel name? I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to just say in capital letters, hello. Hello, it's me. I haven't been dropping YouTube videos for a long while, but guys, I'm going to be dropping some serious games. So it's going to be for subscribers only. So if you guys are not subscribed, then you will miss out on it. So you see the little blue icon, Art and FX, in the right-hand side, right there. It should be. I've put hello, it's me. Make sure you sub. Make sure that you sub. Let's actually see. I don't even remember the last time I posted a video, but it's going to be soon. Let's see how many subscribers. I'm only looking for 2 new subscribers. I'm only looking for 2 new subscribers. Let's see how we get on right now. Yes, because old people don't have Insta. All right, we're just waiting at the moment. This is low risk, by the way. Is there any pair that you're looking at? I'm looking at this at the moment, but obviously the NASDAQ is a lot better in New York session. It's a lot better in New York session, but we could get a little something here. We would just need, I would need to see a bigger reaction just right now. It's not looking so good. EU's not really doing so great, but again, this is also low risk. But I actually think this looks quite good. I think this still looks good to me. GU obviously is much better, but dollar, could we pop that? I don't see us coming down and taking that wick. We could just consolidate, then do it, but maybe today's a consolidation day, you know? We had a big day yesterday. Strong. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4 bullish days. It would make sense for us to maybe consolidate and then tomorrow maybe wick in and continue higher. That could totally happen. That could totally happen. Why is this not showing my trade? Oh, that's why. Stupid ass. No, I trade futures as well, but I just used. I don't know why. I just used that chart. Yeah, these are both low risk. 2 trades today. I've done quite well this week. We're like what 3R 2.7R. So we are like 8.7R up this week. All right, shouts to the new followers. So we have got Rabs, The Poison Dart, DJD, Bobby88 Bob, Mataya, MDT South, FX Cashman, Indy, Tim Nkulu, Legend Amir. These are just a couple of the people that have followed me right now. News on Euro tomorrow, so it could be slow, yes. What's well doing for you in terms of dollars? Kind of depends, really. I don't really look at dollars. Like, I don't really look at... I'm assuming basically what you're asking me is how much money I'm making. I don't really like to talk too much about how much money I'm making personally, but like... It's all right still. Like this month so far, I need to check my journal, but this week is 8.7 R, which is pretty decent. And I've got my personal account, got a smaller personal account, got my live funding, but I lost a lot of funding recently, so I'm looking to get it back. Got a 200K that is just about like I just need one more trading day. I've got 150K on Top Step that is just about to be passed. 100K equity edge account. And yeah, man. When you check for your setup, what time do you use? I use 5 minute and 15 minute for executions. So this for me, for example, the reason why I'm in on this is the breaker structure to the upside here. And I really need to see this kind of like aggressively move now and close above here, not react here and pop back down. Let's see. What's everyone looking at right now? What is everybody looking at right now? Didn't tap you in? Ah, damn. What didn't it tap you in on? EU or GU or what? Crypto Sui Trade A is pretty good. You see, oh, you know what? Actually, all right, guys. If I get, I'm gonna put my YouTube channel in here right now. All right, I'm gonna put Artan in here. If I get 5 new subscribers and we can get to how many likes are we on right now on this video? 62. If we can get to 70 subscribers in the next 5 minutes, sorry, 72 likes, 70 likes in the next 5 minutes, we're gonna do a giveaway. 70 likes, we're doing the first giveaway, people. 70 likes, we're doing the first giveaway. I spilled this milk tea on myself right now. But we're in on this trade. I'm trying to lose weight. Do I look like I've lost any weight? Like I've been I've still got a little bit of a belly, but I need to do some more. But I'm trying to change my entire life, guys. I'm trying to change my entire life right now. Like I am literally in a period of my life where I am trying to become healthier, a better person, a trustworthy person, a better friend, a better partner, a better trader, someone who keeps promises to their self, does better for themselves no matter what anybody thinks of them, someone who trusts themselves to if I'm gonna promise myself, I'm gonna keep that promise, and that matters in all areas of my life. I've just had like can't even begin to describe you the last, like, my life recently, and it's all on me, and it's time for me to level up. So that's why I've been on a little bit of a fitness journey recently, just healthy eating. I barely ate sugar. This is like kind of like the only sugar that I've had, and that that drink that I had yesterday. Actually, on that note, I am actually going to have a bite of this mango. This is like fresh Thai mango. But yeah, and I've got a lot of self-development to do. So I have to do it, man. I have to do it for myself. I'm also going to be taking more risks, even like with live stream trading. You know, live stream trading. You might be right, brother. You guys might be right. It's definitely one part of it, 100%. But like, yeah, it's one of those moments. You know, sometimes in life you do have to kind of like actually level up, 100%. I subscribe. Is it the music channel? No, it's my trading channel. I've got two channels, obviously the Artan one and that. But what pairs are we looking at right now, guys? Here comes the boohoo model. I've got too much of a belly for to be a boohoo model, G. What pairs are we looking at right now? Obviously, it's really slow volume at the moment. Like it's just really slow volume, you know. Artan FX. It's literally the one that I had put in there. AUD USD. I couldn't. Too uncertain for me on AUD USD. Too uncertain for me. Even though I'm bullish on the dollar, and this does look okay. We're taking out the weekly high. Daily, we actually have a daily CRT here, to be fair, as well. So I would look for sells, but if I'm going to sell something, I mean, what's better to sell? I'd rather sell EU and GU right now. Much rather sell EU and GU. See what this EU thing is doing. EU's looking like it could start moving now. Tench. What's the Nazi doing? Not too sure. Not too sure. Not showing us much at the moment. I'll probably go break even on this NAS one and let the EU one run. Just because if the dollar's going to continue just doing the mad thing. EU is much better than the NAS. Like, can we get three of these basically identical trades in a row? R10 FX, that's it. I made my free R. What did you get your free R on again? Shouts to the 9559FX community in here, by the way. That means that I'm break even on that. Yeah, I'm break even on the NQ one. I'd rather run on this. I'd rather run on this EU trade, man. Just subscribe. Come on. All right, then. I think it's... Wait, let's see how many likes we're on. When we're on... I told you when we're on 70 likes, we're going to do a giveaway. We're on 72 likes. All right. I think it's only time for a giveaway. Should we run the giveaway? Vinit, what do you reckon? All right, the giveaway should be on now, guys. If you don't know how to enter, you just click the link in the bio to join the free Discord, right? Which is the Chart Fanatics Discord. You scroll down and you go to the CF official kind of like tab. Underneath announcements and live updates, you've got giveaways. Click on that, and then there's a little party button icon, a blue button. You click it, and then you are entered in. And the winner will be announced in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. So you have 9 minutes to go and do that. Hopefully this trade keeps dropping down. That would be lovely. That would be lovely. Let's see, though. Let's see. Let's see. It looks good, though. I've got to be honest. Like, guys, what a trading week this would be. If we can get this one as well. Let's see. We're just waiting at the moment. We're just waiting on it's going to be, I think it's going to be slow, like, but I would love to see a bit more of a push down. Giveaway is live, guys. If you want to give away, if you want to win the giveaway, we're doing it every single day. Every single day. Make sure you subscribe to Chart Fanatics live. And these were all taken on live. All these trades, plus the GU one. All right, you can go back and have a little look. What time do you usually trade? I take trades on the 5 and 15 minute. That's what I look for. This one today is not as good than the last ones. Like, you see how the displacement to the downside, it was like very aggressive, and then we pulled back. Aggressive pulled back. This one wasn't quite so aggressive. How many days do you go trading live per week? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days per week. You'll see me at 9 o'clock UK time every single day. And we do New York session as well. I'm not in New York session, but we have all of our New York traders that come in as well. So it's really, really good. Artan, what is this trade based on EU? Can you explain the logic, sir? So yeah, the short of it is I just basically am looking at lower highs and lower lows on this. I'm looking at a bullish dollar. So I was looking at this move. Like, we tapped into this order block. I wanted us to actually take out this low, but we didn't. So I looked at that. We broke above, left the fair value gap. I entered. Very similar stuff, right? And then today, it was pretty much just the case of I just wanted to see us open low, right? So the price to open low, take out Asia low, and then break structure to the upside, which we did. I was looking for a pullback to then continue higher. And that's what we got here. We got a consolidation up, took out Asia high, break a structure, entry, and then looking for lower prices. And really, I'm just looking at us going all the way down to here. Could we pop higher, though? Like, I think I'm going to be right. I just don't know if this is going to be the trade that I'm right with, but that's fine. That's why I'm lower risk and everything. I actually only need 1.141. I actually only need to be here to get. That's all I need to get 150k in top step. But on my other accounts, I'll need this to run lower. I should have really just I had another account, but with the trading days, but I should have just really held it, to be honest with you. I just wanted to like meet the trading days. What kind of indicators do you use and what's your strategy called? My strategy is called the sweep and send it model. Like I said, if you go to my Instagram and you comment PDF, I'll send you like a brief of it, a free brief. But I'll be doing a lot of YouTube videos on it as well. And I don't use indicators. The only indicators that I use is just literally just to mark out the Asian session range or the sessions in general. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, my peoples there. Make sure you like up the stream. We'll do another giveaway at 100 likes. Let's just quickly see who won. Oh, no. You've got 4 minutes left to win an Apex Trader funding account. So if you want to win this competition and you want to enter, we've got 74 people that have entered so far. All you need to do is go to the link in the bio, click join the Discord, and go to giveaway section. And then literally just click that button. That's all you got to do. You just go boop, click the button, and then, yeah. What a nice market right now, though. See what gold is doing. Gold is quite bullish. Really, really nice market this week. Like, amazing market this week. 77 people have entered the giveaway. We've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes until, until that giveaway. Still waiting though. I wouldn't like this to go break even. Like I wouldn't like this to get stopped to break even. Do 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 do. All right, let me quickly get a drink. 1 sec. Do 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 do. What's BTC doing right now? BTC still hasn't hit that high. Like we've been waiting on this for time. This has been like not time, but since Monday. But for now, this is what we care about. Bit of a consolidation though, so let's see. I would be happy for some people to go break even here. In challenge stage, what do you risk per trade? Say 100k account. What lots do you use? I don't use a set amount of lots. What I do is I will risk 2% on challenges. I'll risk anywhere from 1 to 2. Well, yeah, anywhere from 1 to 2% on challenges because I don't like my strategy. I might blow a couple challenges and then pass one, and I'm happy to do that. Like in terms of win rate and stuff. So I'd rather pass challenges quickly and fail them quickly. I don't like doing like and the thing is what I always say to people as well is if you are doing a challenge and you're taking way too long with it, it just means that you are probably under risking on that challenge. And the reason why you're under risking on that challenge is because either the rules on the challenge, but you've probably bought an account that's a bit too expensive for you. I always try to budget in my mind, even though I don't actually usually spend this much, but like you want to buy 2 accounts per month, 2 challenges per month. If you can think to yourself, I want to budget for that, then that will make you think, okay, well, if I budget for that, then if I'm not doing so badly, for example, and I'm still in that challenge, then it's like, oh, I can buy another extra couple. And it means that you can just be a bit more aggressive. You want to pass challenges quickly, man. You want to get to that funded stage. I know it's very hard. Like some of you guys will be like, bro, I'm not even like, forget that. I can't even pass challenges yet, let alone high risk. I'm like, yeah, I understand that. That's fine. But when you finally have an edge and you finally have a strategy that is profitable, that's when you need to start like being a bit more aggressive and get into that funded stage. Because being in a challenge phases for so long can hurt your mentality, hurt your confidence. Yeah, that's what I'd say. I'm not break even on Euro USD. I'm considering it though. Still waiting on this. I just literally need it to drop down a bit more, and then I've got 150k on Top Step. Quickly show you this actually. Show you so. Where is it? So you can see at the top, basically all I need is $160 basically left, and then I can yeah. So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for it to drop a little bit more. US 100. I mean, it's not going bad, guys, on the US 100. This is the other entry we had. I'm break even on this now because I'd rather be in the EU. This looks good for me right now. I should have taken this on another account. Good morning, Matt. How's everybody doing? Where are we at in the world right now? Where are we at in the world? Let's see who won that giveaway actually as well. See who won the giveaway. All right. Ramon Asir 92 won the giveaway. Congratulations. You won an Apex Funder trading account. Congratulations. Can we get some W's in the chat for Ramona? W's in the chat. So we are from New York, Atlanta, Georgia, USA. Nice. Romania. Crazy. To be fair, a bunch of you guys that followed me, I think a few of you guys are from America. A lot of my mentorship is actually UK and US based. And we've got a few Australians as well. Cape Town. Nice. I actually was in Aranyazekh in Cape Town a few years ago. Nepal. Amazing. Amazing. Is this Bosnia and Herzegovina? Wow. Very multicultural today, guys. Very diverse, if that's the right, yeah. Still waiting on some more drop. I would be happy for you to go break even on EU right now, by the way. Can I have your strategy? If you join, I mean, I've told you a few times how to get it. Someone in the comments tell him how he's going to get my strategy, because I've said it a few times. But if you just join the live streams, guys. Join the live streams, you'll learn. This is the first bit of milk I've had in a while. We're doing a quick Q&A, guys. So do a Q&A for 20 more minutes. So ask me anything you want to know about trading, psychology. Well, I guess the main thing is I'll show you. Yeah, like just ask me anything you want. And then at 1:30, I'm gonna dive into some of your problems. Okay, I'm gonna dive into some of your trading problems. All right, I've been trading now for 5 years. I was unprofitable for 3 whole years. I didn't have one profitable month. I tried ICT, SMC, supply and demand, breakout strategies, scalping. I've tried everything. I did about 30 different courses, and it was only when I really started refining everything and journaling properly and listening to myself and understanding myself more did I actually become full-time at trading. And now I live full-time out in Asia. So, and I used to be a rapper. Like I'm not like some smart, like academic person that like is great at maths or anything. Like I don't have a background in trading. I never had friends that trade. I just saw stuff online, and I still went the longer, harder route, you know. And I was trained, like I say it was 3 years. It was probably even longer than that, because I was doing little crypto bits. I was learning here and there before. I didn't know anything about trading. So for me, I went the longer and the harder route. But if it didn't need to be the longer and the harder route. That's why I think you can learn a lot quicker. Like some of my students, for example, in my mentorship, some of them have gone full-time trading after 6 months. I'm not saying that's going to be the same for everyone, because that's very quick. But there's a lot of people that can do it quicker, but it's all about your own journey. I know people that it took them 7 years, for example, to get good at trading. But after that 7 years, they're now making so much more money than the people that became profitable in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's all about your own time. Yeah, let me know some questions. So what strategy do you use now? My sweep and send it model, and also a small NQ kind of like scalping strategy. What do you think is the best prop firm or trading CFD? I'm currently struggling with spreads moving trading. CFDs, I quite like Alpha. I've used, like, I'll just be honest, these are the ones that I've used, full transparency: Equity Edge, Alpha, FTMO. But FTMO, I don't like the spreads, but they're quite reliable in terms of payouts. I just don't like, I think their spreads are terrible. Artan, if you have one podcast, either Chart Fanatics or any other, you recommend, psychology, life in general, of your favorite. Do you know what I watched? I think Jay Shetty as a podcast host is really good. I think Sanj, obviously, who's on Chart Fanatics, he has some really good videos on psychology. This is trading related. I'm actually reading. I don't think I brought. Did I bring the books? One sec. Let me just check. There's a book. There's a book called, I haven't got it here, The Alchemist. The Alchemist is a really good book that was quite inspiring for me, psychology-wise, and also Atomic Habits. That's really helpful. But I need to read more psychology books as well, to be honest with you. Will Artan Effects be live daily? He for sure will. Every day from 9 a.m. UK time to 1 or 2 p.m. UK time. Dude. Holoprime is very good. Yeah, I need to use more Holoprime. I need to actually trade Holoprime. I don't know why I haven't Haven't yet. Bro, do that price on the left. It's hide on your video. I don't know what you mean, brother. Bro, FTMO is just expensive. Yeah, I know. It is. It's very expensive. Yep, all the lives are recorded, so you should be able to go onto, for example, yesterday's stream, the day before. That's why I can't hide when I say all of these trades are taken live. Guys, is the voice okay, or is that only me? It should be okay. Can we get a 1 in the chat if the voice is all good, guys? If you can hear me, if you can hear my beautiful voice, please let me know. Welcome to Chart Fanatics. Yeah, it looks like it's only you, player file. What's your take on Goat Funded? I haven't used them, but I like some people that I know use them. So they must be all right, I reckon. But I wouldn't be able to speak on them. I can't. Genuinely, I'm trying to be just as honest as possible. I haven't used them in it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But I'm sure they're okay. Obviously, Holoprime, we wouldn't be partnering with Holoprime if they weren't good. Trust me, dog. Trust me. All right, I'm gonna have a bit of mango. We'll do a bit of ASMR. Joking. Already watched the viewership drop if I start eating in the mic. Can you imagine it just jumps up though, and everyone's actually here for trading ASMR, and you just want to hear like, or like, you know, like what's the entry on MT5? Or like order filled. We should do a trading ASMR day, shouldn't we? Order filled. Fun and Pips or Holoprime, which one do you recommend? I've heard that they're both good, but I'd say Holoprime just on the basis that I know a lot of people that use them. Come on, man. Can we get some movement, please? Just looking for a little bit of movement, guys. That's what I'm looking for right now. I do think we'll get it. So I'm literally just going to go for that. It's basically a 1 to 2. Dollars moving higher. GU. Thing is, yeah, GU could definitely do this, though. But it is weaker. So let's see. Tomorrow we've got some big European news. If you are locked in, who was locked in with Connor this morning? ADHD bussing. Trust me, Doug. That's why I'm transparent about it, bro. Like, most traders can't trade with ADHD, bro. That's why I'm a furious trader. What's your average trade frequency a week? I'd say 1 trade a day. I'd say per week, I'd probably take between, in a good week, I would say 4 to 5 trades. On a bad week, usually the more trades I take, the worse I do. Please share your knowledge on crypto. I mean, crypto right now for me, I mean, this is the Bitcoin long that we were in from Monday. I'm waiting for this high to get taken at 63,000, and then I am looking for a move lower. I'm literally like, this has been marked out since Monday. I'm looking at this getting taken up here, and then maybe coming into like up here or up here, maybe around the 70K, and then I'm looking for a big dump to continue lower down to like maybe 49K. That's what I'm looking for, but we're still in on this. And we're still on this. I'd probably go break even on this, to be fair. Just consolidate, and I'd be happy to go break even on this, I think. Yeah, we're just waiting. Like right now, we're just going to cool off. We are just cooling off. We're waiting for something. Waiting for a little bit of movement. Waiting for a little bit of movement here. But I think it will come in New York session. Let's see. We're getting a little bit of a pullback now. Let's see on the dollar. What's going on the dollar? That much. I think today could even consolidate. So that's why I would be okay with going break even. We have broken structure here, but we could just chop. We've had 2 days of bullishness. We could come down. Like we could even like. Sorry, this looks so messy right now. On the hourly, we could come. Oh shit! Sorry. We could come down one more time and take some liquidity and then go. But what else is here? 15-minute fair value gap that we just tapped into. If we react here, or maybe we touch this order block right here, this 15-minute, and we could move, but like it's a bit choppy. Why trade ICT? I don't trade ICT. I trade my own strategy. Let's see if we can move here. Yeah, I think a lot of people hate on ICT. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. Like, there's no strategy that's better than the other. Like, I don't trade ICT. I just use fair value gaps. I look at order blocks and whatnot, but like, it's just one style, bro. I trade 9 for 5 9 FX. That's what I trade. I trade my own strategy. Well, I don't believe that ICT created fucking gaps in the market. There's always been gaps in the market. Whether he made them called a fair value gap, I don't know. But I know loads of profitable traders that trade ICT. I just think that ICT is very complicated. Like, you can be a great trader, but not a great teacher. Remember that, right? Gary Neville was one of the best right backs in the world at football, but he got into coaching, did his coaching degree, went to play for, what was it, Valencia, and had their worst ever record in history in the first few months, and got sacked and never did it again. Remember, there's some teachers are amazing teachers, but they could never do business themselves. You know, like you might be a business teacher at a university, but they were never good at business, but they were great teachers. All right. You also will have people who are amazing at business, but they're not good at relaying that information to other people. They can't relate to other people. So, you know, it depends. Like, you got to find what style suits you. It's not about just how great a lot of people think the more money they make, it means that the more I'm going to learn. That's not the case. I didn't resonate with ICT. I just didn't resonate with the way he taught, his style of teaching, the way that his lessons are. It is too much. Like, so I was looking for the way that I kind of teach now, which is like, you learn this, you learn this, you learn this, you learn this. Then you look for this. Once you can identify this, and this, then you make these rules. Then you take these trades that are this, and this. And that's when you have a proper strategy. And then you go and test it and find out how you can get better at staying out of the market when it's not this, and this. You know, that I think that's just how trading is supposed to be. Like, it's supposed to be a bit more rule-based and mechanical. Sorry, I've got something in my eye. What do you think about EU versus? Yeah, no one's saying it doesn't work. I'm not saying that ICT doesn't work. I'm just saying that it's all about your style. It's literally all it has to do is, like, what do you believe? What do you resonate with? We're just waiting right now, guys. Let's see, because we could push higher here. It's just slow. Like, right now, we are chopping. I've got to be honest, guys. Like, there's not really too much going on right now. Gold is fairly bullish. I don't know if I'd be inclined to look for continuations just right now. I would rather see a pullback a little bit deeper and then go higher. But I'm definitely targeting this high. That is my draw on liquidity. That is what I'd be looking for. So let's see. Like, it looks really nice, guys. Like, we've been, honestly, this week has been an amazing week. German 30. Fuck, I missed this trade this morning. Luckily, my members took this. But yeah, we've got to wait and see. So the NQ trade is going quite nicely at the moment. I would go break even now if you are in this. TP1 is here. I'm already break even. Oh, shit. Hi, Rizzy brother. Are you kindly move the video from the chart price? I don't know if we can. I can't do it myself personally. It's just the thing is, if we put it to the left, it blocks the chart. Put it to the right, the price. But like, do you need the price? Is the price? Got gold 1 to 4 RR today. Come on. What do you think of the recent Euro USD moves? Would it be bullish or continue to be bearish? I think continue to be bearish, G. I'm in a short. I'm in a short. This is what I'm in on Euro USD. This is what we've been in on Euro USD. Ha. Furious. What are we doing, guys? If I'm spinning in my chair, what does it mean we are doing? What have we been doing this week? What have we been doing? You tell me. We are cooking because it is a microwave. We are cooking. Cooking like a microwave. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about, son. Yes. Every day, Monday to Friday. Every day, Monday to Friday, peoples them. So we're on 100 likes right now. I think if we get to 150 likes, we will do another giveaway. So make sure that you drop a like on the video right now, and make sure you drop me a follow as well on YouTube or Instagram. I'm going to put in the chat. It's Artan Hello. You click on me, click view profile, and make sure you subscribe. Like, go to channel and then subscribe, because I'm going to be dropping some serious games soon as well. Maybe I want to know. Do you guys want to send in some of your charts? So what you do is on TradingView, click the top right, click copy link, and then paste it into the chart. Paste it into the chat, sorry. And maybe I can go through some of your charts, whether it's a win or a loss or a trade you're in right now or an idea. Send me it over, and we'll do that. And we'll do that. We'll do that shortly. Yep, send in your chart though, guys. All right, I'm going to show you how to do it if it works. I don't know if you can actually send links in on here, but pretty sure you can. So, for example, like this. I've just sent it in now. That's like an example. So send in your chart, ask me a question, and I'll have a little look at it. All right? Trying to help the community right now. Nightmare Reed said, I just woke up. It's 5:30 in Thailand, so I hope you're not in Thailand because that would be a late wake up. If you're in the UK, it's not that late. If you're in America, it's pretty early. Oh, links won't send, really? Oh, okay, no problem. I think YouTube might block it. When I send a link, you know, when I send my Instagram link in the chat, does it come up? Maybe it's because I'm a moderator or something. Yeah, sorry, guys. We won't be able to do that then. Sorry, guys. Or maybe, let me think. Maybe send it to me on Instagram DMs. I'm just trying to think what's the best way to do it. Or on Discord, maybe. No, I can't see any of it in the chat. I can't see anyone. No one sent a link. Maybe that's why when I send my stuff in as well, Eurus TV acting like a crazy girlfriend. Why? Because it's dumping. Hey. Do 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 do. Do. Okay, so let me delete that then because that's can't do that. Still waiting on this. Only host can. Okay, that's fine. Bro, add price tag on entry and whatnot. This isn't for copy trading, my bro. And I never look at the price, bro. I don't like putting that on my charts. I don't look at price like the numbers ever. I literally couldn't care. I literally just look at, has it swept Asia high? Is there a break of structure? Does it pull back to this level? I literally couldn't care less about the number. And I explain it all to you. So if you're just copying my stuff, then that's not what I want. I don't like all of my students. I send in my charts and stuff, but I don't like, I want to teach a man to fish. I'm not trying to catch the fish for you. You know what I'm saying? That's how you're going to learn. I'm not saying it like other people will do it differently. You know what I'm saying? But like, I know how I learn. I know how I became profitable, and I want everyone here to become traders. So you're going to learn visually. Yeah, sorry guys. Anyone that sent in the link, it doesn't show. It like YouTube just blocks the link basically. So unfortunately, I can't view them. So sorry about that. What you could do though is go on the Chart Fanatics Discord and go into trade ideas, right? Yeah, and at me R10FX. And what I'm gonna do now, let's go through some of these. Let's have a little look. So, CFD's on gold. Okay, interesting. I think that... I think that this... I don't mind it. I do think we're bullish. So this could... Guys, when you go to the link in the bio, right? Link in the bio. Go to the Chart Fanatics Discord. Scroll down to the trade ideas and send it to me on there. Send me a screenshot. This, I don't mind the look of it, but I feel like New York may push lower and then we can move higher. That's my only thoughts on it. Billy, man like Billy. What pair is this? Doesn't say the pair. I'm assuming that's gold. Yeah, that's what I'd more look like. I think this definitely looks like it. Yeah. Nice. I think that looks good. Shouts to Billy, one of my first students. Come on. Yeah, I like this. So that's a 1 hour fair value gap there. Taking out the London low in New York session. That's what I would like to see. Yeah, and I'd like to take out that level. 1 hour fair value gap. Yeah, nice. Nice. We're reviewing trades right now, guys. One sec. Don't forget to join as well, mind. Free Discord. GU. Oh, nice, man. This looks very nice. I'm assuming there was some sort of liquidity. I can't see what time frame or anything like that right now. So, I mean, it looks like a good trade. I think that's definitely hit and take profit, but that's a very nice trade. Oh, naughty scalp. So are you a swing trader? That is naughty. Naughty. I think that looks like to me. Like, what was the reasoning behind it? Ideally, guys, if you can send it from your computer, then you can annotate it and I can see, but like your reasonings. But it looks really good. US 500. Let's see. You got your order block here. This is on the hourly. Yeah, making high highs and high. Only thing is, you could end up taking this low out, or you could end up taking this low out. That's the only thing that I would look for. Is a high. I would just see that as internal liquidity. This right here, or potentially even this right here. So I would have a lower time frame confirmation on that. Oops. Oh, nice. I think that's a good shout. I think that you've got to be careful for the open, though. I think that the open could be quite aggressive. GBP and pound New Zealand dollar. Yeah. I like it. I think you just got to be careful though, because this, I mean, this looks nice. Once we took this high into this order block, 15-minute, nice. What about the time? 3 o'clock. We do have a lot of liquidity resting over here, and we did break that structure there, so that's not bad. I'm not too sure about re-entering, but I think I would be okay with that. It's quite a long take profit, but the pound should drop. Yeah, I think that should be all right, you know. I'll be honest, I don't even know what I'm looking at right here. I don't know what I'm looking at there, brother. I've got to be honest with you. I apologize. I have not. I just feel like I feel like this is like an 80s retro album cover right now. Like, this looks like a Led Zeppelin type of Metallica type of album cover. You're shorting that there. Your TP, you're selling here. Your TP1's right there. I can't even see the risk to reward or anything. I'll be honest, bro. That is so hard for me to see. I think we should do this like every hour, shouldn't we? We should do a little review on your trades and stuff. Oh wow, that was a really nice trade. Divergence came. It was oversold clearly. Once we broke. Okay, nice, man. That's really nice. That's really nice. What did you take that on, a personal, or what time frame is that on? Oh, the 1 minute call. That's aggressive though. That's very aggressive. Fair play. Very aggressive though. Because spread must have been kind of mad on the gold, no? On the 1 minute trading gold. Let's have a look. EU but closed early. Nice. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. And when did you close there? I'm assuming, yeah. Yeah, we're currently just reviewing people's trades. We will do another giveaway when we hit 150 likes. Funded equity edge, nice. Yeah, nice trade. Oops, shit. Where has it gone? Let's see this. I think that's nice. I don't. What's this on the 3 minute? Oh, that looks good. That looks good to me. I thought this was on the higher time frames. I was going to say, because me with Bitcoin, right, I am bullish up to this high. But other than that, though, I'd be looking for a big sell up here. But this, for me, right now, looks quite good. I really like the idea of that trade. Well done, everyone. No one sent me any losses, which is good. Okay, so you're getting in here, and you're looking to target low. This is EU on the daily time frame. Oh, okay, so you're looking for a big swing. I think that could be quite good, to be honest. Yeah, now that's a lot. It's a lot cleaner now, bro. The chart you sent me, bro. I thought I was tripping out, bro. I thought I was tripping out. I ain't bond a zoot in about 2 weeks, and I was thinking, what's going on here? I think you should clean up that chart, bro. I've got to be honest. My one bit of advice to you is that needs to get, you know, like when you have a messy room and you can't think straight. That's going to be like with your charts. I highly advise removing some stuff, bro. That's a lot. There's a lot going on there. It's like there's even more going on, like different stuff going on here. This, how many indicators is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 indicators. Fair enough, though. Girl, you're so unthinkable. By the way, guys, when you send in your charts, it's always helpful to actually write notes and annotate, because this chart right now, obviously you're asking to review it. All I can see is like, these are low. I don't know if you're targeting this low. Are you targeting this high? Are you targeting this high? Is this, you're looking for it to come up to there? Or are you just marking it out? Like, tell me what you're actually looking for. Because otherwise I can't like tell you about, oh, here we go. Wait. Sorry. Okay, so you're looking at popping down here and then higher. That's still possible. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to react there. I don't know if we're going to react there, but hey, this is what I like to see. Who's this? Bishwas. Clean Bishwas. This is my strat. So clean. Well done. I'm assuming, did you take this with us on the stream? G5 minute, let's target those. Yeah, nice. Come on, gang. Come on. Come on. Shouts to all the 9559 FX members in here as well, by the way. Ended up getting a tat. Look, 9559. I got this when I went full-time trading, when I quit my 9 to 5 and I turned it into a 5 to 9. That's why my group's called 9559 FX. 9 to 5 pays the bills, 5 to 9 builds your empire. All right. And one day, I promise you, you won't say one day. All right. Trust me. My albums, I always said it to myself, time will tell. You know what I'm saying? Head above water, all these things, like, I really spoke this shit into existence. All right. Let's. Still chopping right now. Pound is obviously just a lot more bearish, but we'll do that again in maybe like an hour. We'll do a review of your charts. I'll go through. So everyone send them in. Send in your charts, screenshots of your charts and your trades, whether it's a loss and you want me to analyze how you got better, whether you're just showing your trade you're in now. But I highly advise, guys, show me your losses, man. Like, you've literally got like a one-to-one coach right here. Do you know how insane that is? Like, name me one fucking streamer that is doing this, where you are able to send in your charts and ask how you could potentially improve. You're going to be paying thousands and thousands of pounds for this. All right. Like, make the most of it and stop. Don't just brag. All right. Don't just brag, guys. Okay. That's my biggest advice to you, is don't just brag. Be honest, be transparent. Okay. Still just waiting. We're just cooling off. Everyone, make sure you send in your charts into the chat, because we'll do that again in maybe about an hour. We will do that again. But right now, what I'm looking at anyway, I was looking for shorts today. I'm happy to go break even on this, because I don't think that we're just going to be bullish today. But I don't expect us to necessarily. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 very bearish days. Today's pushed up. I do see us popping down lower, but I'm just concerned that, like, maybe we just chill. Like, I'm looking for price to come down here, but to get an expansion that much, I'm not too sure right now. I mean, I'm banking on it, but you know what I'm saying? EU and GU, like, GU looks a lot like it's going to come lower, but gold, I think gold pushes higher right now. Again, something like this. That's what I'd look for. Oops, shit. What am I doing? Yo, Gurav, what's going on? Do you always take your trades live? Most of them. If you're not even watching, I'm not sure what you mean, bro. Where can I learn your strategy? Head to my Instagram. But I do it on here all the time. Nobody will ever get rich off signals. Exactly. Exactly. Where are we from in the world right now, guys? Let me know. Let me know. I've got a very busy night ahead. It's getting later. I've got such a busy night. Sunny but cold in South Africa. India rainy. It is nice weather in Thailand right now, actually. Nice weather in Thailand right now. Yeah, we're not really doing too much right now. It's just really chilling out. I think we're going to be waiting till New York session. I definitely think that Euro is probably going to chill out as well. I thought maybe it would be too good to be true to get like 1, 2, 3 drives down on the Euro. Obviously, we had a really nice one on the pound, and today we could have caught one on the pound, but it's just a little bit. I mean, we even caught it on Friday. Friday we caught this. Tuesday we caught this. Tuesday we caught I'm actually on like a 1, 2, 3, 4 win streak right now, which is quite good for me. Usually it's like I have a 3 win streak, a loss, 3, maybe a 3. Like depends. My win rate only needs to be 35%, and I've had a really good month. You know what I'm saying? What's everyone's average win rate here? Does everyone know the actual average win rate over like a year or however long they've been trading? Let me know in the chat. What's your average win rate? I'm just showing you how I would journal right now. And then what I do is I would go back and I'd be like, okay, where's the Monday? Oops. Oh, shit. What have I done? Shit. What have I done? Ah. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? How do I get back to it? Oh, yeah, I can do it. What have I done? What have I done here, guys? One sec. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Literally 1 second. Just got to reopen it up again. There we go. And then the daily on the dollar was like, what do you like this? This is how I'm marking up my journal. I'm just showing you. Oops. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah. And then it was this also. Journaling does not take long, guys. This is literally it. Respect to the order block. This is all it takes, guys. 5 minutes, all right? All right. This is just how I'm just showing you real quick how I would enter. All right. See what this is saying right now. Could push high. We've respected this 15-minute. Just kind of consolidated after that, though. Let's see if EU still moving lower, which is looking really nice. Hopefully we can get a little bit more volume right now because we have just chilled out for a while. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. The chart isn't visible. Bear with. All right. Are we back? Sorry, guys. I was literally just chatting shit and the fucking chart wasn't there. Anyway, I was just showing you how I journal, but it's done now. It should be back now, guys. Is it back? Good. Yeah, we're still getting not that much, just right about now. Daily still looks good on here. Do you still think there's a chance we could get stopped at break even? But let's see what the. I'd be break even on this. This is what we're looking at. Got these two right now. EU shorts, NAS longs. All right, guys. I'm gonna quickly take a quick break for just 15 minutes, real quick. I need to have a water. I just need to hydrate. Yeah, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be doing another giveaway as soon as we come back. So in about 20 minutes, I'm gonna be back. And yeah, guys, I will literally be with you soon. Don't worry, we're gonna do more giveaways, and hopefully the session picks up a little bit. So yeah. And we've also got a New York stream in 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now, exactly. So the 122 likes was the giveaway. 150 likes. As soon as we come back, we will do another giveaway, guys. As soon as we come back. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Okay. We're still in these trades right now. We're still pending, cleaning up on the week. I just really need to get a drink and whatnot and stuff. So yeah. All right, guys. We'll be back in 20 minutes. I will see you very shortly. Okay. Yo, my people, we are back. All right, just had to quickly get a little drink and a snack, and we are back. In the cut, we have Imre coming from Market AI in roughly about 30 minutes as well, which is amazing. And the market, to be honest with you, that's why I thought I'd quickly run and take a break, because the market is just really chilling out. I'm break even on the NASDAQ longs because New York is about to come in. Not trying to play a part in anything else at the moment with that. And also on EU, we are just currently consolidating at the moment. I would love to see a further push down. That's what I am anticipating. That's what I'm looking for. The 4 hour actually looks pretty good. I just don't want it to be et up like this. I do want to see a push down to hit our take profit, basically. Like, really, that's just kind of what I'm after. But yes, my people, we are back. Let's smash up the likes in the chat on the video. But yeah, my peoples, we are back. We are back. All right. So yeah, as I said, there's nothing really right now that I am looking at in terms of entry. Wow. Big wick on German 30 on the DAX. Could even get a little reversal, but I think it's fairly bullish at the moment. We've tapped into this daily fair value gap right here. I missed the long. Obviously, my students got in on this. I actually missed it. I was in the EU shorts. But yeah, it's all gravy. Yeah, so just currently chopping. Bitcoin right now is still doing what we're expecting it to do. A little bit of a pullback, but we come into this 4 hour, and I do think that maybe we could push to the upside now. It does look good. I think we could just push further to the upside. So let's have a look at that. Gold. Gold is just moving. I still would like to see this move. Maybe New York could just drive us down a little bit lower and then pop up. That would be quite nice. But I think gold is coming for this high. That is my target, to be completely honest with you. So that's just basically what I'm looking for. Got a short going on German 40 after it grabbed the 2566 liquidity. Let's just have a quick look. 2566. Oh, German 40. 1 sec. 25226. 25226. Oh yeah, this liquidity here. Yeah, nice, man. Nice. Really nice. I'm not sure if we'll push up again. It's quite a big reaction, but this was really nice in the morning. This was really, really clean in the morning there. If I was ready for that, I would have taken it, but I actually wasn't looking at it. See if we could. Oh, yeah. NQ looks good on the 4 hour for support. NQ looks good. I mean, this was what I was looking at initially. I don't really trade support and resistance. Maybe we get one more push lower. I do think on the daily time frame, this was initially my point of interest to look for sells from, but I didn't get an entry yesterday. So we're just chilling at the moment. Yes, that's what we're looking at the moment. You know what I'm saying? GBP, JPY, let's have a little look. We are in this fair value gap. It's quite bare. Look out, like, that's the thing, right? Like, JPY is just so super duper duper bearish. US. Hmm. Hmm. This was what I was looking at on the weekly time frame on Euro GBP here. This weekly fair value gap, and once we've tapped into that, we have moved to the upside, and we have actually does look like we could potentially come up to this fair value gap all the way up here. You know what I'm saying? So caught all of the tail end of that, but thank you. Come on, come on. Yeah, gold does look like it could come higher, but if the dollar's so bullish, I don't know. This is still the idea. I think New York could be quite interesting. 25 minutes and we'll be speaking to Market AI, so we'll get their thoughts on everything as well, which is really, really good. Pound has dropped still. Looks like we're going to come lower. Euro. I mean, it still looks good. Like, this still looks good to me. It's just not much movement at the moment. So I'd be happy to go break even on this. Very, like, we've just kind of chopped today. There's not really been much movement on here, especially compared to yesterday. I mean, if we look at, I don't use this that much, but let's get a couple indicators going on here. Let's have a little look. So this is an indicator that I actually use a little bit. It's a session volume profile. This can show you where volume has been during the day, where it spent the most amount of time. So here you can see, you know, we had a big push down and we have the value area low, which is this unshaded box basically here. And the dark shaded box is where a lot of stuff happens. And this is the point of control where the main part of the day is. Here you can see that it's been very slow. So we're very bearish because we closed below the value area low. But yes, we need to just see. So that's something that I am bearing in mind. Maybe if we could push up higher, then maybe we could get a short. But something's telling me that today we're not going to get too much. We had our news today, 24th. So on Friday, we actually have some big news on the pound. Tomorrow, I think we have the ECB. Is it tomorrow? ECB press conference and interest rate decision. That's going to be very, very important. And consumer confidence as well. So let's see. Looks nice. Where you at, bro? I am in Thailand. I'm in Thailand. Where is everyone from? Where is everyone from in the world? I know that there was a lot of people in the early London session that was from, we had like Bosnia and Herzegovina, we had Australia, we had a bunch of places. But yeah. Still waiting. I've got a feeling we're going to get stopped to break even on here. So we are from Norway, Romania, the States. Peru. Wow. UAE. Incredible. Pakistan. Have we got anyone from London inside? That's where I'm from. London, but I live in Thailand right now. Do you know what? Coke Vanilla is amazing. Like, I rarely drink Coke, but since I've been in this villa, they just keep giving me loads, and I shouldn't be drinking it, but I was drinking it. It's like this mango is making me feel like I'm healthy. I love Thailand. I love Thailand. I wish there was more Westerners out here, though. I feel like there's not as many nomads as like Bali and stuff. Oh, that's my chart dropped off. One sec. One sec. All right, let me see if it's come back. All right, we back, yeah. Good. Good. Yeah, it does look like we'll get stopped at break even on this, but that's fine. Can't really see us going higher, though. So my stop is calm, because like I just don't really see us coming up all the way here and then pushing back down. So my boy is out at the moment, and he's an animal in Thailand. They've got like animal cafes and stuff. He's currently with a meerkat. My phone screen is so dead. I could smash my screen. I've got a fake screen. He's in with like turtles and that, tortoises or whatever. And now he's feeding ducks. Just. But yeah, we're still just waiting. What's the dollar doing right now? Dollar's just consolidating. I mean, we have had a couple big days, so like expansion. I wouldn't mind seeing this pop down here into maybe this region and then coming higher, and this could be some internal liquidity. But I would rather us just move higher, because that means that we would hit take profit. Like, this would also match up with this point of control that I was just mentioning as well. Which I don't use it much, but like it is an important key level. Animal cafe, that is a culture shock. Yeah, and there's loads of animal cafes, and they actually take really good care of the animals as well. Obviously, I can imagine not all of them, but like, do you think I can live solely from full-time trading in Thailand? I currently have 60k funded. On 60, I think it's whatever you deem is doable. But I would say that, like, for me, like, not for me, but like I would say as a bare minimum, it depends how you live, man. It depends how you live. Like, some people live out here on 1k a month, you know, like you could live in Chiang Mai and you could pay £200 a month for rent, you know, and you buy local food and stuff, and yeah, you could get by on £800 a month, like literally. But I usually live in Bangkok. It really depends. Really depends. Personally, I would say if you can say that you can make £1,500 a month, then you can live full time out in Asia. That's what I recommend. But I think Asia is the best place I've ever lived in my entire life. Like, I will always live in Asia, whether it's Thailand, Bali, Singapore. Not Singapore, sorry. Sorry, why I said Singapore. I'm Singaporean. I didn't really like Singapore. I thought it was a bit boring. Like, Thailand's good, yeah. Thailand's good, but it's just not as there's so much stuff to do, which is amazing, but there's not as many nomads out here. So it's not as easy to socialize and make friends. Whereas in Bali, like, everyone's on the same thing, you know. But I don't like Bali as much, just in terms of like the cleanliness, just the cleanliness, Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I was supposed to go there at some point. Still might, but I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, this is why we went break even on this anyway. But I've been looking to short from this fair value gap. That's what I've been. I do think we could just push down maybe a little bit more, but we do have like a lot of earnings like coming out tomorrow, I believe, or at the end of today. So maybe this could be the sweep that we're looking for today to continue higher if you're bullish. I just think that the downwards momentum is a bit much. Like this is a consolidation higher, I believe. What is the name of that volume indicator that you are using? It's called Session Volume Profile. And you've got value area high, value area low, and the point of control. Those are the key things. If your day closes above the value area high or below the value area low, it means that there is a lot of momentum to the downside or upside usually. But what you're then basically looking for is if, for example, we've closed above here at the end of the day, you can kind of look at maybe the value area low of yesterday and be like, maybe this could be like almost like a resistance level. Does it match up with anything else? Does it match up with session sweep? That's why you could have extra confluence to maybe go higher. And when you're consolidating like this, you'll probably notice that like we've just kind of like, you can see these are all just in a range, like they're all quite close to each other. We close really low here, then you can assume maybe we're going to pop down as well. So I don't really use it that much, to be honest with you. That's how, when I started trading, I did use this a lot, but I don't really use it that much anymore, personally. Want to see you go on holiday in Pakistan. I think you'd love it. There's a high chance I will be going to Pakistan this year. I would say there is a 50% chance that I'll be going to Pakistan this year. I can't tell you exactly why, but it's mad. I'm definitely going to be traveling this year, I think. More. My mate took a video of me when I was streaming, but like from behind the screen, I've just got like food and stuff from this morning, drink cans and stuff, and he's put it up in like Artan streaming, and I'm like, yeah, but you've done it from the wrong side. It looks like an absolute shithole. You guys are looking at it looks quite clean and nice, but that side looks like an absolute shithole. So it's just quite funny. It's like a behind the scenes, and it's like, this guy's a fucking mess, mate. Let's see what's going on right now. I'm assuming, if the pound's doing that, euro's probably, yeah. If you need a translator, let me know. I will. Where in Pakistan are you? Because I will probably be going to Karachi. But I think everyone speaks English there, so I should be all right. I can't tell you why, but I can give you a hint. I can give you a hint why I'm going. And it's for music. It's not confirmed yet, though. But it's a big... I've got a collab with some big rappers in Pakistan. Maybe even, I'd probably say they're the biggest rappers in Pakistan. I'm just waiting on confirmation at the moment. German 30s pull back. Maybe we continue higher, man. I don't really know. I wouldn't buy or sell here because we've taken all this liquidity into this fair value gap. The buy here was the one today. This was the buy today. Bitcoin kind of sold off, but like I do think we push higher on BTC now. Only up to this high though. Only up to this high up here. Why is it deleted all my charts? What's going on, boys? I'm in the UK, but my dad's side of the family's from Karachi. Don't want to do nothing with them, no. Oh, fair enough, bro. All right, guys. Shall we do a... Is it time for a giveaway? And guys, in 10 minutes, we've got Imre coming from Market AI, which is going to be amazing. He's going to talk through the market, everything, and yeah, man, run through just his opinion on the charts, which is really good. I know, guys, I've been talking about myself for a while, what I'm looking at and everything, but it'd be great. It's so good to hear from other people what their thoughts are as well. I just don't know if I just don't know if I could look for a short here right now. I think that I'd just be careful. If anything, I'd even look for this low to go before I look for shorts. I don't know. I'd have to wait. I'm going to wait and see how today closes on German 30 or German 40 DAX, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'd really need to see how he closes because we're near all-time highs as well, man. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty, everything. I'm not too sure. Gold looks like it's still pushing higher. Yeah. Oh, it's chopping, which is good because you know our idea, right? The idea is like, this is for me anyway. That's what I'm looking for gold. Just a slow market at the moment, guys. Slow market at the moment. That's why it's good. We can lock in, we can learn. You know what I'm saying? Which is amazing. What pairs are we looking at? What pairs are we looking at today, guys? Obviously, we were looking at Euro USD and whatnot. Still in this short. Probably going to be I'm break even at the moment. I actually haven't moved my stop to break even yet, but I probably will soon. These are the trades for the last few days, which is we did actually get a break even on a gold sell from the other day. I was break even here. This was the sell that I got into. Where was it? It was like something like this, but we went break even on it. And then we've had 3R on EU on Monday. We then had 2.6R. It was 2.7 actually. I had a slightly tighter stop. 2.7 yesterday. We're in this right now. Just literally just same shit over and over again. We had a Friday 3R and a Tuesday 3R. Like this has been just FYI, guys. Please don't expect this like every day or every week. Like this is just. It's mainly me just going off of bullish dollar momentum. Like it was all from here. It was all from here. You know. So yeah, like we are on a crazy win streak right now, which I'm very, very, very grateful for. Because they kind of owe me because April and May, I had probably one of the worst April and Mays that I've had. Like those were the worst months that I've had in a long while. Probably in like a year and a half, April and May was terrible. And before that, it was really good. So it's like not only are the markets like very, very volatile, my P&L was quite volatile from this year. But it's still doing very well. But those 2 months was like, damn, son, like what's going on? And then now we're getting paid back, which is amazing. quite new to trading. Seems like a lot of people love fair value gaps. Yeah, I mean, you got to see what works for you. But like for me, I use fair value. I actually got like almost addicted to fair value gaps when I was learning this kind of strategy. And you can't don't just think that just because there's a fair value gap, it means that like you've got to use it. You have to look at the higher time frame context. You've got to look at some fundamentals. You know, I mean, like it depends on what works for you. Some people like only do fundamentals and then have a small bit of technical. Some people only have technicals and don't use fundamentals. Some people use them together, like myself. What works for you. And if you don't believe in fair value gaps, you don't understand the purpose of them, you don't know how to use them, it can be quite tricky. And when I started, I was looking at daily fair value gaps, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute. And it's like, it's just too much noise. Like just because you understand a terminology such as an order block or a fair value gap or something, doesn't mean that it necessarily is going to work for you. It just means like that's a certain key level that you can use and move. Like for me, I use fair value gaps for confirmation of a higher time frame key level. So for example, here I might look for a short, here I might look for a short, here I might look for a buy, but I can only do that with, for example, here we had a liquidity sweep, break of structure, fair value gap, internal liquidity, boom, I'm willing to take a buy here. Here, big down move, the dollar's bullish, I'm looking at this fair value gap to potentially short from, I get my confirmation, I then short. I'm not looking on the 1 minute time frame going, oh, there's a fair value gap here, there. But what I will do is, for example, like this morning, the reason why I'm in the trade is we consolidated up, and then in London Open, we took liquidity to the left, broke structure to the downside here. So in my mind, I'm not thinking about a fair value gap right now. I'm not even thinking about fair value gap. But then we've left the fair value gap as we push down, which to me is like, okay, we're quite aggressive to the downside. Like there was displacement, there was an imbalance in the market of sellers versus buyers. So I'm going, okay, and that happened after we took liquidity. I'm willing to take the trade. Does that make sense? Like some people only take trades, for example, when there is a fair value gap present in their entry model. But you have to figure out what works for you. It's not going to work for everyone. Okay, it's not going to work for everyone. Like when I say not going to work for everyone, I just mean as in like you've got to find what works for you. Some people like trading gold. Some people like trading Bitcoin. Some people try trading Euro USD. Some the NASDAQ. Like you would almost think, okay, well, if it works for this person and I learn it, it should work for me. It's a very individual game. The best way I can describe it, right, is in trading, you got to look at it like you are trying to become a pro football player. Okay. Let's just say that today I decided to become a pro football player and I'm learning how to strike, how to defend, how to, cross the ball, how to save a goal, whatever. You can't play every position. You need to understand if I'm 6'5" and I'm fairly slow, but I'm big and I'm good at muscling players, am I going to be a winger? No, I'm not. Let's be honest. Am I going to be a left back or a right back? No, I'm not. Really, I should be a centre back. Or maybe I could be a goalie. I got to play to my strengths here. What do I think I'm good at? What do I feel good? You got to play your position and understand where you play your position in the market. Here, I don't want to be on the 1 minute scalping and then doing a reversal and then trade in Asia and then trade in London. You find out through trial and error what makes sense to you. What do you feel comfortable with doing? And then after that, can you then decide, okay, there's certain things in trading where if your friend asks you, how's trading going? Tell me like exactly something that you genuinely believe in. For me, I look at session sweeps as liquidity as like one of the best forms of like reversals. You can see it here, right? London session sweep, pullback, break of structure. London session sweep, break of structure, pullback, London session sweep. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I believe in my entry model. I also believe in the daily time frame. I believe in my candle closes, wicks, manipulations, whatever it may be. I really believe in that. And you've got to find something that you've spent enough time doing or you collected data on that allows you to go, do you know what? I can't not live without it, but I can't not use these aspects of my strategy. Even if you change other little bits to make it better, or you cut out certain little bits, you got to have a foundation to be like, no, there's something in here that I really stand by. And don't go off vibe, okay? Don't go off vibe. Go off your data and what really works, okay? All right, guys. Just before we get Imre on from Market AI. We're going to do a quick giveaway. Let's do the giveaway right now. So, guys, let us go into the Discord. Can we get some W's in the chat for the stream today already? We've got 1 hour left that I'll be here. But don't forget, jump into the Discord right now and go to the giveaway section and then click the little blue button. Boop, and then you will be entered in the giveaway. Lovely jubbly. All right. Yes. Jesus. Is it Jesus or Jesus Leon? I don't know. I say Jesus just because Gabriel Jesus, who plays for Arsenal and Brazil, I call it Jesus. So I don't know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Yes, Lucian. Yes, Matt. Yes, Thorsten. What is going on? Don't forget to follow me on Instagram, guys, at artan.fx as well. So enter the competition. I just saw a few people dropped off, so you must have gone to the Discord. Because if you didn't go to the Discord and you've gone somewhere else, then you're a donut. Because we have got a lovely hour coming up. So we're about to bring on Imre from Market AI. I know I can see everyone joining the competition, but it's going to be an amazing hour. I'm going to let him do his introduction because I've been waffling for about 4 hours already. So, yeah, Imre, welcome to the stream.
Here.
Oh, I can't actually hear you just right this second. One sec. Is it me? 2 secs.
Let's see. Is that on my end?
Yes, we got you. We got you.
All right, brilliant. Awesome to be here. What is up, guys?
No, thank you for joining. If you don't mind just introducing yourself a little bit to the crew. Everyone's getting excited for New York session. We had a good London session. We've had a great week this week, so it'd be great to just I mean, everyone knows about Market AI already, but it'd be great to just hear about you and what you do.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys. Awesome to be here. So my name is Imre, here with Market AI. A little bit about my trading background. So I've been trading professionally for coming up on just over 11 years now. I think just around 11 years. And when I say professionally, I mean working on the institutional side. So I started off trading, like at home, self-taught retail trader, just as many people start off their trading journeys. And then from there, I was able to transition into trading with a real proprietary trading firm. Like we didn't have the Apexes, the Alpha Futures, the Top Steps of the world when I started out. It would have been awesome if we did, but I managed to get a job with a real money prop trading firm. That's where I really started to learn how to trade professionally, sitting on the desk next to actual killers. And from there, I actually became, responsible for performance development and training at the firm. So it was partly my responsibility on my shoulders to make sure that I could get our traders up to standard and to keep them there. Now, this is where my story gets really interesting. After a few years at the prop firm, I was recruited by a Wall Street legend named Andy Krieger. And Andy is best known for a $300 million profit trade. Now, that was money from like decades ago. So I actually did the math. In today's dollars, he would have made $1 billion roughly, on that one single trade when he crashed the New Zealand dollar. So an absolute Forex legend. And I was recruited by him personally to work with him and his hedge fund. And I've been trading alongside Andy, ever since. It's been many years now. And I'm now starting to dip my toes into more of the content game. I'm awful at social media. I know nothing about how to go viral or anything like that, but I do love sharing my experience. I love sharing, some of the war stories and the things that I've been through. So I'm here hopefully trying to provide you guys with what the institutional perspective on trading looks like and how retail can actually compete, and where retail can't compete, because to be honest, it's not an even playing field. So if you're trying to compete, where you don't have an actual advantage as a retail trader, you can't expect to get those consistent wins and build any kind of long-term longevity in this business. However, if you compete where retail actually does have a bit of an advantage, that's where you can see an amazing career for yourself kind of blossom and sustain you hopefully for decades and decades to come.
Yeah, amazing. No, thank you. That was an amazing introduction. I mean, the first off the bat, right, as someone that has worked with prop firms, institutional firms and stuff, I think a lot of people want to know, right, when you're in the institute, do they look at retail traders like, damn man, you're playing a straight up losing game here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what would you
Yeah.
say is like the biggest significant, like the biggest difference? Is it like the data that they have? Is it the skill that they have? Is it the, like, I know it's probably all the whole shebang, but like, what is for you, like if you were to, you know, like you are helping retail traders, what would you say is the biggest significant difference that separates, you know, someone trading like me trading at home on my laptop on TradingView versus someone that's actually in the office, has market analysts and everything like that?
So the biggest difference really comes down to the fact that first off, institutions are not, you can't put them all in a bucket. Like there's many different types of institutional entities, and they all have different motivations and reasons for being in the market. You know, there are institutions out there who are looking to just generate absolute returns from the market. So they're trying to make as much money as possible. But that's not necessarily the goal for every institution out there, and therefore not for every institutional trader. But the one thing that all institutional traders and trading desks and operations understand is what the market actually is. And I don't think retail traders have any clue about what the market actually is. And it's not their fault. There is no way you can know this unless you did work on the professional side of the industry. So, you know, the obvious question then is, what is the market? From the day trader's perspective, you know, from the retail trader's perspective, we care about whether the market goes to price X before it goes to price Y. It's a very directional, two-dimensional view of the market. We want the market to hit target before it hits stop. And the problem with looking at the market that way is that that's not how institutional traders and trading desks understand the market in the first place. The market is nothing more or less than a large auction or a large negotiation between buyers and sellers. And, you know, if you're looking at various markets, especially in FX, you know, I have so much experience trading FX, and as a retail trader, you know, this is not to rain on any FX traders parade here, but FX is probably the worst market for retail traders to be focusing on consistently. FX typically has moments in time where it explodes and it's an amazing market to trade, but by and large, you know, the opportunity in FX for retail is relatively limited compared to other markets. Well, why is that?
Is that because it's less volatile than the others and it's more of a consolidation market, or?
Yeah, exactly. And why does the market in FX, and when I'm talking FX, I'm talking about the majors primarily. Like, why do we tend to see a little bit more what I would call balance on a regular day-to-day basis? And the answer is pretty simple. We're talking, like, let's say euro dollar. We're talking about two of the most important currencies in the entire world. Right? If euro dollar was moving around like SpaceX does day to day, you know, like, what would happen to the world economy? We wouldn't be able to have like any reasonable trade. It would completely mess up the entire global economy. And that's where the fundamental side comes in, which we're going to get into for sure. But my point is, there is incentive in terms of the largest traders in euro dollar for the market not to have these crazy, unpredictable, wild swings and trends. But what, as retail traders, do we want? We want strong directional moves. We want that strong volatility. You know, so the incentives are just misaligned. You know, what retail wants and what institutions want are oftentimes completely at polar opposites and at odds with one another.
So would you say then, obviously we'll get onto the charts and your analysis, everything in a second, but just final question on that is, would you say then that the more volatile, the better? Because, you know, it's, sometimes people say gold's too volatile, you shouldn't be trading it, like it's too, like, oh, I lose too much money on gold or the NASDAQ, I need something that's a little bit calmer like EU. But is that not like, maybe like, oh, okay, well, if I'm a day trader and I like support and resistance, then maybe trading Euro GBP is actually a really good asset for me, versus if I'm looking to, you know, get in a trade and potentially hold it, and let's say I only look for buys on the NASDAQ, for example, maybe the NASDAQ is like one of the best things for me, or German 30 or gold or whatever it may be. But like, well, yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
So like, if you take the trading psychology side out of it for a moment, and we focus just purely on the math of trading, you know, as a day trader, as a retail trader, you know, the best measure of figuring out how much opportunity there is really the volatility. So if you're trading something that has a very low average daily range, and there's a fantastic indicator for this. It's called the ATR, stands for average true range, and it shows you the average range over a specific look back period. And the bottom line is that if market A moves, just I'm making these numbers up, 5% a day versus asset B moves 0.5% a day, by definition, there's going to be more opportunity in asset A or in market A. So now the other side of that is, okay, well, where there's more volatility, there's also more risk, right? Those two things go hand in hand. And that's where the skill issue of trading starts to become really, really clear. All things being equal, if you have the skill, the ability, the knowledge, the process, then trading the more volatile asset is going to increase your potential earning ability, right? There's no question about that. That's just a mathematical certainty. So what it comes down to really is having a process in place. And this is where, the question of edge comes up. I don't think most retail traders truly have an edge that they're able to identify and able to express regularly, day in, day out. Again, it's not the fault on the retail side. It's again just not understanding that when you're trading, what you want and what the biggest players in the market want are probably going to be at complete odds with one another. So who do you think is going to win? Whereas if you understand the incentives and also the constraints of those largest players, now you can start aligning yourself with them a little bit more closely, and that's where the advantage that retail has really starts becoming clear. If, for instance, FX is a little bit different just because the market is so liquid. But if we're talking slightly less liquid markets, the amount of time it can take an institutional entity to fully put on a position and then how they manage that position over time is going to be very different from what retail can do, which is pretty much instantly get in and out with very minimal slippage. Right. So that right there is a tremendous advantage because there are going to be those moments in time where you're going to see bursts of volatility. And the key for retail is being able to identify those moments in time.
Okay, amazing. Well, final question, and we'll jump on the charts in a second. Is if you had to pick, I'm an FX trader that's moving kind of a little bit more into futures and whatnot. So what are you telling me to trade? Like, if you had to pick, you're like, listen, mate, you're making the shift. What are you saying? What's your advice? Don't worry, I won't invoice you if I start losing money.
Yeah, I'd say it comes down to the time zone that you're trading in as well. So that will definitely play an important role. I think that if you want to look to see where the opportunity is, where the volatility is, to me, the volatility is typically cyclical. So I wouldn't say you always want to be trading ES or you always want to be trading NQ or you always want to be trading gold. I would say what you want to do is you want to understand the fundamental narrative, because how I think of the market, and when I say market, I'm talking about all global markets as a whole. When I think about the market, the way I like to think of it is that it's kind of like our planet, and you have different countries, which are different markets, and then what connects all those countries together is the water that surrounds our planet, right? So we have the oceans, we have rivers, and we have currents, and instead of water in those bodies, what I think of is capital, it's liquidity, it's money. And that money is always flowing. It's always flowing into one place, out of another place. So my general best advice for traders is if you can understand where the money is flowing, and that's where the fundamentals combined with the technicals play such an important role in my process. If you can follow the money, you can always follow that volatility as it's moving into something and out of something. A lot of FX traders, for example, like, hey, if you take a look at the Turkish lira, if all you did was short Turkish lira pretty much every single day going back, I don't even know how many years, you would be on an absolute ripper. And same thing if you want to be looking at capital markets in India. If you wanted to look at Bank Nifty, for instance, or if you wanted to look at the rupee, geez, like that was the market to trade if I was in that time zone, if I had access to those markets. That's where I would be most active. If I'm in North America, I'm probably looking at North American index futures primarily. It's primarily the ESs, the NQs, the YMs of the world, that kind of thing.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. Amazing. Well, it'd be great to hear. Obviously, I've spoken quite about my theories today on the markets and stuff. It'd be great to hear, and I'm sure everyone would love to hear your thoughts on the markets at the moment and exactly what you spoke about, the narratives behind everything, and how maybe some of some of the viewers can capitalize on the markets at the moment. So yeah, if you don't mind and sharing his screen, that'd be great.
Yeah, can you guys see my screen? Should be. I see it up on the share side of my
Will
end.
be literally 2 seconds. It will be.
Right.
And it should be any second now. Yeah, it should be on now. Yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, the first thing when it comes to fundamentals that I want to start thinking about and taking into consideration is this: monetary policy. So, it sounds like a mouthful. What does that actually mean? What it means is what central banks around the world are doing in terms of either making access to liquidity easier or a little bit more restrictive. Now, I'm not going to get into the subtle differences between, say, the Bank of England and the Fed here in the US and in terms of what each of those central banks are responsible for versus not responsible for. But one thing that pretty much all these major central banks around the world have in common is that they help steer monetary policy. So if they're raising rates, that is going to be a more restrictive environment. If they're lowering rates, it's going to be more dovish, it's going to be more accommodating. So in other words, when central banks are in a hawkish or restrictive kind of regime, it's going to make access to capital more difficult. It's going to increase borrowing costs. And what does that do? Typically, that's meant to start cooling down what was an overheating economy, for example. So if you're raising rates, you're making it more difficult to borrow money. You're increasing the borrowing costs on money. So what does that mean? It means typically that companies will start borrowing less, which means less investment, less expansion of businesses, less hiring. So you can see how this is going to have trickle effects throughout the entire economy on everything from employment to the price of goods that you pay at the supermarket and so on. So the most interesting thing, and by the way, when we're talking about FX, the most interesting times to be trading FX is when there is a big divergence in terms of monetary policy between major central banks. Right. So going back to the most obvious example, which is like 2008 or COVID, what happened in the wake of COVID and 08 in the global financial crisis is that central banks went to a tried and true playbook. I mean, 08 was really the guinea pig. I think COVID was like version 2.0, but on all the steroids. And central banks around the world just moved interest rates to basically 0%. So there's this acronym, it's called ZIRP, zero interest rate policy. And when you have ZIRP, what happens is basically makes it very easy to get your hands on money. And when it makes it very easy to get your hands on money, and all major currencies have very low comparable interest rates, the movement in FX is going to dry up. So I would say in 2020, 2021, FX, not necessarily the best market to be trading. But what happened in 2022? Inflation started to rear its head, and we got central banks needing to raise rates to get ahead of it. And in that moment in time, what we saw was a divergence as some central banks had to hike their rates further and faster than others. So we're kind of coming into that regime right now. And I'm just going to go down as we go down to this view here on central banks. We're kind of entering an environment now where we're on the cusp, where a lot of central banks are starting to either make a shift from a dovish to neutral stance to possibly neutral to hawkish. So you can see here, we're looking at the Fed, current stance, neutral to hawkish. And you can see here on this line graph what the path of monetary policy has looked like, right? So we can see like pretty much 0%. That was COVID. 2022, rates went up. Now they've kind of moderated. And now we're seeing that inflation is persistently sticky. We're looking for a rate hike in September. And then we're just going to do the same thing with the ECB. And you can see how the curve on the ECB's monetary policy and interest rates is very close to what the Fed has done. And it's very close to what the Bank of England has done. And it's going to be very different from what the Bank of Japan has done. So everybody's looking at dollar yen, and we can talk about dollar yen in a minute. But dollar yen, I think, is going to be a very, very interesting currency pair to be trading in the relatively short term. Look at the RBA, very different from the Fed. Look at the RBNZ, very more similar, I guess, to the Fed, but a little bit more steep in terms of where the rates drop to. Bank of Canada, similar shape to the Fed, but a little bit more accommodative. And when we look at these major central banks, if you do want to be an FX trader, guess which currencies I want to trade? I want to trade the currencies with the biggest differential in terms of their interest rates. right? So the mechanical reason, the fundamental reason why dollar yen has been surging and the yen has been so weak on a relatively global basis is this. The yen has been very cheap to borrow. The BOJ has kept rates near rock bottom levels. And the fact that it's gone up to 1% is quote unquote a big deal. That's a big decision on the BOJ's part. But relative to rates in the US, relative to rates in Europe, that's very, very low. So what does that mean? It means that people want to borrow in yen and then reinvest that money elsewhere, right? So the yen has become a funding currency. Now that is an opportunity for retail to take advantage of, because people want to basically borrow the yen and then reinvest that into somewhere else. So again, that global flow of money is moving out of the yen and then into something else, right? Making just on a fundamental basis that trade so much easier to look at. Now we're going to take a look. I think we're going to take a look at gold for a moment here, because we have so many people here who I'm sure trade gold. And I want to know in the chat, like I've got the chat up, boys and girls. If there's some market that you want to look at, if you have any questions about some of this stuff, let me know. And I want to make this as accessible as possible, right? And that's kind of the challenge on my end, is taking these concepts which are super important at a high finance level and then trying to make them as simple and actionable to understand as possible. But so we've got gold, and bro, I heard you talking like about the dollar being strong and like why that might be a reason to hold off on buying gold. And I think that's a very, very good point. You look at the correlation, between gold and the dollar. Historically, for most of the time, they are slightly divergent. So right now, what are we seeing? We're seeing like strong gold and strong dollar.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it, in my opinion, a fairly difficult trade at the moment, right? From a fundamental perspective. And as I'm getting ready for the trading day, as I'm getting ready for the trading session, of course, the other thing that I want to start taking a look at is what's on the economic calendar. So if I want to be a gold trader today, I need to be aware of what's on the economic calendar. And this is where on the market terminal, I think we have a huge advantage in the marketplace. Like this is one of the places where we set ourselves absolutely apart. Our economic calendar doesn't look like anybody else's. This is not your father's Forex factory, right? What sets us apart is not just that we have the actual and the forecasted expectation, but we have what's called the minimum and maximum range. Now, today, unfortunately, we don't have a high impact news event, and I'll explain the why I wish we did in a moment. But if I was to take a look, for instance, at let's see, we can take a look at perhaps the interest rate decision here, and if we take a look at that interest rate decision and I click on the AI button here, it's going to show and give me a playbook for where that interest rate reading is going to come in, or based on where that interest rate reading is going to come in, what that means for the market I want to trade. So if I'm looking at the dollar, if we have something coming in near the max end of that range, 3.625, on Wednesday, the 29th, that's going to give us a very, very bullish response in the dollar. Whereas if we're below, and you can see, obviously, this is a very tight range. Like it's the range is going to be, it is what it is. We know that there's not going to be a change in the rate in July, but you can take this for any economic data point, any data event. And if the number comes in the minimum side of the reading, we're going to get a very bearish range for that asset as well. See if I can find a better example. Should have picked something where we might have a little bit more variability. Okay, here we go. Durable goods forecast in 5 days. We can see that if we get something within the expectation of the market, we're going to get a ranging type of price action, right? Whereas if we have something that's far above, we're going to get a very bullish response in the dollar, far below a very bearish response. So I say unfortunately, because that we don't have a high impact news event today, is because those are volatility catalysts. I don't care what the actual number is. What I care is what the number is relative to, the expectations of the market. And then I combine that with the location of where we are technically, and that starts giving me a picture in terms of how I can trade, right? So with gold, for example, and just go back to gold here. If I'm looking at gold, and we can see on the chart here, that our forecast is bullish, both on a swing basis and on a day trading basis. We've got a target level at 41.75. We have support lower at 40.85. And we have a fundamental news event that comes in a little bit below expectations or above expectations, which means it's good for the dollar, bad for gold, let's say, and we get a pullback into that support zone, what we know is that that's kind of that area where we can look for that initial movement from the news event to be completely retraced, right? Which is what we see so often. We see that so often, right? Whenever retail or whenever anyone's trading a news event, you get that initial burst of volatility and then the candle completely flips the other way a few minutes later, right? So we can use the economic calendar in combination with our technical levels and zones to get a sharper, more precise read on the market and turn what could be a potential landmine that you're stepping onto at those news events into a tremendous opportunity. The other thing I want to make clear is with news events, you don't want to trade them right away. You don't want to trade them right away. You want to give that news event time, the so-called dust, to settle down a little bit, and then you can get active. So the best opportunities
actually responds to the news
100%.
as opposed to because that's 100%. I think one thing that like I guess even with me, like I don't trade the news, but like something that I notice a lot of, even like with my students or whatever, is like they will see, for example, let's say a bearish event for the dollar, and they're like, okay, now it's bearish, but it actually wicks into an area, but then and it wicks into this area on the dollar going lower, then it moves higher, and it's like they go, news is actually manipulation. So then they just have it in their head that any news event now is, I'm just waiting for manipulation into the key level, but it was already priced in. And I think a lot of people get very confused with whether news is already priced in and then it's the event itself is just a wick into something, or if news drives the event for or drives that higher time for narrative for a long period of time. And I think it's one thing that definitely people struggle with is understanding which news events are is this going to affect my next 4 weeks or 6 months, or am I looking for wicking for the day and catch a quick scalp? And that's where I think there's a big confusion as to what is really the most important news event. Because really, for me, for example, if I get the month right, that's what I care about, and rather than the day. Do you know what I mean? So how do people identify for those traders? How do I know, like, how can I use that in the future and know, cool, like, for example, CPI or the war? Like, those for me are like probably the two main things that I understand, because I don't have a deep knowledge of fundamentals. But what would you advise for people that don't understand fundamentals, but you're like, listen, if you're gonna understand one or two things, this is what you need to keep your focus on?
Yeah. So okay. So that I love that, and we're gonna clear this up hopefully once and for all. Like, I want this to be the final word on misunderstanding news events and fundamentals when it comes to your trading. So number one, when institutions are looking at fundamental analysis, you want to think of fundamental analysis not like this fast speedboat that can quickly change directions in the water. Fundamentals are like an enormous tanker in the ocean that's going to take a long time for it to change course, right? So when institutional analysts are looking at the fundamentals, they're looking at the macro, the question they're always asking themselves is this going to have a material impact on monetary policy, yes or no? Right? And that's why one news event, one CPI in isolation doesn't necessarily matter. One NFP in isolation doesn't matter. What matters is the trend. If we see, for example, successive NFP reports where it's very clear the labor market is weakening, well, now that's going to give the Federal Reserve room to cut interest rates in order to help stimulate the economy, in order to help drive employment up. That's exactly what we saw in COVID, right? Mm-hmm. So when a central bank says we're data dependent, it's like their biggest way out of having to actually say something concrete at that press conference on the day. It's their way of saying, well, we're watching the data just like the rest of you are. And that's where people are not looking at one news event. They want to look at a pattern. Is the economy heating up? Is the economy weakening? Is employment going up? Is employment weakening? And based on those questions, we can start putting together a general theme. So if it's, for example, very clear to me that the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee, the committee that actually helps set the rates for the US, if it's very clear the FOMC is going to go on this crazy rate hiking cycle, for example, well, what does that mean? Well, it means that we're going to see likely a very strong dollar,
Yeah.
Why? Because the dollar is going to see a lot of inflows. Now, the dollar is complex, and there's going to be many reasons for that beyond just the initial fact that the rates are going up. But that is now something that as traders, we can start using to position ourselves, whether we're day traders or swing traders. You know, if we're day traders and I have a very clear fundamental bias in mind, I'm only going to trade in direction with that fundamental bias. I'm not going to fight it. Right. So when you're talking about getting the month right, that's what I'm thinking is, all right, what news events have we had? What does the economic data tell us? Is monetary policy actually looking to shift long term or not? Right.
Yeah.
So
do you have a real life current example of what you're like, for example, what you're looking at? Like, you know, you mentioned, for example, like the USD JPY. Could you give a breakdown as to, all right, this is what I'm basically looking at for the next month. This is why. And like, just as simple as and concise as possible so that people can go, okay, let me now preempt maybe what they're going to decide to do before they've said it because of X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm doing this for me, by the way, as well. I don't know if anyone's asking, but I'm doing this for me. I'm making notes. So yeah, I hope other people are doing it as well.
So take a look at this, right? End of the month, the BOJ is expected to increase rates. And we're going to get a 25 basis points increase. It's not that now that is like big deal. Who cares? We all kind of know that's coming. But look at this. In September, the BOJ is expected to stand still, right? So there's an 83% chance that they're going to not do anything with rates in September. Okay. Now we go over to the US and we see, what do we see in July? No change. In September, it's looking like the odds of a rate increase are 50-50. Okay, now you take those fundamentals and what does that mean? It means that Japan is certainly looking to at least raise rates in the short term and then look to do nothing. The Fed in the very next meeting is going to do nothing in September. They might raise rates. Okay, so we have two central banks that are looking at monetary policy slightly differently. Japan inflation is soaring. They're looking to tighten, but they don't want to spook the market. They don't want to come out and just outright say, you know, we're raising rates to 4%. They can't do that. It would absolutely crush the global economy. And same with the US. The US doesn't want to scare the market and say, hey, we're hiking rates like crazy. And they can't outright saying we're cutting rates like crazy too, because if they say that, the whole market's going to get very bullish on stocks. You're going to overheat the economy. And you're going to end up with an inflationary problem that the Fed has kind of created itself. Right. So that's the fundamental picture. Simple as in July, we're expecting the Fed to not do anything, and we're expecting the BOJ to hike. In September, it's looking like it might be flipped. Now you take that and you look at a chart, you know, and you pull up dollar yen here, and now we have to start thinking a little bit outside the box. You see dollar yen here, and who wants to short this? You know, I think so many people want to short it. They're like, man, we just took out like crazy all-time highs. We're making higher. How much higher can this thing go? And the answer is, well, that could actually surprise you. We could actually continue going higher in dollar yen for a little bit. Why is that? Because in terms of research, you know who has huge net short positions in dollar yen?
Retail.
And I wonder, retail. It's like 17 point some odd billion dollars net short yen. You know, look at that. Look at that positioning, right? So in our commitment of traders report, the vast majority of traders are short yen. So what happens if the vast majority of traders are short yen and the market goes up? It's going to squeeze them. You know, so in the short term, and we can see this compression here, right? We can see this compression here where the market was basing. We've got a breakout. So I think in the very, very short term, technically, there's room for a little bit higher to go. But but what is key, and now we're going to dive into some technicals for a little bit here. We're going to dive into some chart analysis in a moment. But what's key for me is whether or not the market can actually accept above this key level here, above that previous all-time high at 161.95, right? But using the fundamentals, what I would say is that what we're going to see, especially if the BOJ starts hiking intensely, where the Fed doesn't, you know, then we could definitely see a very dramatic reversal in dollar yen. On the other hand, if inflation gets worse in the US and the Fed has to hike more than they've suggested that they need to hike, then we could see the yen continue to weaken. Because even though rates in yen will go up, the rates everywhere else are also going up at the same time, making the yen still comparatively cheap. But either way, it's that interest rate differential that's going to be the primary driver, in my opinion, in terms of whether or not I want to be long or short the yen relative to other major currencies.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, where the technicals help us with this, and this is kind of the light bulb moment I want you guys to have, because you can apply this to any freaking market in the world. It doesn't matter what it is you're trading.
Well, someone actually just asked, I trade the DAX. What fundamentals should I be focusing on? So that might be
yes, same thing. So if we're looking, if we're looking at the DAX, what do we want to be looking at? Do we want to be looking at the US? No, we want to be looking at Germany. So again, in the market terminal, we have the economy dashboard. This is where I spend a lot of time, and I can see that inflation, was elevated, kind of ticking down a little bit. Unemployment rates, that's a little bit high. Unemployment rates going a little bit high. Retail sales are starting to climb out of the gutter a little bit. And then I keep that information in mind. So the economy is a little bit mixed in Germany. That's how I can put it, right? And then I go to the interest rate tracker. I look at the Eurozone, and I can see that there's not going to be any change in July. And in September, they're actually now looking to raise rates. All right. So we have a moderate economy, moderate enough that the ECB is still looking to cool it down in September. Okay. Now we can take all that information and say, is that going to be good for the DAX or not? Let's see if it's going to be. What is the CFD symbol for the DAX?
I think it was just GR30, but try DAX. Try just put in DAX, because I thought I just saw it there for a second. Oh no, is that? It should be maybe it's that.
Okay. So this isn't the futures necessarily, but the actual, I think this is the cash index.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And what we can see, right, with the cash index as we go to, the bias is that in the short term, slightly bearish, right? Now that does make sense given what's happening in the world, given what's happening with the Middle East, et cetera. But we're looking at here in the market dashboard, what supports the bias? Threat of broader Trump tariffs, Fed seen staying restrictive, persistently fragile Eurozone conditions, the Middle East tensions, right? So rising German yields and oil prices. So all that's to say is that the ECB does see reason to raise rates. And in the short term, that is something that could be considered to be at least somewhat bearish for the DAX. Now,
sorry, I'll just just a quick one. So for example, if you pull up the chart, it's like, okay, we're at all-time highs. The way that I would interpret kind of like what you're saying here is, all right, so we're at all-time highs. They may raise interest rates. We're there's a lot of uncertainty in the market at the moment. However, yesterday, for example, as I'm a day trader, right? So yesterday we had a really strong close on the daily, but maybe because there's some conflicting evidence here, because on the higher time frame, it does look quite good, to continue higher. Maybe this is a market to kind of stay out of until I get a little bit more of technical confirmation for me, because there is a bunch of things that are leading towards we could be, like you said, slightly bearish. Would that be fair to say?
100% fair to say. Not only is it fair to say, and this is where I really want the light bulb moment and the aha moments to kind of go off, right? So how do we pair this with technical analysis and really technical analysis from an institutional perspective? So if you'll allow me here, what's really important to understand is that a market only has two phases, and in technical terms, that is called the balanced phase or the balance regime, and then the imbalanced phase or the imbalance regime. So the balanced phase from the textbook perspective is going to look like this, where we have a somewhat clearly defined range with highs and lows. And what this means when we have balance in the market is that the market has found agreement on fair value. Now here the market has found fair value and the market is in balance. Buyers are happy to buy at the lows and sellers are happy to sell at the highs. Now, what you're going to see whenever we have a balanced range is an attempt to break out of balance, an attempt to break out those lows. So the so-called liquidity sweep that I see a lot of people on the retail side talk about, this is I don't want to talk about like why the term liquidity sweep is a little bit wrong here, but what we typically see would be, for instance, a reclaim of those lows and then a rotation back to those highs. And the market is going to stay in balance. You're going to get maybe a sweep of those highs and move back to the lows, et cetera, et cetera. Now, when the market is in balance, from an institutional perspective, what this means is that business can be done here. And that's a very important term, business. Why do I say business can be done here? Because think of it this way. If we have a stock or an index like the DAX and the market is just ripping higher or crashing lower, does that facilitate trade? No, it's very hard to do trade. It's very hard to do business. Like if you and I, we're trying to trade Pokemon cards back and forth, and you kept changing the price on one of your cards and you just kept raising it higher and higher. It'd be like, Arten, bro, I can't trade with you. We can't do business here. We need like some predictability. It's the same thing for global markets. If the price of something really important, like the German stock market index, is just ripping higher, it makes it very difficult to understand where fair value actually exists. So institutions love balance because it allows them to actually accumulate positions. And you have the market makers, people who hold existing inventory, willing to sell it to them. And it creates this artificial break on the top of the market to prevent the market from going out of range. Because if the market goes out of range, now those institutions can't get the price that they consider to be fair, which is a relative discount. So same reason, the market can't really break sharply lower, because if we were coming from below here and the auction, remember the market is an auction, auctioned up to here, the buyers down here have a vested interest in defending the market. So this is our quote unquote business range, dealing range, whatever you want to call it, whatever the term is. It's in this range here that we have fair value. Eventually, business is going to be concluded. Once business is concluded, that artificial break, and I don't want to use the word artificial, but that break, that invisible break on the market vanishes, and the market can start trading higher. But the market doesn't trade higher just because we're so bullish and there's so many buyers. The market is able to trade higher because those passive sellers that were providing liquidity at the highs there are starting to pull out. So the market can rip higher, not just because the market's now all bullish, but because sellers are not standing in the way as much as they were before. So now we have an imbalanced market. In an imbalanced market, the market is in discovery mode. It's in search of fair value. So the market's either found fair value or it's in search of fair value. And then what do we see? Now we're going to see the same pattern repeat, right? And then the market's going to get into a state of balance, and then another state of balance, imbalance, balance, imbalance, etc. Now here's the really, really key thing to understand, combining fundamentals and technicals. With technicals in a balanced market, the market is value reverting. Like you've heard the term mean reversion before?
Yeah.
Right. So I like to think of it more as value reversion. So when we have a range like this, the market is going to be attracted towards fair value, right? Which typically is going to be the middle of the range. So here's another myth. Where's the liquidity, guys? It's not at highs and lows. It's not at highs and lows. We've proven that over and over again with hard numbers and hard math. Any given session where you have centralized information on the order flow, we know the liquidity is not at the highs and lows. There's actually a lack of liquidity at the highs and lows. The majority of the liquidity is going to be sitting in the middle of the range. So that's why when we, I heard you mention a session profile on this on the stream. When you pull up a volume profile, that volume point of control is where the majority of volume has been transacted, and in a range that's typically going to be somewhere near the middle. So we actually have a lack of liquidity at the highs and lows. And it's that lack of liquidity that actually prevents the market from going higher or lower. Because if there's not enough liquidity, there's nothing there to help facilitate trade. We need liquidity to help facilitate trade. So in a balanced market, when you have a range, you want to be trading towards value, not away from it. In other words, I want to be a buyer at the lows. I want to be a seller at the highs. However, when the market is trending, when it's in an imbalanced phase, as we like to say, value should act as a repellent. It's no longer a magnet, it's now a repellent. And that's where the fundamentals and the technicals come in beautifully. So when we have an imbalance phase, I want to see us come back to prior value and say, you know what? We don't need to do, we've done business here. Yep, this is still fair value. Cool. We're not done auctioning the market higher. Let's go. And we're going to get that rip. So the question I'm always asking myself first and foremost is, what regime is the market in? Are we in a balanced regime? Are we in an imbalanced regime? Now, if we're in an imbalanced regime where we built value like this, and then gold, let's say, is breaking out, we get a fundamental news event that's bearish for gold on the day, but in the bigger picture, we're in an imbalanced bullish regime, and we come back and we do this. We come back to value and we do this. Am I a seller? No, I'm actually a buyer. I want to buy this weakness. I want to buy this retracement because the fundamentals, big picture, tell me to remain bullish despite the short-term volatility from today's news event. And the technicals from a regime standpoint tell me we're still in a bullish, imbalanced market. So we take all this information, we take it over to the DAX, and would you say that right here, going back to May 2025, do we have a balanced or imbalanced regime? I would say, frankly, we have a balanced regime. We've been unable to sustain trade higher or lower. And here's the really cool thing. On TradingView, we can take a fixed range volume profile, draw it over everything, and it's going to tell us, well, maybe TradingView can't process quite that much data, but even if I look at, hopefully here. All right, might have to go on a shorter term. Oh, I know. Is it because I'm looking at the CFD? Is that what it is? I'm not sure, but
yeah, maybe try another one, maybe.
Okay, so if I draw a volume profile here, and we're going back to like all the way here, May, June of 2025, we get a very clear understanding of where fair value exists. Fair value exists within the value area, which is between the dashed lines. The solid line is the volume point of control. That is where we have the most volume that's traded. That is the fairest value. Yeah. So what do you notice every time the market tries to escape fair value? It can't. It gets sucked back into the range.
So with that, then, so obviously, what I said earlier about, for example, the DAX, right? Where I was like, okay, maybe because we're neither here nor there. And there's a lot of different, we're slightly bearish and whatnot. Given that there we have kind of fair value there, would it be like, okay, well, actually, like it would probably make sense then, considering the all-time highs, we don't have really much reason to push higher. It would be like today, it might be worth taking a short back to the fair value, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. And this
everybody
is why
sell, go. I'm joking.
And this is why trading, like it's all about location. You're from the UK originally, right?
Yeah.
London,
yeah.
Okay, all right. So this is my favorite metaphor for volume and value areas and technical trading. And if you're not from London, you might not understand this, but like I wouldn't want to buy the nicest, no offense to anybody that's from these ends, all right, but I wouldn't want to buy the nicest house in Ilford, for example, but I wouldn't mind buying like a relatively cheap, good value house in I don't know, like or flat in Knightsbridge or Mayfair, because like the location is more important than the actual house. So the way that relates to trading is that if you have a great looking setup, but it's not in the right regime, why would I want to trade that? It's that's just temptation. That's the market tempting you to do something stupid. Whereas when you have the right location, any entry method is going to work. I don't care if you use a moving average crossover or a engulfing candlestick. I don't care if you're looking at price ladders like I do. I don't care if you're looking at fair value gaps and order blocks and invert. It doesn't matter. From the right location, the trade trigger doesn't matter. The entry technique doesn't matter. What matters far more is pairing the regime with the setup, and underpinning all of that is the fundamentals. So what I'm looking for clearly in the DAX would be this. You notice how down here we kind of based, went sideways for a little bit and then went back in. This is acceptance. Acceptance is when the market is building value somewhere else, right? So here we built value here. How do I know we built value here? Because we traded sideways. That is the definition of building value. That is where buyers and sellers, at least temporarily, could agree on fair value. So when value migrated from there to here, that tells me that in the short term, this trend is somewhat bearish. right?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for when the market is migrating outside of a value area, right? I said there's two phases, balance and imbalance. There's kind of a third phase, which is the most dangerous, which is what I call transition. Transition is where people blow accounts. Transition is when we're sitting just above value or just below value. Transition is where people get absolutely chopped up. So when we're in a transitionary phase, I need to see, to be bearish here, I need to see value build, which it does, but then I need to see the breakdown out of value. But we never get that. So look at what happened at the highs. We build value, we don't get a breakout. I don't care about this. I don't care about price going up. I care about value building, because price going up doesn't tell me anything about institutional interest or activity. Value does. So if we get value here, that's my first sign. So here, for instance, that's actually a decent opportunity to go long the market, at least for a little bit. Why? Because we're building value outside the value area. We have a breakout here. And look at where we pull back to. Prior value. So that's the market coming back here and saying, can we do business here? And sellers are saying, no, we can't do business here. This is too premium of a price. And what do we get? We get a rotation or a value traverse, as it's called. And we move from one extreme of value to the other.
And
so
would that be a significant news event that would be a
100%.
catalyst for that big
100%.
drop? And what would
100%.
it, in this instance, for example, obviously, I'm not sure if we can go back and look, but like, let's say, for example, with this, what would be like what would you assume? I'm assuming maybe this might be the war, the announcement of the war or something along those lines.
I would say so, because we have a big gap down from this Friday to this Monday. So the over the weekend, that probably is war related. Okay. But so in balance, where do you not want to trade? You don't want to trade the middle. Yeah. Forgive the crude expression, but you don't want to diddle in the middle. Like that saying exists for a reason. That is where you're going to get really messed up. So you don't want to be trading in the middle when the market's in a balanced environment. And look at every other time when we got above here. We built value. Did we migrate value higher? No. Did we build value? Yes. Do we come back in here? Yes. Then we went up. Yes. Did we build value here? No. Are we building value here? Possibly. But what am I going to favor? That the regime is still, at least going back to May 2025, one of balance. So until we start truly building value outside of the value area, and then we see sustained periods, and by periods I mean a day, 2 days, 3 days, where we can hold above the new value that's built, I'm going to favor what? Rotations. Where? Back into the value range. Now, this is on a daily chart. So do you need to do this? Do you need to do this and have the trade like this? No. On a day trading basis, you could, for example, trade a sweep of those highs. You could have an entry here. You could have your stop there, and you can target just the middle of what? That range, for instance. You don't have to play for the entire move, but understanding from a day trader's perspective what the larger regime is allows you to favor one side of the market or the other. So even before I go intraday, on my timeframes, on my analysis, I already know which side of the market I want to play based on what? Based on a regime, based on the fundamentals, based on the news events for that day.
And I think that this is where, like, especially when I just speak to so many new traders and I talk to them about like having a bias, and most people just kind of come to the charts. They're looking at a 4-hour high and low, and they're just like every day just taking a trade because they get their entry model. And my whole thing is like my whole trading changed when I had a bias, and I only trade in that direction for that day. If I'm either bullish, bearish, or unsure. If I'm unsure, obviously I'm staying out of the market. And I think it's just so important to make sure that every trader, no matter if you are deep into fundamentals or not, the bias is like, let's say you're a straight technicals trader, for example, you need to have a bias. Otherwise, just probability wise, I just don't understand how anyone's going to make money in the markets, to be honest with you.
Exactly. So when I hear people say like I got my bias wrong or I misread, I got my read wrong on the market, I want to be very specific in terms of how we break that down, because the regime is objective. That is black and white. That is black and white. The market is literally either in a state of balance or imbalance. That there is no in between. There's no room for gray. However, so this is where this is where the subjective part, the bias actually comes in. So I know what the regime is. There's no guesswork there. Where the guesswork exists is what is my expectation of how the market is going to behave within that regime. So in a balanced market, I'm looking for rotations. In an imbalanced market, I'm looking for migration of value higher or lower. So if we're in a balanced regime and the market starts breaking out higher and higher and higher, my bias was wrong. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be a losing trader on the day. It doesn't mean I'm going to be a winning trader. It just means that the expectation based on objectively what I see in the market is different. So what does that mean? Well, what was the catalyst for that? Was it a news event? Did Trump decide to put troops on the ground? Like, was there some kind of fundamental catalyst that's leading to a shift in the regime? And if the answer is yes, now we have the opportunity to start adjusting our bias moving forwards. However, if typically, in my experience, the bias that I have, the expectation I have from the auction, from the session, from the week, from the month, falls in line with what the broader regime tends to be. So what you want is for things to be lining up. You want, for example, if we're in a imbalanced regime on the monthly, if the monthlies are trending up, the dailies are trending up, 4 hours are trending up, and you see trend continuation patterns and setups on the 5 minute, the 15 minute, guess what? You have all the odds stacked on your side as much as possible. But what if the weekly is bearish and the daily is starting to get bullish and the 15 minute is, and you have all these things that are kind of fighting with each other, and the fundamentals are unclear. That's your cue to sit on your hands and play some defense, not offense.
Yeah, no, totally. Well, look, I've learned a lot. I've made a lot of notes. I hope that everybody else has as well. I think, yeah, if there's obviously, look, I know you've got a shoot, and we've also got the New York session now, just coming up with Usman. But yeah, if there's anything in particular that I know honestly you've said so much, which has been loads of gems dropped there, especially down to like formulating a bias and just like even down to like liquidity. There's just been so much, and I encourage everybody to actually go back, watch this as well, and make some notes, because there's some serious gems that Imre has dropped here. Is there anything in particular that just, I guess, closing statements wise, that you'd like to say to anyone that I guess hasn't used the platform at all, that is like, this is maybe their first view on fundamentals? Is there anything in particular that maybe you would say, listen, just start there and kind of work your way?
Yeah. Thanks for that. Two big things, guys. So number one is, we know that most traders are unsuccessful. There's plenty of data and statistics that show that. So if you do what most traders are doing, the odds that you'll also be unsuccessful are really, really high. And what do most traders do? I think they focus far too much on intraday small time frames, and they look primarily or only at technicals. So if you start doing what other traders are not doing, if you start looking at where people are not looking for information, not looking for an edge, you will find an advantage there, right? And that to me is where the fundamental side of things can help traders tremendously. So what our terminal does in a nutshell is it doesn't just allow you to figure out a long-term bias based on the larger economic trends and how the economic data stitches together to form a very clear picture. It's not just about that. It's also about understanding on a day-to-day basis where the volatility lies based on news events, based on whether the potential for a Trump headline to come out or not is high or lower. And it's understanding those things. It's having that information in real time, giving you a playbook in real time that allows you to start navigating the market differently and seeing the market through a different lens. No longer two-dimensionally, no longer just here's my entry, here's my stop, here's my target, but understanding and thinking a couple steps ahead in terms of why institutional positioning might change short-term, medium-term, long-term as a result of that news event, as a result of that headline.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thank you so much. That, again, you're so good at articulating yourself with that. It's amazing. Well, guys, can we get some W's in the chat for Imre from Market AI? But yeah, hopefully get to speak to you again really, really soon. And yeah, enjoy your evening. Oh, is it? What time is it? Where are you at the moment?
So I'm Canadian. I'm actually in Miami right now. We're coming up on 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm in sunny Miami. Flew in yesterday. I'm actually recording Chart Fanatics in the studio later today. So we're going to be going over a lot of these concepts and making them a lot more actionable. In an hour, there's only so much I can cover, and I feel like I have to information dump a little bit. So I wanted to give you guys an introduction a little bit in terms of what the professional side is thinking of and looking at in terms of these markets, combining the fundamentals and technicals. Keep an eye out for my Chart Fanatics episode. That's going to go over all of this in a lot more specific detail.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your day, and best of luck with the episode.
Thanks, brother. Thank you.
Good
luck
Take
out
care.
there, guys. Good luck out there. Awesome.
Bye-bye.
See you.
All right, guys. W's in the chat for Imre. That was an amazing session. Honestly, so insightful. It is time now to start moving over to the New York session. So I will be heading off. Still on Euro USD currently. I'm still in this at this moment in time, but it's still just a little bit choppy. I can actually see this being a loss, but it will be a small loss. Don't really see us closing necessarily somewhat bullish today. I'm not too. I'm still confident that we're going to head lower, but that's the edge that we play. So I'm still in this. For today, guys, big up every single person that has joined. Don't go anywhere because we will be moving on very shortly to the New York traders, and I believe it is Usman coming on real soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. UK time. It's been a great session. Been a freaking great week so far. So really, really happy with trading. We don't know yet, like if this is actually going to take profit yet. We don't really know, but I think there's going to be some volatility right now because we have just completely and utterly chopped. Maybe we push down a little bit lower, take out this low, and then move higher. But I would rather us just move higher right now on the basis of my trade. So just being selfish. But yeah, lots of love, my people. Hope you have an amazing trading day. And let's see if we can get a W. Obviously, you'll know by the end of the trading day if we do or not. But lots of love, my people. It's your boy Artan. And don't go anywhere because New York traders are starting very shortly. Lots of love.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh. You guys should be. Oh. Oh yeah. Good guys. Oh, good guys. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good time. Bring the people. Wake up the Discord. Spam the Discord. Call your mom. Call your father. Call your son. Call your brother that you don't know. Actually, wait a second, because I have the YouTube video on the background. Yes, call everyone. We are starting. Hey, Jesus is back. Hey, the prophecy is working. Jesus is back. He will be here to remind us that there will be giveaways. But guys, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, the giveaway doesn't look good because we have 57 people on the stream. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Let me do a quick story. We need to bring more people. What the hell is going on? Those people are getting stop losses. I feel like Arten did a great job. Arten did a great job. Let me do a story quickly. Hello guys, if you see the story, it means I'm already on Chas Fanatic Live. Yes. Last Monday, we've made 3K from the NAS short. Who knows today? Who knows? What I know is that, what's his name? Jesus is on the chat. He's here talking to us. The prophecy is real, guys. Come in, come in. So, we put this, boom, link. Ronz is back. I've seen, by the way, Ronz, I saw your comments. Okay. Don't think that I haven't seen it. Okay. I saw your comments. Let me scroll up a little bit. Noah always late. Listen. I'm not late. Okay. You guys are just too quick. Okay. You're just too quick. That's why. Okay. Let me put my phone to charge. What's going on, guys? Today is a beautiful day. I'm not gonna lie. Today is a beautiful day. Oh, let me mute myself in the Discord. Boom. Yes. So I was saying, yes, today is a beautiful day. I have some good guys. I have one guy for next week, London session. So he will be on the Geo stream with Arten 3 days a week, which is amazing. We have one good guest also. I'm not going to say the name because we're going to keep it secret for now. But we do have some good people coming soon. Hey bro, you're on us. We are good students. It is true, Power. It is true, actually. Yes. Where have you been? I honestly, I've been... past few days has been a lot of work, not gonna lie. Sleep has been going bad. But we are here. To be honest, I think, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. Streaming is the best moment of the day. Because this is the moment where I can just chill. Relax. Wifey is at the beach somewhere in Portugal with my son. They're at the beach, enjoying the life, enjoying the sun. It's quite silent right now. The only problem is that we have no World Cup anymore, so I don't know what to watch at night. Do you guys have any good TV show to watch? Honestly, I'll take it. I have nothing to watch for the past few weeks at night. I was watching the football games. Wait a second, because I have a trade right now running, but just don't move it for now on the producer. It's fine. Just leave it like it is. Because I took a small, quick scalp long on the NAS, but I'm going to close it soon. So I will explain after. It's fine. But yeah, we're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait for people to join, and whenever people are joining, we will start. So give me 4 or 5 minutes. But yeah. How long time the hell was the gonna... Yo, Jérém. Yo, j'espère que tu vas bien, frérot. T'inquiète pas, tout va bien entre nous. Je reviendrai vers toi bientôt. Okay, good to see you guys. Okay, wait. I need to tell you one thing, by the way. Good morning. I need to tell you one thing. Actually, I forgot to tell you this. Okay, I need to tell you this actually. So, yes. Okay. So, basically, guys, I do have a bad news. The bad news, I mean, it's a good and a bad news because I need to tell you my life a little bit. Because I don't speak to many people about my life. Like, you guys need to understand, like, I am in France. I am in Portugal. So, there's too many people that talk. But yesterday, yeah, I do believe yesterday, I visited my son's school for the first time. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I was not very happy. I was like, oh my God, this guy is going to school now. So I'm like, so people are gonna be like next to my son. So you guys need to understand, my brain is wired in a way where I don't trust anyone. Like I trust nobody because of what happened in my life, etc., etc. So when I went like visiting my school, I was like, oh my God. I was trying to see like who could be the next P, like, you know, like how fucked up I am. I was like, okay, this guy look like a P. So I was asking questions, like, how long this guy has been working here? Oh yeah, okay. Do you guys got any issue with like stuff with kids and stuff and teachers and stuff? No. Okay. So yeah, so my son is growing, guys. He's growing. There was a bad news also. That's why I got a little bit tired this week and the last few days. Is that my son did another seizure on Saturday night. He hasn't done any seizure for the past 9 months. So I was like very positive. My wife was very positive. We were like, great, like Portugal, we are starting a new life, and the all the seizures that my son did when he was younger, it's all behind us. But he did another seizure on Saturday. So basically we spent the entire night at the hospital and stuff. But basically we did we needed to ask them some questions. So they were quite good. Like it's a private school, so we were expecting to have like a high good quality of teaching and services and stuff. So it looks good. On Friday morning, I'm gonna go there with my son for the first time. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like him being at home. Like sometimes I'm like, yes, he's very like, you guys need to see like my son. He's like strong. Like he's a strong kid. He's like, you see me naturally, like I'm quite strong, bold, you know. My son is like the mini version of me, okay? So I was like, this guy, he's going to bully people, sadly, because the way that we do boxing a little bit. I'm teaching him boxing. We do like boxing every 2 or 3 days. He play football with his cousins and stuff. So he's a bit brutal, naturally. That's the thing. So now I'm teaching him like the past few weeks how to be a little bit more civil, like how to be a little bit more relaxed. Brother, relax. So yeah. So whenever he's getting a little bit too excited, I'm choking him, and he's going to bed again, and like he's sleeping, and boom. Obviously, I'm not doing this, guys. Like, relax, okay? Relax. But yeah. So Friday morning, I will let you know, guys, on Instagram. But yeah, I will do some videos because I want to see him. Like, you know, that it's gonna be fun because there will be kids. He will be surrounded of like other people because at the end of the day, like he's in our house. Yeah, we do have cousins coming every 2-3 days. But I think having kids around him will be also a good thing. I don't know if there's any fathers or mothers in the chat. I don't know what you guys think, but I do believe that maybe having some kids around can be a good thing. Good thing, I think. So, I mean, we can stop anyway, so it will be a good trial. So let's see how that goes. Noah, hotels that you are good in Portugal. Why you moved to Portugal is good. I moved to Portugal, bro, because there is a couple of things, man. I used to leave. So I was born in France, okay? Born in France, originally from Pakistan, born in France. I moved in UK for 10 years. Moved in UK for 10 years. Amazing. Honestly, it was good. However, brother, my feeling of UK is a mixture. Is like, I feel like when I'm in UK, I have this gray filter Instagram in my eyes. Everything is gray. So whenever the sun is coming, it's crazy. You want to go outside naked and just do stuff, weird stuff, because you're just happy that there is sun. But 80-90% of the time is just gray. It's just boring. So it does impact your mind a little bit. So that's why we see a lot of UK people go to Ibiza, go to Portugal now, Dubai and stuff, because yes, the sun is quite important. And also the other part is the food quality is not that great. Now that I'm in Portugal, I can feel and see the quality of food. UK is dirty. Yeah, UK is also a little bit dirty. Yeah, it is. So that's why. And my wife, she's Portuguese. My wife, she's a white Christian Portuguese, which is also, that was crazy. Like, allow me guys a little bit to just tell me my story quickly, very quickly, because my parents are very Muslim. Like, they are Muslim, bros. Like, I know there is some Muslim in here, but they're like proper Muslim. Okay. So when I came, so one of my brother, he is one of the biggest engineer at Tata Service. You guys, I think you know, Tata Service is very well known. So he's one of the, like, a very big engineer there. So the oldest brother. The other one, he's like one of the biggest imam in Qatar, but very open-minded. And the other one is, he has like some like businesses in Paris and Morocco. So let's say that my parents did a great job because they left Pakistan for us, to have a better life for us. And they did a great job, honestly. I will be forever grateful for it. And look at me. Look at what I am. I'm talking to 83 people. Imagine this in a room, 80 people. It's crazy to be able to do that. So, and when I came with, so they're all married with the like Muslim Pakistani guy, etc. And I'm like here, like an alien. I'm coming with an alien like this. Hey, salam alaikum, my parents. Yes, wife is white. Yes. Well, she's from Portugal. Yeah, Muslim. Sometimes, not really Muslim, but it's okay. And it has been like one of my life kind of. Oh wait, let me see quickly. Okay, it has been like one of my life thingy. But yeah, however, we got this final conversation, my parents and I, where I introduced my wife, and actually it's crazy because it actually went super nice. Which is, I'm shocked. Like, imagine parents like praying every day, like, bro, like Muslim, proper Muslim, and I'm like, hey, wifey white. And actually now, whenever my parents is calling me, they are like, where is the lovely wifey? And I'm like, hey, I'm here, parents, I'm here. What are you guys doing? I'm here. What are you guys doing? But yeah, so that was lovely. So that's why now we have like a good relationship. But honestly, it was crazy. So yeah, now I'm teaching this to my son. But yeah, so that was the little thing about my life, guys. I don't share too much about my life. I do it often sometimes because we guys, we need to create like a community. Like, we need to connect between us. So sometimes it's good to share this. But yeah, now, producer, let's go to the charts. I am in a long on MNQ right now, on the funded account. So it's going well, as you can see. I got stopped out initially because Trump, let me go back to the tweet. Trump decided to do something quite annoying, like, for example, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, the US will bomb on bridge or power plant, blah, blah. Well, it's not really Trump, to be honest. Those silly bastard, Iran and America, they are doing some silly stuff. So I've decided to go to a quick, which is actually, I'm going to close the trade. So that was actually a quick scalp, because I'm going to explain why. But that was a quick scalp. We're going to go back. Don't worry. Stay with me. We're going to go back, take a trade. Let me go to this chart because I have all of my thing in here. So initially, why I took this trade is because we have this FVG. We have this massive FVG, okay, that we have since yesterday. Oh, yes. Yeah, no, since Monday. Yeah, since Monday. So what I'm doing right now is, if I go to the daily, let me put this off. Yesterday, it was extremely bullish. And you guys need to see that I have 2 points of view, and I want to have your opinion in the chat. So let me get the chat next to me quickly. Let me get the chat because I want to have your opinion, guys, because I think today we're all going to be splitted between longs and shorts. I know. For a fact, I know. Brother is in Islam. Yeah, I know reason, but sometimes culture and religion can be a bit. There is a weird mixture. You use Apex for futures? Yes, man. Yes, Anas. I use Apex. I'm funded with them with 1 million. I have 400k with FTMO. I don't know how long I've been holding this 400k with FTMO, which is actually crazy. It's been almost a year, but I'm trying to be extremely selective. I take whenever there is like a good trade, because there is no like dormant kind of situation or inactivity kind of things on FTMO. So I can sometimes wait 1 week, 2 weeks. So whenever there is like an A+ setup, like we got on Monday, I was like, yes, now this is the time. So I'm going to take the trade. But right now I'm going into this run with Apex. Okay. I do believe that, let me see. I think, do we still have, yeah, we still have 90% off. Yeah, we still have 90% off. So you guys can still enjoy the 90% off with Apex. Right now, the giveaway, by the way, we will wait until we have more than 100 people. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys, just spam everyone, get them here, because they're gonna miss a high quality trade and they're gonna blame you after. I know the drill. They're gonna blame you and me after, and we don't want that. So yesterday, very bullish. We took the Monday low, which actually we took it. You see, we actually took the Monday low to directly go to the Monday high, which honestly make total sense. Now, we are tapping into this FVG on the daily aspect, and higher the FVG in terms of time frame we have, better the quality of the FVG is. So right now, we are having this sell on the daily 4 hours, even in the 1 hour, which is totally makes sense to me right now. Okay, cool, which is great, awesome, makes sense. And also, I believe in here we don't have any FVG, but we have an order block. Okay, aligned with the institutional level, which is here, this institutional level. We are having these shorts. Hopefully, for now, it does make sense to everyone. Institutional level, FVG in a daily. Yes, we don't have any clean and clear FVG in 1 hour or 4 hours, but it's fine for now. Okay, it's fine for now. So after this, I'm coming to the chart, and what I see is that we have a clean FVG below this structure. And below this structure, we do have some liquidity. And look at what happened. We took out the liquidity, and now we are rejecting this area. Based on that, after the news, directly after the news, I took the long around there. Okay, I initially took the long in here with 1 micro. I initially took the long in here with, I believe, actually, no. I took it here. I took it here with 1 micro. My stop loss was below. Well, news came out. It is what it is. Fine. But my first thing that I did is I knew this was not normal. So I went to Financial Juice, checked the news, and I was like, okay, this news is not that massive. It's not that massive. Honestly, guys, it's not that massive. So I was like, okay, fine. I'm going to go back into it. And this time I went with 3 macros. 3 macros. I want to eat, guys. I'm not going to lie. I want to eat. I'm starving. So that's why I went back, but I did know that it was a bit early. So that's why I'm taking this as a scalp, and I'm going to see below this low what's going to happen. Because if below this low, we do have a rejection and an engulfing candle, this is where I'm going to go back into a long, and this time I'm going to target this high. Okay. But I do need to be a little bit more patient than usual, because we are fighting between 2 FVGs, 2 key levels. This key level of the daily FVG aligned with the institutional level, and this 4-hour FVG aligned with the institutional level. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? We are fighting 2 things right now. We are fighting 2 things. We have the FVG in the daily against the FVG in 4 hours. We have the institutional in daily against the institutional in 4 hours. That doesn't mean that we need to sell, okay? I'm trying to align different kind of vision, which is the previous daily was very bullish. So technically today, it's a correction, okay? And I know that a lot of people would get lost in here, because you guys can argue that, well, does this is not a correction, Noah or Usman? This is not a correction, so it means that we should go lower. And that's why everyone, I've been checking Twitter, I've been checking Instagram, checking different stream, everyone is lost right now, because it's normal, guys. It's normal. We can't be like, sure all the time. This time, it's all about which one will win for us after to capitalize on the winner. So I'm gonna ask everyone just to have a breathe, relax slowly, wait for the, New York Open is now. Perfect. So wait for the New York Open, how the New York Open is going to close, how the 1 hour and the 4 hours will close. And based on that, we will take a trade. What do you guys think? What's your opinion? Are you guys on a sell or a buy? Usman, bro, what the best resource you recommend to learn about FVG liquidity? Honestly, there is stuff on Charts Academy. Brother Marco did a course on Charts Academy about liquidity. However, there is also on PFT, Profit Trader, I think in the next 3 or 4 weeks, I did a podcast where I'm literally talking about my strategy, and I will be talking in here about FVG, liquidity and stuff. So you guys are on sell. I'm selling at the moment from last night. Gold is cooking massive liquidity. What the institutional level? Okay, nice. Okay, so the fact that we are having like this big momentum, that doesn't mean that we need to go like crazy high. Okay, like that doesn't mean that we need to be buying right now. Just let's go slowly. Institutional levels, to be quick on this, is that the market is made by algo. There is algo on each levels that is they are confirmed by they are confirmed by just history. Honestly, like I don't know those levels, but if you check history and if you check, like, for example, different levels in here, like I would say just take a screenshot, check yourself, take a screenshot, check yourself. But those institutional levels has been to the T. There has been respect. Look at this at the bottom. Okay, those like this institutional level, rejecting. They are great, honestly, and that's for me like another confirmation kind of. So right now, this is great. Let's see. Half an hour is quite bullish, which is good. So right now we are going against this FVG. So that's why we are slowing down a little bit. That makes sense. Yeah, you see we are slowing down in here. So the half an hour FVG is pretty powerful for now, but it's not confirmed yet. So we're going to wait a little bit more. Okay, someone said, what's going on? Yo, Samuel. Yo, bro. I am based on gold rally higher than anticipated. Aren't they inverted to extent? To a certain extent, yes, they are. To a certain extent, they are. Mostly past few days there has been, yes. Let's start with Euro USD first, quickly. Okay, so this was the short on Monday. So I'm glad I closed it for now, which looks good. Let's go to the daily first. Daily was very bearish yesterday, but we stopped in here, which is, let me see why. Okay, so we tapped into this order block. Okay, so this order block is the reason why for now we are not going lower, which is fine. Okay, let me take this out for now because I want to see a clear vision of the market. So let's go to the 4 hours quickly. The only thing with the Euro USD right now is that I don't like those two highs in here. So if I was looking for a short, it should be either red now, like now. After taking this high, it should be like red now, or aiming for those highs before taking a short. Yeah, it looks like it can be now. Looks like it can be actually now. Yeah. Euro USD can be a short very soon, guys. Like now, but I'm not gonna enter now because I didn't got my head into it. But I do want to see like what's gonna happen in here. So I'm gonna put one alert, and we will come back just to see. The feeling, by the way, guys, just one thing. Oh, I misclicked. The feeling of, oh shit, I forgot. I closed my trade too early on MNQ. is fine. It will happen. You guys need to understand. Yes, maybe I closed it a bit too early. Maybe I could just take 1 or 2 micros out, or I could just move my stop loss to another level. But it's okay, guys, because this is going to happen many times. Many times. I'm fine with this. There is nothing more stupid to say, oh shit, I closed it too early, I'm stupid, oh no, blah blah blah. Profit is profit at the end. Profit is profit. Okay, so now we are bouncing back, which is fine. So the question mark that we are having in here is, are we going back up or are we rejecting this place? Let's see. Good morning, Kim. Bella. Can you check gold? Profit is profit. Exactly. Profit is profit. So that's why, like, I'm fine. I'm fine for now. That Bella, I did like a small $500 profit in Apex today. Quite happy. I'm going quite slow on the Apex at the moment. Whenever I'm gonna have a little bit more time to settle down and be on the charts, at that moment I will go a little bit more savage. But right now we need to get the Charts Fanatic live running. We need to have a couple of things also on the background running, and then whenever it will slow down slowly, guys, we're gonna smash it all together. Okay, so let's go back here. So still not ready. We wait on NAS. So what did I say? So I said, oh yeah, above this high, we should see a sell pressure kick in, because we have this 4 hours FVG. We have this 4 hours FVG. So above this high, we should start to see some selling pressure joining the room, and potentially something could happen. That's why I'm waiting maybe a couple of minutes. Okay, until we have this getting ready, we're just gonna wait 2 more minutes for the Euro USD. Gold, guys, I'm not gonna lie, gold is a bit disgusting, because I was looking for a short, but right now we are having like this bullish pressure momentum going on. So the question mark that I'm having as like me that trade FVG mainly is, where are the FVGs? Okay, where are the FVGs? And right now what I see is all of this liquidity in here. So we have one order block following with an FVG in the past in here in 4 hours. What do we have in 1 hour? Let me see. What do we have in 1 hour? In 1 hour, we have this. Huh. Let's wait for the leg extension C. I like to use these sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, just to see if the leg extension will be respected. So I'm gonna put one alert in here and another one in here for now. How this is looking on the daily. Yeah, so this is a daily order block. Okay, 4 hour order block in here. Okay, that's fine. 1 hour order block. Something should happen in here. So let's wait and see. 5-minute candle is closed now. Okay, short position on Euro USD looks good, guys. Okay. Okay, I was going to take the trade, but looks like that's the springboard. That's what we want. We want to take a trade before we tap into it. So just let's wait a little bit more. Okay, meanwhile on NAS, okay. Yeah. Reject. You have 10 more seconds. Yeah, because we tap into this FVG and order block. That's fine. Okay. So we're gonna wait a little bit more then. I'm gonna put this now in here just for, I'm not taking it now, but just like this, we know when it's ready. Okay, NAS is finally taking all of those highs. So now, what do we do, NAS? What do we do, NAS? It is time to go lower now that we are tapping into this 4-hour FVG. NAS, tell us, what's your plan? Usman, I come now. I see some drawing liquidity on NQ. I have short from yesterday before and take my limit order, but still I see down like to say what you think for today. Yeah, but so that's what I was saying before. Like today, I have a mixed feeling on NAS because I do have the FVG on the daily in here, right, for the shorts, but I'm also taking into consideration yesterday bullish momentum after taking Monday low, which is for me a point of liquidity. You see, like we took this low and look at what happened. Poof, momentum to the top side. So that's a clear vision that Monday liquidity is out. So now we're letting new orders from Tuesday to take the lead. So the question I'm asking to myself is, the new orders from Tuesday, are they gonna take the lead, or the daily or even the previous weekly? Yeah, previous weekly, where we were like super short, will take the lead. I'm between those two chair. So right now, I'm just waiting on how this is going to close, how the 4 hours is going to close, to after take a decision. We have the 4 hours. Yeah, because we still have this. But the thing is, like, Samuel, the thing is, like, if, for example, we are closing like this, like very bullish, right? And we are having like a retracement in 1 hour to like the level that I said, which is now it's maybe this level. From there, if the 4 hours, 1 hour is bearish, potentially we can do boom and boom. And now we can target this FVG on top. Donc we are 15. It's coming quite soon. It's coming actually quite good. So this could be interesting. Giveaway. Just give me a little bit of like couple of more minutes, guys, because we are maybe cooking something right now on EURUSD and on NAS. So give me a second. I don't want to lose my focus. Okay, so right now we should see a slowdown. Yes, we should see a slowdown from this exact candle. Because tonight will be the night I will fall for you. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the 5-minute candle to close, and I think we will take something in here. Yes. Okay, EURUSD is clean. Let's go. So boom. There's stop loss on top. TP like this, guys. TP like this. That's amazing. Okay. We go like this. And that's guarantee profit. Now, is it sustainable on the long term? Maybe not. Okay. Maybe having something like this is maybe, I don't know, but maybe not sustainable for the long term. So maybe we're going to put this a little bit more lower, huh? Maybe we're going to put this a little bit more lower. So we're gonna go back to the 1 hour. 1 hour would be potentially this low in here. Okay, so it means that TP1 will be so we have all of those TPs in between, and we're gonna have one TP on the smaller time frame, which is which is more this one, to be honest. Which is more this one. But the question mark, and that's why I said we need to take a trade before this level. It's because we need to know if this level will be used as a push or a grab. Oh, NAS is rejecting right now. Oh yeah. So let's go to the 1 hour. We're gonna go slow on this one. Boom. And we're gonna see after if we can go lower or not. So this one will be a quick scalp, at least for this level, which is just here. Why do I have this line? Oh yeah, I remember why. And we see a EURUSD right now. Okay, so now the next question is this one. I'm gonna put this here because I want to see properly. But yeah, so that's for now. It's good, but the question mark is literally here, guys. Like this is where we are. Like this is going to tell us is this trade it will be a profit or a non-profit trade. Literally that exact level. So that's why usually what I do is whenever I see that everything is going quite well, I'm gonna reduce my stop to this order block with this FVG. Okay, and from there we see, and we see now we see because this FVG can literally give back the momentum. You see, boom, like I don't like that right now. What's going on? Like I don't like this thing. So if this candle, which is it's still early, but if this one, for example, is in engulfing, not good, no good, no good. But let's see. Okay, so this one is quite pumping right now, which is fine. I've made good profit today anyway, so I'm more than happy to lose to risk only one micro on this one. I'm always confused, by the way. We do say micro, but when I say micro, I feel like I'm also saying macro. Like, you know, like micro and macro. That's the English accent. Okay, so boom. Okay, right now that doesn't look good, but let's see. What are you guys saying? Wait, let me get the chat quickly. Let me get the chat. Marco. Where and how did you learn trading? So basically, like I have spent more than £10,000 at this point, learning different things. So what I did is, like, at the beginning, I was learning like support and resistance. Okay, you guys don't judge. I'm gonna show you after, because I was cleaning my I was doing some home cleaning and I came across like those old stuff. I came across like those old setups that I've saved a long time ago. So I'm like, wait, let me see what do we have inside. So I'm gonna show you after, but it looks like this one is going to be, yeah, no regret. If this one is going to be a loss, it's a no regret. Yeah, it's not a problem. Okay, Euro USD, perfect, rejecting. Now we want to see an engulfing candle, please. Euro USD. Between those two pairs, give us at least one win. Appreciate. Now, appreciate. Now, appreciate. Close little below would be nicer, not gonna lie. Appreciate, thank you very much. Now we go with the same momentum, we go with the same energy. Oh, and now we go with the same energy. We go back up. No, not on this side, on the other side. And yeah, so basically I've started with support and resistance to after and after I went to I got like one mentor named Rit. He's very he's not well known, very low key, like he doesn't share anything on his social, very private. And from there I've learned ICT and a bit of liquidity. And after this, after getting like some stop loss like this, for example, I've started to understand a little bit more of why the market is reacting that way, why the market is doing those moves, why the market is reacting exactly from here, for example. Okay, so this one is out. So why the market is reacting here, for example, why the market is reacting in this place exactly. And by asking those questions, this is where I've started to learn liquidity by myself. Like I've started to understand different patterns. I've seen different things going on, and I've started to data those things. And from there, I started to understand that structure doesn't mean too much, because behind each structure there is liquidity. So that's why I'm targeting the structure, for example. Same as order blocks. There is some order blocks that are liquidities, because those order blocks has been activated 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So now there is no orders left behind. So I understand that there is liquidity behind. Same for the FVG. So yeah, so that's why like I've learned by myself by doing some research because I have nothing more to do in my life, bro. Like I'm like during the nights, I'm quite bored. So I put a podcast, I eat, and I'm doing some charts. Like everyone like you guys. I think we are all similar at this point. So well, thank you for the loss on this one. That's fine. So we're not gonna touch for now until the 4 hours close, because the 4 hours is very bullish. Because if we're closing the 4 hours like this, guys, I mean, at this point, we go for a long now. We are going for a long now. Yeah, so we are reinforcing liquidity in here again. We are reinforcing liquidity in here again. You see? That we can see the momentum in here. Like whenever we go back to this liquidity, we see like a high aggressive candle. Boom, like aggressive. The question now is, do you keep the same aggressivity, or do you go back on the FVG to grab the liquidity to go higher, for example, after? So let's see. Come on, charts. Give to my people at least one win. It's either NAS or Euro, but one of those two needs to be a win. Come on. Yeah, let's see. I'm not clean on NQ. Yeah, man. That's why like, oh, finally. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, go up a little bit more, and we will we will highly appreciate that. Go higher a little bit more. Let gold relax for a little bit, a few minutes. Perfect. And NAS. This 4 hour candle is crazy. Yeah, because if we're closing like this, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I do really want to sell. Okay, I do I do really want to sell. However, this 4 hours candle doesn't want us to sell. What the TP for the... Okay, amazing. Okay, so this time break even, this one. I'm putting myself break even because if we are truly bearish, we should now be reacting from all of this area. If we are truly bearish, which is right now beautiful reaction, we should be reacting from this area, which is what is going on right now. But let's see. Oh, let me drink some water. Oh. Okay. NAS, 4 hours. Well, forget about the sell now. Forget about the sell. Sell is even not a project anymore. Euro is the... Actually, it should be this entire candle, my bad. So it should be all of this. Because one thing, guys, that you don't want to do is leave this open, okay? And ignoring the fact that we do have right now a momentum going on with this FVG. So if you're ignoring this and you're leaving your trade open in here, that's not sustainable for the long term, guys, honestly. I mean, the way that I trade, because whenever there is liquidity, it goes quick. It goes quick. Like right now, I'm expecting to go quick, like we just got before, basically. We are taking Asia high liquidity. We haven't took any Asia high liquidity before. Oh, maybe on NAS. Ah, okay, on NAS. Yeah. Makes sense. Potentially makes sense. Oh yeah, gold. So okay, so now gold is in a great divergence. So because of the high momentum going on, we're gonna wait for the next 5 minutes to close and we take a decision. 15 minutes will be the good ones. Hey brother, just go down. Just why are you making so much drama on the stream? What indicator the best on trading room for session Asia high and for sessions Asia and Europe? Mine. I will be sharing it on in the Discord this week. Don't worry. Mine is combining, because basically mine is combining Asia session high and lows open and the mid session, because mid session is not live. Mine is not live yet because, you know, like last time we've realized that the daily candle was the Monday candle was incorrect. You see, it's highlighting Tuesday for some reason, this bastard. So I need to tell him to highlight Monday because Monday is liquidity. So I'm just changing this one, and whenever it's done, I promise you I will do it tonight. Actually, I need to stop slacking on this. I will update it tonight, and whenever it's done, I will put it in the Discord charts Fanatic. This one, right? When is it coming to your channel? Beginning of August, hopefully, if I have time. Beginning of August will be a good time. This one, send prayer for me because the day after I activated the Apex giveaway account, trader saying block my country. What country are you, Tenta? What country are you, Tenta? Indonesia. Well. Unlucky, my friend. Unlucky. Unlucky. Come to Portugal, Tenta. Come to Portugal. I have a room for you, my friend, if you need. I have a room for you. VPN, feel free. I don't know if VPN works. No, I mean, to be honest, like I don't wanna push bad behaviors, but I mean, you guys do what you got to do, yeah, to make some money. But I don't know if VPN works. To be honest, I don't know. I haven't got this issue, like, to be honest, so I don't know. No, gold. I'm gold. Oh yeah, gold. Okay, good. Okay, gold is looking good for short. Maybe too early, chat. This is beautiful. But the question is, okay. What quickly, what is he reacting to? Okay, so we have one FVG here. If that's the case, good. If not, not ready. Not ready yet. Oh, bastard. What a bastard. Yeah, I wait a little bit more, which actually quite good news, because this will induce some like some people are gonna start to sell from there. So this can be the early sellers getting. Because if, let's say, I'm taking from there, TP1 will be at least here. At least. Because there is one FVG. There is another TP here. The real one, which is I prefer, will be this one. So let's see, we're almost there. Okay, well, Euro USD is going slowly. Oh, so now you decided to rip down. By time, the time frame is not very clear. Yes, don't worry. I'm actually. It's gonna be updated soon, because I need to tell my my script, like there is a time frame at the bottom, but we have the ads. So we have the ads that is hiding, because if I do but it will be clean like next time, don't worry. It's coming. So EURUSD making some drama right now, which is fine. 1 minute, it's okay. Nothing to be annoyed. NAS is slowing down, which is fine. I prefer to see NAS slowing down because it's healthy. Do you think we can have a long, actually? That's a question mark. Where can you get the long then? Where can you get the long? Potential long. Where can you get the potential long? Because either we wait until this low, which is very far, or it can just go back from there. I'm gonna check those two levels, those two places. Okay, gold is moving up. Okay, cool. So let's see. Let's wait. What you guys are saying. Let me close this. Boom. What you guys are saying. By the way, guys, as I have you here, very important. Put a like to the video, please. Put a like to the video. I forgot to tell you this. This is very important. This is the way that we can sustain for the long game. This is the way that you guys can share love to us. I take those loves. I can hear the sheep outside, actually. The goat are outside in the garden. I can hear them from the door. Yeah, nothing. I will keep. I'm sticking to my plan. Yeah, I'm sticking to my plan. Sheep. When stream from your garden. What the weather next week? Let me see the weather next week. Because one thing that I've miscalculated is that there is 27 degrees. What the hell? 35 degrees next week on Monday. Wind. That's the issue is the wind, basically. Because I have a lot of wind in my garden, which is great when it's summer like this. Yeah, so 20 kilometers. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Because all I need to do basically is just take my MacBook. I have the camera here that I can take and put a mic in here to avoid any wind, and it should be fine. Let me see the sheep quickly. Let me see the goat outside quickly. Oh no, actually, it's from the neighbors on the other side. They are not mine. They are not mine because I have mine, but the neighbor, those goats are outside. Oh, nice. Pushing higher. Yeah, EURUSD is. I knew like this. I knew this could be an issue. Is today going to be a break-even day? I mean, obviously, I've made some profit at the beginning of the stream, which is not very fair. Because honestly, like if you go higher from there, like the next target will be at least this and this. So that's why, like for me, it will not make too much sense to get back to a short position then. How the 15 is going to let's see. If you don't mind me asking, which part of Portugal do you live? It's around, let's put it that way, Leria. It's Leria. 1.230 14230. Okay, so this one is unvalidated now. 14230. Here. Yeah, 100%. Well, this is going to be my next level, because if we are having like those shorts getting in, potentially this could be an early seller position. So for me, yes, this will be the best one. How low do you want to go, DXY then? Like how low like do you want to go? Like do you want to go? Ah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's what I saw you the time you sell it. Yeah, exactly. This could be the next one, I believe. What, the 1 hour close? Yeah, because the 1 hour close doesn't mean much. It's a bit boring. Oh, it's a bit low of energy, so that's why I will be more looking into potentially those highs. Well, let's see. Nas, you little bastard. I'm sure he's going to do the same as EURUSD. I'm sure he's going to do the same as EURUSD, back into another block in 5 minutes, which is this one, and after this, fly again. No, so on EU, I shared the sell initially around, I don't know where again, but I think it was around like those levels, kind of around there. Yeah, around something like this, I believe. And I said to the guys, like, just put yourself in break even because the momentum is still there. And one thing is that you have an FVG in here, so the market can react to this FVG, which is actually what he's doing right now. So that's why, like, it was good at the beginning, like 6 pips down, and after this he went back up, so not really good. And on gold, I'm just waiting a little bit more, basically. Like, this is my level from there. It is interesting, huh? So, giveaway. I think during this time, until it's a bit slow, we're gonna do a small giveaway. What do you guys think in the chat? What you guys think in the chat? All right, give me 2 more likes and we start. Give me 2 more likes. We have 178. Give me 2 more likes and we start the giveaway. Sometimes I really want to be stupid. I don't know if you guys have like some like intrusive thoughts. Sometimes I do have those intrusive thoughts that says, take the long. Why you just take the long? Why are you asking questions? Just take the long now. Just take the long now. But the thing is that I can see right now I'm not in the sync with the market. So if I'm not in the sync with the market, why should I take the long? Why take the risk? Oh damn, we got more than 2 actually. Of like, that's so easy. As long as money. Enzo, be careful. I'm gonna take the trade if you keep telling me this. Take the long. Oh yeah, this intrusive thought. Take the long to pass the account. It's easy. Take the long to pass the account. Just take the long. 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 And you will see life is easy. All you need to do is just take the long. Take the long and life will be easy. Just take the long. That's all I'm saying. Take the long and life will be easy. This is not financial advice, by the way. Just don't do like me. I'm very stupid right now because I've made some good profit today. I'm just giving back to the market right now. Okay, so let's get the giveaway ready and the trade running. Wait, why do my screen looks like a bit blurry? I just realized on the stream. Oh yeah, maybe it's my I don't know. I'll check that after with the boys. Intrusive thoughts is my intrusive thoughts is my intrusive thoughts is taking the lead right now. He said, "Take the long, and life will be easy. Take the long, and life will be easy." And we are taking the long right now. The question is like, I can't put myself in break even because we have an FVG in here, so I can't put myself in break even. So it's not gonna be ready yet. So let's see. Okay, giveaway. And you little bastard, you decided to go down. Okay, let's do the giveaway. Where is Jesus? Jesus, where is Jesus? Wait, because we need Jesus to be here. We're like, he's the main giveaway donator. Donator. Is duck race for a long team? Yeah. We do a duck race. But where is Jesus? You guys know the drill. We need to have Jesus on board. We can't do a giveaways. Jesus is not here. Well, it's fine. We do it without Jesus this time. So I know the one that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this one. Let me know when it's ready. Ready? Okay, guys. So for the giveaway, remember, oh my goodness, the intrusive thoughts. Hey, hello, intrusive thoughts. Can you just take back intrusive thoughts? After this one, I'm not taking any trade because I've made around $700 today. I'm gonna be giving back half of it. So I want to keep those 400 that I've made. If this one goes to stop loss, because I don't want to give back all of it. Who wants to do a duck race? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a duck race then. Okay, so exclamation mark long. Oh wait, I am on Charts Fanatic live account. But just realized. So exclamation long, guys. Come on. Exclamation long. Good lesson to show on stream how a FOMO trade goes. Exactly. I swear to God, like the intrusive thoughts took my mental, took my brain. I mean, to be honest, the mistake that I've done in here is just to follow the 1 minute. That's I've been just impatient. Just have been a bit impatient, which is fine. It happens. Main thing is I'm not losing today. That's the main point. Okay, guys, remember, by the way, we don't spam. We don't spam. Okay, let me get the screen for the duck race. Boom, loading. We give it more. We give it like 1 more minute. Why do I have a GJ in between? Ugh. Long. Where is the producer? Producer, how many do we have right now? Like on the list? How many people do we have on the list right now? 62. Okay, yeah, give it a little bit more because there is more people joining right now. Yeah, a little bit more. There's more people joining. You know what? Actually, I have an idea. Yeah, put one guy. Just only one guy needs to like the video actually, because we will have it. We will be at 200, and I can extend the giveaway time. There we go, 200. So perfect. We extend the time a little bit more, Mr. Producer. So I need to find a way just to make the camera more like closer to my face, because right now I put the camera like literally like if I do this, I'm touching the camera. So literally, so there is basically like this of space. So I need to find a way because I have the camera literally in front of me, like my monitor is behind. So that's why sometimes I'm doing this, because I don't really see it. Okay, so the 30 minutes candle is closing in 2 minutes. Based on that, I will know if I'm cooked or not. Based on that, I will know if I'm cooked or not. How to participate to the giveaway? You don't spam, because otherwise boss, which is also the producer, will take you out from the list. Okay. Oh bastard, he went down. And you put exclamation long. Exclamation long. And you will be good. Just enter in by the retest. Just enter and by the retest. Oh well, finger crossed, my friend. Finger crossed. We go. We maybe hopefully we slide. We go back up again together. Okay, let's go. We can give Hola Prime and Apex account. Okay, so we do 2 giveaways then today: Hola Prime and Apex account. By the way, guys, because we need to update this graphic, but now with Hola Prime is 20% off. By the way, so it's still 20% off for a CFD company that does a quite good job on their project. So let's do it. Let's start. Give me the name, and I will add them into the doc race. I'm gonna change my screen, by the way. Like this, it's done. Boom, boom. Doc race. Share. Job done. Okay. So. Okay, so let me get the name from the boss. Okay, I have all the names. Boom. Names, add list. Boom. Done. So we do 1 minute. I think 1 minute is good. Set. Ready. Okay. Now let me get the chat, because I like to see the chat at the same time. Boom. Just give me a second, guys. I just want to make sure. Yeah, we see the dock thingy. Okay. Okay. So, guys, are you guys ready? 3. So the first one is the Hola Prime account. We do the first one, Hola Prime account. Can I do a full screen? Oh, yes. Okay, stop. Okay, let's go. A bit of fun during a moment of stress and high intensity focus. So, Gugunu, I know already that Gugunu will not be a winner because it's always the same thing. The first people that we see at the beginning, they're not the winners. Sadly. Sorry on steroid. Like, for example, sorry on steroid. Story's dog. I know he's not going to be you. I know already. But this one in here, statues. Yes. Oh, no. Who is winning? Who is winning? Who is winning? Oh. Abby's token. No, Abby's token. No, wait a second. Suremp is winning. No way. Yay! Yes! Suremp is winning. And OG is winning. OG win. Well done, Surempi. Where is he? Like, oh, he knows the drill. He knows that he needs to reply. Woo! Yeah. Well done. Wait. Yeah. So that's good. So yeah, well done. So we have the whole. This one is out. So now I'm apologizing, but you need to get out from the list. So goodbye. And now we're gonna do for Apex. So the Apex account, okay, guys. You guys need to be careful. Same on the Hola Prime. Don't be stupid, okay? Shuffle. Oh, shuffle. Yes. Shuffle done. Let's do it again. Shuffle done. So don't be stupid when we give you accounts, okay? Do your best. It's not because it's free that you need to be retarded. Okay. Let's do it, guys. If you guys missed the giveaway today, it's okay because we're doing giveaways all the time. Okay, so if you're missing this one, there will be another one soon. So don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, so who do we have? Okay, someone's from behind. I want to see some names. Oh, this one. I feel this one. Ah, no. No? Who is winning? Who is winning? Who is winning? Wait a second. Wait. For the first time, we're going to have... No way. Oh, my God. Oh, I truly believe that you could win Xio. But now, so it's... My Flores. Oh, Mi Flores. Mi Flores. Are you here? Mi Flores? Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat, Mr. Miss Flores? If not, here. Yes. Mi Flores is back. He's here. Congratulations, Miss Miff. Oh, out of context, this is actually a very dangerous what I just said. Congratulations, Flores. Let's put it that way. Congratulations, Flores. Let's not clip this part when I said something weird. Wifey is watching the stream. Or maybe not today. I want to do another race. Should I do another race? Should let me see if we can do another race. Let me see if you guys deserve to have another race. How many likes do we have? How many likes do we have? 220? 220 likes? I don't think we're gonna be able to go to 250 likes, huh? I don't think we're gonna be able to go at 220 likes. Let's try to see. Can we go to 220 likes? And from there, wait, no, it's already 220. I said 250. Let's go 250. At 250 likes, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Let me put a mute to this dog because he's making me crazy with his like noise. Let me see. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna help you actually, guys. I know I have a solution. I'm gonna help you because I have my account here. I can like with. So, a quick note, by the way. I just want to say, by the way, just before, quickly. Just let me. Oh, I liked already. Shit, I can't do another like. Please add my name. We're gonna add you. Don't worry. I don't think we're gonna be able to do another one. It's okay. We do it again tomorrow, guys. Don't worry. We will do it again tomorrow. Okay, we will do it again tomorrow. But yeah, just a quick one, guys. I just want to say, by the way, thank you for the love and support, because this week was the launch of the show and it was not easy. It was actually very hard and difficult. So thank you, guys, because I can see some names. It's only through you that we can do those kind of live stream. Otherwise, we will be just doing live stream with just between us. So yes, thank you, guys. That's why we do giveaways, because it's also a form from us to say thank you back, kind of, without being too cheesy. Let's put it that way. Oh, you know what? Let's do one last giveaway. It's fine. Let's do one last giveaway. Let's do one last giveaway, guys. And after it's done, promise. And after this one, we're done. Let's do one last giveaway, boss. You take it from mine on Monday. Okay, so on Monday I will have one less than usual. So we do Apex again. So this time we put exclamation mark. We do exclamation mark, and we do another this one. Same list. I mean, the thing is, there are some people who missed it before. It's not fair for them. So this time, now that we're doing the giveaway, I'm sure that we're not going to miss more people. And in between, some people left, which is start for them, kind of. So we do it again. Oh, okay. So perfect. We do this. So you can, okay. So type this, and those who did already before, you're already in. So all of those guys who just came late, you guys can join now. And to be honest, I'm looking into the market at the same time. We are not missing much. Like Nas is just doing side move since we've started. I haven't touched my stop loss yet. But I haven't touched my TP too. So we are still into a messy situation. Okay, so now give me the new list, boss, please. And we do it again. And we do it the last one. Because tonight will be the night I will fall for you over a guy. Because tonight. Ah, I got the list. Let's go. Damn, this list is big. If one of the guys just win before is winning again, obviously is not fair. I will just get you out from the list, obviously. Boom. Set. Wait. Yeah, stream on. Yes, ready. Okay, cool. This is the last giveaway for today. Oh, and Nas just touched my stop loss at the same time. Great. So, what do we have? Oh, at the bottom, Rick. I think Rick. Oh, no. This one. This one is winning. This one. Market Fuel. Market Fuel is winning. Market Fuel is winning. I know. Samira? No, I don't think so. Brick Story. Okay. It's not a good week. He at least. I mean, to be honest, it's fine. Like it's a week of. Well, it happened. You can't win every time, so it's fine. Brick Story. Brick Story. Yo, I like your. By the way, I like your PS. This is the one. This is last. Congratulations. Now we're gonna go back to the charts. We're gonna do just a quick summary because Sanj is going to take it after, and he's be trading. So maybe you guys may win with the Sanj. You guys may win with Sanj after. Let me close it. Boom, boom, boom. Go back to the chart. Yes, we are back. So, out, which honestly makes sense, sadly. EURUSD went down again, which is annoying, honestly, a piece taker. Annoying as hell. But it's okay. It's okay because let's see how this 1 hour is closing. Because if this 1 hour is closing bearish like this, we are going down at this point now. Like we will go down at this point. It will depend on how the 1 hour we close, and if that because look at this, we are holding this order block so much. How many orders is left in this order block? How many orders are left into this order block? Not that many. And in between, we've created a new BPR, a new FVG, a new place of imbalance. So the market will need to rebalance from there to go down after. And if the 1 hour candle is bearish, this will be one of the highest probability for today, for me at least. So I'm gonna put one alert in here because will be the one that I will be very truly interested based on the 1 hour close candle. Nas, peace taker, annoying as hell, but I'm looking for this place. Oh, yeah, I'm looking to at least this area to a potential long. K-Trade Futures. Brother, you're coming late to the party. You need to update your stream. Coming late to the party, man. You're coming late to the party. It was before. We did 4 giveaways before, but it's fine. Next week. Tomorrow even. GJ is looking good for a long soon. Can you maybe check quick? Yeah, I will check it. It's like Trump. It's like Trump. Trump. The thing is, like, the one thing that we need to see, guys, is that this is right now the best opportunity to learn how to trade. Honestly. Like this is the best because the volatility is crazy. At the same time, I can understand that some people can say this is the worst moment because it's so unpredictable. But if you just learn the basic right now with the 1 hour daily, 4 hours, 15 minutes candle, it's still fine. There's still things to do. Like I've made profit this month. I've made profit overall. I'm in profit, so it is working. It's just that we need to adapt rather than having small stop losses. We maybe need to have a bigger ones. Yeah, it's all depend on like how do we position ourselves. Like, do we want to trade small stop losses and each news we're getting out, or do we adapt and maybe not having small stop losses for a few weeks until the market is getting ready again? Like you see, for example, in here, that got us out quite quick. Same on this one. It's okay. It's okay. On gold, I'm still waiting for this high, to be very honest. I think I like the fact that we are slowing down right now. This will bring like potential early sellers in, and potentially after we can go for a long position. But I'm gonna see also how the daily is going to close. I want to see like a slowdown on a daily perspective. On the 4 hours, I want to see a slowdown. And after this, maybe a short. But right now, it's not looking good for a short. So that's why I'm waiting. I need to say something quickly. I have 10 minutes left, because this is actually quite important. I need to tell you one thing very important quickly, is that don't sleep on hype. Don't sleep on hype. For a guy that bought Solana at $30 and hype at $25, I will say don't sleep on it. And also I will say I'm gonna be stacking some hype whenever we are going below 52, which is like, I know some of my friends, and my friend who made million in trading in crypto, he took a long on hype today. I did say to him, like, I'm not very keen on taking the long from today, but he has millions, so he just put it like 100K on it for now. So that's why for him, I guess it's fine, I believe. But for my case, who doesn't have millions, I wish I could. I'm gonna wait below this level, because I think this level will be the best place for me to position myself. So I would say just put an alert, make some research about hype, because there is a lot of potential on this one. It's not financial advice, obviously, but as a guy that is coming from Solana and know how I can identify hype, community activities, project behind. Again, the fact that when SpaceX stock went out, Robinhood was off. Nobody could trade on Robinhood correctly. Same on Coinbase. And the fact that hype got no problem is actually crazy to me. It's actually literally crazy to me. So that's why I'm quite bullish. If we are quite solid right now, I can't wait for the next one to be as solid. So that's why I'm quite bullish on hype at the moment. And it's the worst for making profit, but the best to learn what moves the market. Yeah, big stop losses. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, exactly. Like, we do need to have big stop losses during those time of the year when one simple tweet can just touch your stop loss and go back up, and you're like, oh my god, why are you doing this, Trump? Please stop. So yeah, so do you guys quickly, like, do you guys have any other tweet? I really need to pee. I'm not gonna lie. I need to pee quickly. Just give me 1 minute. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but if you can, just put some cryptos that you like to see. Okay, back up. I'm here. Bro, the amount of water I've been drinking, like I just cannot handle my wee wee anymore. Like I need to go to pee every 15, half an hour. Yeah, Tao is actually one of the one I'm looking to buy again. Whenever it's going back to this blue level, I'm buying again. Honestly, like this has been the thing that I've been doing since the beginning of the year. The only thing is that I would like to see Tao taking this low at a certain point. And BTC is a bit of what I'm thinking for the past few days is I want to see this high, and after this potentially have one move to the downside, one more move to the downside, because we have this trend line of liquidity right now. So this trend line, a lot of people are using it, and I don't want to be like, I think one more news. I just need one more bad news. One thing, that's one thing, guys. Keep this in mind, okay? Keep this in mind. The moment, because at a certain point, when I bought Solana in here, at that time of the year, the thing that made me buy is at that time of the year we were having bad news after bad news after bad news after bad news and after bad news, and the market was not going down anymore. So in my head, I was at that time of the year, I was like, wait a second, there is bad news and bad news, but we are just not moving down much anymore. And this is where I've started to realize that, well, now we can't die. Like, we can't die. It's done. We can't die. This will be the lowest point. So from there, we started to go higher and higher and higher. So that's what I would say. Like, keep in mind about the news, because this could actually save you at a certain point. Where are we? Oh, in 1 hour. Sorry, I was like, whoa. Okay, we're going back up. Yeah, no, right? No, not yet. Okay, so this week, US oil is going crazy too. US oil is going crazy too. Oh, I can hear we have some people joining the group call. Can you hear me, man? Yes, I can hear you. I think Sanj is coming. Don't worry, Sanj is coming. You're coming too directly just now. Honestly, it will be. Are you in a trade? Yeah. I see that. Okay. Keep this for the stream. Because they can't hear you, so. Yeah, I think what I'm thinking, guys, is that NAS is going to slow down a little bit. We're gonna see NAS slowing down, and after it's going back up. I'm gonna put one alert here. I'm gonna put one alert here, another one here, and I'm gonna wait for the market to come back to me. Euro USD, honestly, I hate you at this point. We trusted you, Euro USD, today. We were with you today, and you didn't let us win. Well, my analysis was correct. Let's put it that way. At least the analysis was correct. Now, if we are looking for entries, I'm gonna wait for this, all of this. I'm gonna put one alert here. Oh yeah, someone say GJ long. Yeah, it is true, man. GJ is looking good for a long at a certain point. The question is, do we keep this? Okay, and if the market is going back up now, it will be potentially around those levels. Do we have a bigger FVG? No, we don't have that yet. So this is the only one FVG, which is crazy big. So I'll wait for those areas. Are you looking clean? You're looking clean, man. What camera do you have? FX. Oh, nice. Okay, let me put this on my list. Yeah, that's the thing that I need to work on. That's the thing that I need. You're saying NAS for short? No, I'm expecting NAS to like retrace slightly. I mean, we're going back up. So going back up, but no, I'm quite bullish on NAS. I'm bullish on NAS. I was just waiting for maybe a bit of a retracement. New guest coming soon? Yes. We have actually two people coming soon, actually. EU closing bearish engulfing, expecting to go lower, right? Yes. Like the way that if we're closing that way, man, if we're closing that like this, I'm bearish. I'm looking for a bearish move. The fact that we took those like internal liquidities from those two highs, yeah, I'm looking for a short. Thank you for always. Thank you. It's always to wait for the right FVG. My problem, bro. Exactly. Like the way that we want to see stuff is there is FVG everywhere. There is FVG everywhere. No matter what, there will be FVGs everywhere. The question like put as much as possible of good probabilities on your FVGs to reinforce it. So that's why we have institutional levels. We have, let's say, Fibonacci. Like whenever those institutional are aligned with the Fibonacci, aligned with the divergence, aligned with the FVG, we know that this FVG compared to the other one is stronger. And that's where you do the difference between this one and the other one. So yeah. Okay, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna switch right now. Like in the next, whenever I'm gonna say, I'm gonna do a countdown actually. It's easy. I'm gonna do a countdown of 5 seconds, and we're gonna switch directly with our guest and also Senj. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Yeah, all good.
Xiao. Can you guys hear me now? Let me know in the chat if the sound is all good, please. Okay. All right. Perfect. I think we are back. What's up? How you guys doing? Teresa says, yes, Sanj, we're lucky to see you 2 days in a row. What an honor. I think yesterday I spent the entire session getting roasted for my bold ass head. But it's nice to be back with you guys too. It's nice to see some people actually excited to have me back here today. I'm really looking forward to presenting for you guys. Again, I think we're here for about an hour or so today. And we're looking forward, as usual, to deliver as much value for you guys as absolutely possible. We are joined by a very special guest today, which I'm going to be bringing on in just a second. But I want to start by checking in and asking how your trading has been today. What's the result been? Any trades taken? Are you up? Are you down for the day? How have you guys actually been getting on? Keep an eye on the chat. I want to check in and see how you guys have got on. Matt says, what an amazing podcast with Nav. Loved every minute of it. Matt, awesome to hear. Nav was a great guest. Always makes the podcast nice and easy to do. If you haven't already checked it out, Prop Firm Trader on YouTube. Amazing drop. She dropped some real sauce on there, so I would highly recommend checking that out. Samuel says Marco had his turn too. Yeah, me and Marco, we have a very similar hairline, evidently. So we have a lot in common. Welcome, Sanj. No trades is always a good way, I think, to go. I think patience is one of the hardest aspects of this game. So credit to you, my friend, for sitting on your hands. Samuel says weak as or slow as fuck. Took 4 trades, 2 losses, 2 BEs, 1 trade. Yeah, the game is the game, unfortunately. This is sometimes we are at the whim of market conditions. Right, I want to bring on our guest for today. Really looking forward to having a chat with this individual. I think they're going to have a ton of wisdom, a ton of experience, and a ton of insights to share, not just with me, but with all of you guys as well. I want to talk markets. I want to talk about psychology. You guys know my favorite topic in the world. But I really want to get inside their mind to figure out how they have gone about creating a little bit of consistency. Without any further ado, let's bring on Shiwo. Shiwo? I'm hoping I'm pronouncing
Xiao.
My apologies.
No worries. I'm used to it. What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. It's the first time I'm doing something like this, and I'm happy to do it with Chart Fanatics. So let's get it.
Taking you a little bit out of your comfort zone, evidently.
It is. I'm still getting used to being in front of the camera, especially live is very different. But I'm excited. We got to do new stuff.
No cuts, no edits to save us here, right?
Nothing. Exactly. Ooh.
Yeah, I know, right? Tell me a little bit about like your history and background coming into trading. I obviously want to jump on a few charts and stuff with you and get your kind of insights and outlook on the market, but give me a little bit of a rundown to help everyone understand where you've come from.
So I come from the Netherlands. I was born and raised here, and I was always that insecure kid. And on a day, I just randomly came on the path like of motivational TikToks and all these things, when Andrew Tate started to pop off during Corona time. And I started going to the gym for the first time in a bit. Like a friend of mine motivated me and I started getting addicted to it. And I started gaining weight. I started getting more secure about myself. I started meeting new people. And that's also when I came across the path of crypto through TikTok, actually. I joined a small community, which I was paying like 30 euros a month for, and it was a very small community. I think maybe like 20 people, and I started following signals, which did not turn out very good. I lost $200 when I was 16, which hit very hard for me because I was making around 400 euros a month. I was like delivering Thai food on a bike. I was making 5 euros an hour, and I was still in school, and that's what stuck with me. Eventually I knew, okay, with 200, 300 or even 1,000, I'm not gonna make a lot of money. So I decided after a year of trading, I'm gonna switch into Forex, because that's when I found out about prop firms, and crypto prop firms didn't really exist back then. The only thing that was there was my Forex funds and FTMO. Those were the only real known prop firms out there. And I've stuck with that since. And since like the last 6 months, I've decided to go away from prop firms. Like in the last even year, I haven't really touched prop firms, but I went from prop firms to mostly private capital to now managing people's money. So I've built a track record, and I'm taking on investors to manage their capital. And that's what I've been focused on the last 6 months, by taking on capital and growing that. And this year to date, we've done 21.7% return. And something I want to say is, in July, I have not taken a single position.
Interesting.
0 position. So maybe today I'll look for something. But yeah, July has been a very slow month for me. I've been behind the charts. I'm in the Netherlands, back in the Netherlands now, because that's also a funny thing. The day I turned 20, so that's last year actually, I decided, okay, fuck it, I'm going to Dubai. Like literally like that. And the day after my birthday, I moved to Dubai. That is now a year and a half ago. So I'm 21 now. And I always am in Dubai or Netherlands, like summers in Netherlands and winters in Dubai. And that's a bit about my journey, like very fast paced, my complete journey from 16 to 21 now.
Dope, man. It sounds like you've got a pretty crazy amount of experience in like a short window of time, and you're still relatively young. Like you haven't developed my hairline yet, which is always a win. That's awesome, man. I actually want to jump in a little bit to understand a little bit about your overview and what you do on the charts a little bit specifically.
Yeah,
we can obviously chop it up and have a little bit more of a conversation once we have some charts up, but would you mind giving us a little bit of an overview as to what you look at specifically on the charts themselves?
Yeah, so when it comes to the charts, I actually keep things very simple. That's what I've always said. I've tried every single strategy out there. I've traded indicators, I've traded support and resistance, I've traded ICT, SMC, everything out there. And what I realized is switching every time from strategy to strategy is like, it's never going to work because you keep starting from zero. The only thing that matters is choosing a strategy that suits you, collect data on it, like backtest, forward test, and even live test. And it's got to show you that it's profitable for you. And you got to be able to keep it within your limits. Like if you're someone who cannot handle a low win rate, then don't go for high risk to reward ratio, right? So for me, it was like, I'm in the middle point. I cannot handle taking 10 losses in a row to take one big win for, let's say, 1 to 10 and then be break even. I cannot do that. So what I keep very simple is I trade supply and demand using liquidity and a strict RR of always 2. So a 1 to 2. Like that's it. I use market structure, liquidity, supply and demand, and a very simple risk management model by using a 1 to 2. And of course, the percentage of risk I take on different accounts, like let's say for our fund, we trade, of course, lower risk, but let's say for a funded account, even on phase 1 and phase 2, and even on the live funded, I switch the percentage of risk I take. I don't change the way I trade or the amount of RR I take. And that's what I always say, keep it as simple as possible. You can see my chart is really not that special looking. There's a few lines and a few boxes. The only thing I gotta say, these green boxes are Asia session. So I have one indicator, even though I don't like indicators, it's just showcasing when the Asia session is and it's marking that out. And that's because I use it for liquidity. A lot of things I look at is, if we look at here on last week, Thursday, is we took out this low here, which was also an old Asia low. Here at the end, before us breaking structure higher on the 15-minute, we actually swept this complete low, which is also an Asia low. Like I love to see this. Like it takes out liquidity, breaks structure higher, and comes back into my demand zone, which eventually breaks higher again. I use very simple market structure. So as you can see, this push down caused this break of structure. And that means this is my supply or my demand zone right here. And I wanted to get back tested in. And that's where I mostly take positions going into a bit lower time frame. I did not take this position because it was 3 a.m. like Asia session started. But that's very simple, my strategy basically. I look at market trend, structure, liquidity, and of course my risk management. That's it.
Interesting. And you mentioned obviously you don't take trades during Asia. How much do like specific sessions matter for your trading?
To be honest, it's everything for me. For the last 2 years, I've not traded any other session than New York. I only trade New York session. That's the only session I touch. Why? Because I know my data completely, like from like in and out. I know what works and what doesn't. And I know for me that London and Asia are the least profitable and the least positions I will take. So for me, it is easy just to cut it out. Like, why would I spend time and even probably money wasting during London and Asia session, right? If I know New York is the most profitable for me.
Interesting. I love the fact that it's rooted in data, though. I think that's always key for a lot of people. I think so many people just generally take advice from, you know, things that they hear online, but not necessarily what actually is the best thing for them. There's something I want to pick your brain on a little bit. We actually had one of the comments in the chat. They said that I'm learning to handle tilt from not losing trades, but stupid issues like I'm currently experiencing, which is TradeAway suddenly blocking my country. I always think that like there's an element of things that we can and can't control within the markets. You obviously touched on the idea of even just certain things like trade outcomes and our win rate. We have to learn to get comfortable with uncertainty. We have to learn to get comfortable with, you know, these challenges and things that we're taking. What would be your advice to something like that? Like, if you were speaking to this person directly, what would you say to them?
Master yourself before you try to master the markets. Like, what I mean by that is you got to accept with trading, you can never like always win. So like, see this as a loss, but you cannot even do anything about this because they blocked your country. You cannot change the outcome. Just find another way to make it work. And that is the same with the markets. Like, you cannot always take a win. Like, I take losses, I take multiple losses. It's like very normal, right? But it's very easy to say that, but it's very hard to do that in reality, to accept the losses, like actually accept losses and move forward. And that is just mastering your psychology, mastering your mindset. And that's a thing I really focused on a lot of my time. Like, I have my own software where I purely focus on mastering my psychology. Like, it is one of the most important things, like being able, like you need to be up here, you need to be more ready than like with your hands, like executing. Like, you need to be always in your routine. Like, let's say your routine is you wake up at this time, you go to the gym at this time, you do this at this time. Like, it needs to be all the same. You need to be always in the right state of mind before you go ahead and execute your position. If I'm not in the right state of mind because something in my personal life has happened, or doesn't matter what, and I'm not in the right state of mind, I don't even touch the markets, because I know even if I win, it will be bad. Like, I know I made money, but that's not all for me. Like, it's all about the right state of mind.
You sound like you've developed like a very high level of awareness, which is, I think, rare for someone, firstly, your age, but a necessity for someone that, in my opinion, wants to be a successful trader. What has that journey been like for you? Like, how do you get to a stage where I presume you weren't always this way? This is something you had to train yourself to do. How do you get to that point?
By just going on the journey and actually learning and improving instead of always making the same mistake. Like, I remember I had days in my room, like, where I was on a my Forex funds account, 10K account. I was literally crying for it to hit TP. Like, it was in drawdown, and I was just crying for it to hit TP. Like, I just wanted to get funded and get a payout. I'd never had a payout back then. And you need to go through those things where you're like rock bottom to actually grow and be able to accept it and grow further. You need to invest in yourself. You need to read books. Like, you see a few books, I think, up here. It's like Psychology of Money I've read, Trading in the Zone I've read so many books, even not just about trading, but also about business, like the mindset of an entrepreneur and going on business. It's like, at some point, you're gonna make that switch from having trading as a side hustle and actually going to treat it as a business. And once you start treating it as a serious business, you're operating, like you're actually operating. You're not just going on the chart, looking at what you want to see and you just execute. No, you actually have a complete plan from like the moment you go on your computer, or even before, to get in the right state of mind, to the point where you actually execute, to the point where you're actually in the trades, and to the point where you exit, and even to the point where you're done with your day, but you start reflecting, you start journaling, you start going on with your day to be done with your trades, right? So that's the most important, treating it from a side hustle to actually treating it like a business.
Yeah, I love that, man. I love the fact that like I can see some of the books. I feel like I see Atomic Habits in the top left.
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the first book I've read.
It's a great book. It's such a good one to start with, and it's one of those books that has like nothing to do with trading, but it's also everything to do with trading at the same time.
Exactly, yeah.
Those are often some of my favorite ones. Do you have like a list of recommendations? Like I think we had somebody ask, I think it was yesterday or the day before, for like a go-to recommended list of books. Like what would you advise people to start with?
This is my favorite book, Psychology of Money. And it's
Dope.
just about, not just about trading, but even about money. And you need to understand the psychology of money before you understand how to make money off the markets, because making money is one thing, but actually growing your money is another thing. That's also a hard lesson I had to learn, because I was making a lot of money and I was spending a lot of money. But now, of course, I'm getting older, I'm getting more smarter, I'm making mistakes and still learning every day. I'm now starting more businesses, I'm reinvesting money into other types of things. Like I started investing into watches, I started investing into long-term ETFs, I started investing into, I've not started actually, but that's my next step, and next goal is to go into real estate. And like that's the level I'm thinking at. It's not just about making money. Okay, how am I actually gonna set myself good for life? Like if I'm 40, I don't want to be working and still on the markets. I just want to have my prime time in the markets, make the most amount of money as possible, and get out and live my life. That's it.
Yeah. How have you found the market this year with Trump?
For me, to be honest, like I don't like. It's not like it's the biggest thing ever. Like I see on the internet, like a lot of people hate on it and make jokes and memes and all these things. For me, I just do my thing. I don't really care, to be honest. Like I go on the charts. Of course, I check if there's something popping up or Trump is hopefully not tweeting something. But for me, it didn't have the most impact, to be honest. Like this year is the best. Like last year we closed at a little over 17% in return, but this year we're like it's half of the year and we're already on 21%, which was last month. This month we have not even taken a position.
I like that, man. Did you hear, I think it was end of last week, there was like some rumors circulating that Trump is planning to sell faster access to his tweets. Did you hear about this?
Yes, I did. And my answer to that is Trump is a businessman. Like from the day he became president again, his business ideas started again. And it's like, I've talked about this, like Trump, even his son, he's like using his father as a insider basically, right? So I mean, you can hate the player, you can hate the game, you know. It's like, I mean, he's just doing his thing. Like you can keep hating on it, which is not going to make any difference, or you just do your thing and try to make money as well.
Yeah, fair. I find it's an interesting time and place. Like, you know, I always say when I first started trading, the markets were very, I would say, relatively like different place. A lot of the drivers back then, like the biggest event that would happen every month was like NFP. And some months now, NFP is like a non-event. If it's not like an inflationary related thing, sometimes NFP will do absolutely nothing. Whereas back in the day, it could swing the market 200-300 pips and it would be a huge move. So the markets are like constantly like transforming, evolving. And I find the whole like Trump narrative also equally very interesting. Like the fact that he has the power and he gets away with basically swinging the market just from tweeting is nuts. But like you said, can't hate the player, hate the game, right? It's just one of those things.
I'm like, we can hate on it, but it will never change the outcome. Like he's the president and he can do it. Yeah, I mean, how are we going to change that, you know? There's no possible way that a normal person, even 100,000 people, will not be able to make a difference with that. So it's another thing where you just got to accept it. It's like you got to you got to go forward.
100%. Do you, is there anything that you're specifically eyeing up in the markets? I know you said you've been relatively flat, or maybe like talk me through your process of why you've remained flat. What is it you've been seeing that has specifically kept you away from wanting to take a position?
To be honest, it's just, I don't like how the markets move. And that's something I've probably learned from experience now, whereas the market, like if you look at this, like just the camera's in front of it, my bad. This part right here, like the market hasn't really done anything. And this is since like 22nd of June. And that's also since like almost when I've not taken a position. Like price has not really made new highs or lows. And I mean, of course it's on the higher time frame, but price hasn't really done anything. So what I was looking at actually is for this low to be taken out or this high up here, and it hasn't done both. So that's why I'm still out of the markets. Like I don't like trading in a range, even though this is a very, very high time frame range. Like you could take small positions inside of this, which I am always eyeing out for. And what I would like to see possibly is for it tomorrow or even the next day, or maybe even next week, for this low right here to be taken out. Why? This is just clear liquidity. A lot of people see this order block or demand zone, whatever you want to call it, up here, or even resistance, support, however you want to call it, where people want to retest and go higher. I see this as a liquidity point because this is the last low. A lot of people will place their stops below here. I would like this to be taken out, and I'll then look a bit lower, like probably on the 5 minute for a, I don't call it a change of character, but it is a change of character for it to change narrative and then eventually enter and go higher. That's what I would be eyeing out for, to possibly take out this high time frame 4 hour, 1 hour high up here.
So I get the vibe that you're very selective with your setups, it looks like.
Yeah, I am. I don't take a lot of positions during a month. Probably like on average, I would say 2 to 3 positions a week.
Okay, fair enough.
That would be like on my own capital, 2 to 3 positions a week. Yeah.
Got you. And we're looking at gold at the moment, right?
Yeah, correct.
Are there any other markets that you trade outside of gold?
I do check Euro USD and gold. That's the only 2 markets I check. I don't check anything else. That's the only 2 markets I trade. And Euro USD, I haven't even personally touched in a pretty good time. And I mean, if you look at it, you could probably say why again. Like if we look at this, like Euro USD hasn't done a single thing.
Yeah.
Like, nothing. Like this is how price used to move, right? And you can see like all my analysis, like it goes back a long time. I could even show this example right here if it allows me, because this is in December already. But this is how I take positions. It's just structure. So we test this right here, we break structure higher, and price just showing me, okay, price going higher. Then what does price do here? This last drop caused this new high to be made, then got retested in this demand zone right here. Then this down move caused this up move, breaking that last high. Now we retest that, and eventually on the lower time frame, I do exactly the same thing. Look for break of structures, retest in a demand zone or slide, depending on if I'm looking for a sell or a buy. And that's when I buy, and as you can see, a 2RR. Like I just place my stops under the certain low or high and target a 2R. I don't go and target the highs or liquidity points, just 2R. So I don't have the stress of, or even the emotional habit of being able to, okay, target too much. Because what I used to do is I used to zoom out all the way and be like, yes, this is liquidity right here. I'm going to target that. Boom. And this time it plays out, but I've had a lot of times where I'm up 3, 4, 5R, but I'm just trying to target such a high R where I eventually get stopped, and it would just crush me mentally. It would crush me. So that's when I decided to do a 1 to 2 and leave it at that.
I think, I don't know, I don't want to call it a trend, but I feel like I'm starting to see like a lot of traders actually start going the opposite and start reducing their R. Like for a period of time, I feel like it was glamorized to have the super high risk to reward. They showed screenshot, catching the sniper entry and then showing the maximum risk to reward that they've taken. But I think especially, and I don't know if this is with the popularity of like futures firms growing as well, but there's a lot of people that are shifting more towards like the kind of the 1-to-1. We've even got a lot of people that are going for like the negative RR as well. What's your take on this? I know you mentioned obviously like it's about finding what works for you. Are those things you've ever experimented with at all?
Yeah, so I've traded SMC. That's when I started to focus on high RR. And I like that you're saying this because it's just one screenshot. It's one trade. Like once you start to realize that doesn't matter at all. If you can catch it one single time, it doesn't matter at all. Like I don't care about having the perfect entry. It's all about, do I hit my target, yes or no? That's all it's about. Like, I don't care if I run into drawdown, if it almost hits my stop loss. If at the end of the day I hit my target, it's good for me. Like, it's so glamorous to have the perfect entry, the perfect stop loss, the perfect take profit. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Like, it really doesn't, because it only matters if on a year basis or even on multiple year basis you're profitable or not. And I know for a fact most of these guys sharing these screenshots cannot do that consistently at all, because it is just impossible to find that perfect highs, the perfect entries, the perfect low. It's not possible to always do that.
Well, I mean, I think any little bit of experience in this game, you start to realize that risk to reward and win rate are usually inversely correlated, right? So and that's going to have a big impact on your psychology. Like, there was a guy that I was speaking to a little while ago, and he told me he started off as a swing trader. So he started off looking for I think it was like the 1 to 3s, 1 to 5s, things like this. And that was his like comfort zone for a while. But he found his downfall was his low win rate was just terrible for his psychology. And he would end up going on tilt. And that's what caused him to give all his money back. It was never to do with the strategy not working. It was him being inconsistent with it. And like, you fast forward now, he now trades a negative RR strategy, which, like, for a lot of people, fucking blows their mind. They're like, what? You're risking $100 to make like 50? That doesn't make any sense. But he said, like, the psychology behind being consistent with it is so much easier. He was like, I know 70-80% of the time I'm going to end that day green. I'm going to be profitable, and that's so much like easier on my psychology, and therefore the consistency was easier going forward. So I thought it was a very interesting transition.
I completely agree with him. I mean, I still have a positive R of a 1 to 2, but I've had the same thing, and I don't say a high RR cannot be profitable. It's just your win rate is going to be lower. And if you are not able, and most people are not able to take consecutive losses, like let's say you have a 30% win rate, meaning 70% of the time you're going to lose money. And in real time, you don't see that, right? Because you're just losing. I mean, on the bigger picture, yes, you still are profitable, but in that moment, 70% of the time you lose. How hard is that mentally for you? Like, that you just keep losing. And then that 1 or 2 or 3 good trades, those make you profitable. It's just very hard, like, mentally. Like, a human, unfortunately, is not made to do that. That's how I see it. A human wants to always see positive things. It's just how humans work, how psychology works, how your brain works. So why not optimize that and just lower your RR, forcing your win rate to go up, making it easier for yourself?
Yeah, 100%. What win rate are you able to maintain with your current 1 to 2 approach?
So I'm like between 50 and 60%, like average between there.
Nice. That's pretty decent, man. And your execution time frame is it a 15-minute? Did I see that correctly?
15 and 5 minute actually. So I go from like daily 4 hour to 1 hour to even 30 minute, 15 minute, and 5 minute. And like on both of these time frames, 5 and 15 minute, I execute.
Okay, got you. Would you be able to like run me through like an example of maybe one of the last trades that you took? I know you had some of the risk to reward tools drawn up, but like it would be great. And again, I'm purely being selfish here, but from the perspective of like seeing this from that higher time frame to understand the context that you were looking at, all the way down to execution, I think for people in the chat, it would be super interesting to understand.
Yeah. So I do have a few trades drawn out here. I do have to quickly look at what I had exactly drawn out just to remember it.
Yeah, so I know I'm putting you on the spot with this a little bit.
No worries. So I remember this trade right here, this short right here, why I took it. The reason being is price is very bearish. Like, we can clearly see prices just dropping heavily. And what happens is we take out these equal highs right here, which is also the current session's Asia high, that green box you see here. That was also this Asia high. We take that out, we sweep those highs, and we start breaking lower. So we have a break of structure right here, which price doesn't fill. And eventually price goes up again, breaks structure again, meaning I don't look at this supply zone up here anymore. Okay. Price eventually breaks structure again, right here, and again. And we keep not filling price. So what do I do here is I see it slowing down a bit, right here, like you can see price is kind of getting choppy on the 1 hour if you compare it to these huge down candles. And we break structure. I draw on my supply zone again, waiting for a retest. We tap in, and I gotta go to lower time frame, and it's a bit back, so I gotta scroll back. Yes, perfect. And what do we do again? It's the same thing. We have the high time frame supply zone with the break of structure. We have these few equal highs right here, which I want to take out first. It's very important for me to take out liquidity before I enter a position. Like it's something I always look at. Like a lot of people, they'll sell right here on this order block or even here, and they always get stopped out perfectly, and then it goes into your direction, which that's why I wait. So I wait for that liquidity to vacant, and if I'm correct, it was on the 5 minute that I executed the position. Kind of lost on my own chart. Yeah, exactly. And I look again at the same thing, which I look on the 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute, and that is just break of structure. So we broke structure here once, which was not clear for me to sell, but here we broke structure clearly because price makes an up move and then break structure. And that on that retest, on that up candle you see right here, I sold, placing my stops above the high, and I put a pretty wide stop, as you can see. Like, I know a lot of people would like to have a very tight stop. I don't care about that. I would rather have a wide stop and targeted 2R. And as you can see, it played out very nicely. It's very simple, to be honest. It's high time frame, I mark it out, and low time frame, I mark out the same thing. It's just using all these time frames together to execute on the lower time frame.
I feel like a big part of your edge, though, is obviously it's great to see the breakdown of specifically what you're looking for in an example, but it's more so like the mentality to kind of know when to sit on your hands and to be able to do something. I think a lot of traders really struggle with that. How do you get someone to a place where they are more comfortable in doing nothing?
So when I was 2 years into trading, I still was not making money, and I realized, okay, I always have the mindset, I must take money out of the market. I need the money, right? And that's when I started my marketing agency. So that's why I have a camera here, like very nice setup camera. I started my own marketing agency where I made like short form content for a lot of people here in the Netherlands, like companies like restaurants, fast food stores, and even fulfillments and all these types of shops and companies. I started making their short form content. So I started managing their social media, and I started generating income besides trading, where I came to a point where, okay, I don't even need the money from trading. And that's when I actually started making money off of trading, which is very weird, but it's the harsh reality. Once you don't really need the money from the markets, you'll make money off of the markets. And even though I don't do the marketing anymore, I'm full-time with trading, I still have other things where I get money out of, right? Like I have invested money, I have like pretty secure now. So it's not like if I don't make money today or this month off the markets, like I'm going to be stressed. And I know a lot of people are in that position where they must make money, and that's the whole reason why they lose money.
100%. I think there's going to be a lot of people. And again, chat, let us know if you resonate with this, because I don't know if I don't know if I want to say like it's social media, but it kind of glamorizes this idea of, I would say, like full-time trading, right? You kind of get to this place where you can just rely on the market solely to make your money. You can print money an hour a day, sitting on the beach, living your dream life. And that's kind of the portrayal of the message that everyone kind of gets across. But they don't talk about the moments where, you know, you have the losses, maybe you have the periods of drawdown, maybe you have the periods of time, just like you said, where, I mean, it's the 22nd of July and you haven't taken a single trade yet. And people don't know what to do with that time. So you're clearly an advocate of like multiple sources of income, right? You want to diversify your time. Where, like, do you think it's best to do that in a job or a business? Do you think it doesn't matter as long as you have the income that's there?
To be honest, it doesn't really matter as long as you also enjoy what you're doing on the side. Like, I started in marketing agency because that's what I was studying back then, right? So it was kind of like, it just happened where I was going to shops like sandwich shops and restaurants and all these things, just charging a few €100 a month to manage the social media. And eventually that kind of really turned into a business. but I was enjoying doing that actually. So I've made a lot of experiences. I've made good money with it, and yeah, it could be a job, it could be a business. The best would be, of course, to like get a skill like using a camera or being able to edit videos, or it doesn't matter what, like something very simple where you could just charge businesses or even clients small amount of money, like even per month. That would be like the best thing ever, like a retainer. Get that money and reinvest it back into your trading, into building whatever you want, right? And that's what I was doing.
Yeah, yeah. How long do you think realistically, like in today's day and age, it should take for people to find a level of profitability? Like, where do you draw the line to say trading's maybe just not for that person, or this person needs to do a little bit more work into making it work for them?
It depends, because a lot of people, they're really on the wrong journey. It takes a lot of people a long time to realize what's fake in the industry and what actually works and what they actually need to focus on. And it's like a lot of people stay way too long in that danger zone of not actually learning how to actually trade, how to eventually actually build something and make money off of the markets. And a lot of people stay inside, like only following signals or only trying to flip accounts and all these things, making from small money, big money, living the lifestyle, blah, blah, blah. And so it's very different. But I would say if you're on the right path, it's really not that hard, like within a year, to find consistent profitability with the right info, with the right path you got to take, like actually learning a solid strategy, going to back test it, forward test it, live test, actually do that, because it's very easy to say go back test, forward test, and live test. Actually do it and fully journal everything, fully track everything by learning yourself, investing into more knowledge. Within a year, I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable to say if you're on the right path.
And on the back testing front, we've had a lot of people that have like mixed reviews when it comes to back testing. Some people don't buy it. Some people think you should just live trade, and that's the only way to kind of test whether the strategy works or whether you have an ability to execute it consistently. You're clearly an advocate of back testing. How do you, like, what advice do you give to people to differentiate whether you want to do live or like actual back testing? So
I'm not per se an advocate of backtesting. Why? Because it's not the same as live markets. Because of course, like you can see here now, a candle is actually printing live, right? You can see it going up and down. While with backtesting, it's just a new candle opens, like the full candle is there. If you know, like if I go to the 1 minute, you can see the candles actually printing. You can see going up, down. As you can see, like it's being made, the candle's being made. While with backtesting, it will just be boom, 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 next candle. So I'm not per se advocate. Why? A lot of people stay too long in that backtesting area. Like you just gotta test it. Are the statistics good? So like if you're going on to 1 to 2 RR, you see, okay, 1 to 2 years of data, which you can very quickly do. It shouldn't take you more than like 3 months or even a month. You can get 1 or 2 years of data.
Yeah.
Just within a month, get as much data as you can. You have a 50, 60% average win rate, whatever, it's profitable. You know your data. These sessions I don't trade. This is the only session I trade. These are the days that I don't trade. Boom, go ahead and forward test. Like, why would you waste more time trying to improve your win rate? All these things, no. Because now you need to be able to show yourself on live market conditions that it's also profitable for you.
I like that. Have you started to incorporate like AI as part of your trading in any way, whether it's to do with like data, statistics, reflection? Like, have you tested that in any way?
Yeah, so we actually launched a software, and it's where it's purely focused on psychology. So you integrate your MT5 or MT4 account, and it's currently offline because we're improving the product, but it's like kind of a Whoop where it's learns to gets to know you as a trader. So you put in your trading plan, your trading days, the amount of risk you take, your strategy, and it follows if you break your rules or not, and it tracks everything, and it will like give you a psychology score, a journal score, and all these things, and it will combine it into one mastery score, we call it. And so yeah, I've integrated, and I always use that software myself. That's the whole reason it eventually turned into a software that I wanted to launch. And that's the way of integrating. It's not like I'm making EA bots or algorithms or whatever with AI.
Yeah.
But I did integrate it with building a journal, a dashboard, basically.
Interesting. It seems like you're a big psychology guy. Am I getting the right sort of vibe with that?
Yeah, like I would say like that's like the biggest thing for me, psychology.
How much of a role do you think that plays in like most people's trading? Because I know we always hear like the cliche is 80% psychology, 20% strategy. Are you a believer in that idea?
Kind of, yes. I would not say like 80%, but I would say like more than half of your trading is psychology. It's your mindset, because it's all these things where when you have to make money, you're going to lose money. What's the reason? It's all up here, right? Because you have to make money. You're going to break your rules and all these things. Or when you're in the losing streak, what's the reason that you switch strategy, or that you even take bigger losses, that you change your whole plan around? It's again your psychology. So it's every time your psychology, and it's not everything, of course. I really believe in like a big factor is data as well. Being able to show that what you do is profitable on a longer basis. That is also very big. And strategy is, for me, actually a very small factor. I don't really believe in that strategy really like makes the biggest difference ever, because every strategy can work, in my opinion. Not every strategy, but most strategies can work. It's just, does it have enough data for you to prove that it's profitable or not?
Yeah, fair. What do you use to kind of document all of these sort of metrics that we've been talking about, like the psychology side? I know you said you've got a tool that specifically you use, but like for your trading, are you an advocate of like journaling and stuff like that? Is that something that helped you along the way?
Yeah, journaling. So journaling is like the biggest factor, of course, because it's like reflecting on your own self. What are you doing well? What are you not doing well? And journaling, being able to watch the markets, of course, so we use TradingView, calculating risks, like depending on how much percentage risk you want to take, very important. That's kind of it, to be honest.
Yeah. Nice, man. We actually have I believe we have TradeZilla coming on after our segment to talk about obviously the importance of journaling, how to use it as part of what we do. So it's always good to see people on board with that idea, because I've spoken to some people and we've had debates back and forth about like whether journaling is actually important. I think some people get to a stage where they lose, I don't know whether it's like a love or a passion for it, but they fall out of, doing those daily routines, which kind of kept them in check for a long time. I don't know if I would personally encourage that for a lot of new people, but it seems to be a thing that people fall into after a certain level of experience. But it's interesting to hear, obviously, like you've got to the level that you are and you still keep up with these sorts of things to keep you in check every day.
The whole reason being is I treat it as a business, and I always will. I know the day that I stop doing that, I'll probably go downhill with trading. And that's just really how you got to treat trading if you want to make it work. You got to be so dedicated to make this work, because it's like, what do they call it? It's like the hardest way to make the easiest money.
Yeah. It's true.
And it actually is.
Yeah, it's crazy. I had a question that I kind of wanted to throw you away a little bit. What do you find yourself doing these days when there is nothing to do in the markets? And the reason I ask is I find a lot of people struggle with patience, not necessarily because of like it's a discipline or a motivational problem, but simply because they don't know what to do when they're bored. So do you have like kind of a framework that you kind of would give to people to help them to understand like what they should be doing, whether it's something trading related but not actively live trading, or something else entirely?
To be honest, you got to have a life around trading as well. Like it's like very simple to say. It's like I have my own life around trading as well. I love like traveling, I love going to the gym, I love driving cars, I love all these things, like, or meeting new people, especially who potentially like I can make money together with, whether it's investing in the fund or possibly learning a new way to make money, and especially like traveling. I think that's I'm very young, but I've seen a lot of the world already. Like I was with Riz in New York, I've seen him in Dubai. We've met up in Amsterdam actually. And even for myself, I went to New York but we met up with Riz there. I went to Spain, I went to Dubai, I went to Paris. Like, it's something which has opened up my eyes so much, where you see what's possible in the world, because you see different type of people, different type of styles, different type everything, right? Like, and your eyes just open up, and that's so important. I know a lot of people, like I've had this as well, because I started very young with no money, is I was always in my room and I didn't go outside. Like, go outside, meet new people. Like, you never know when you meet someone who, like, within no time it will change your life around, because you met someone at a specific time and somewhere. And like, you cannot force it, of course, but have a life around trading. That's all I can say.
How do you deal with the routines and habits when you are traveling? Do you ever find that's a little bit disruptive? And I ask purely selfishly, because that is something that I have started struggling with a lot in the last 1 year or so. I find every time I travel, routines and stuff, they all it's harder to remain consistent. Do you get where I'm going with this?
100%, because I was actually in April, I was in Bali for 2 months, and that's where the first time I was really struggling with it. Why? Because there was a 6-hour time difference with Netherlands, and I think 4 hours with Dubai, where it's 6 p.m. in Bali and it's just 12 in the day in Netherlands, and I trade New York session, so it was late in the night, basically, where I need to be behind the charts. And that, I mean, I've been to Bali, in the evenings you want to go outside. So I didn't trade that much during Bali, I'm going to be very honest. It was very hard to stay focused. So I do try to stay in routine, but it's very hard. It's you got to have that discipline with saying no to a few things, I guess. Even when you're on holiday, you got to be able to say no, which is very hard. If you want to, it depends. Are you going on a holiday to fully enjoy your holiday, or are you going on a holiday to continue with trading? There's two things. I've had holidays where I told myself I'm not going to open the chart, where I did not even touch the charts. But let's say, as Bali as an example, I was there for 2 months. I cannot not trade for 2 months. So I had to say no to a lot of things, which is the discipline I guess you got to have.
Yeah. Do you ever find it difficult to switch off? Because I completely agree. The whole idea of having a life outside the charts, traveling, I'm obviously a big advocate of as well. I like to do it as much as possible. But I don't know if it's the trading aspect or if it's the aspect of running a business. I always find it very difficult to turn off my mind. Even if I say I'm going to sit down and relax and I'm not going to do any work, the mind is always running. Do you resonate with that?
100%. It's literally, even when I want to, there's only a few moments where I'm not thinking about it. If I'm playing paddle, let's say, I love playing paddle. That's where I'm so focused on winning, where I'm not thinking about money, trading, or business, or being becoming a better version of myself. But I've seen everyone who's very, very, very successful, at a insane level, they just have an obsession, and it's they can never switch off. So it's you gotta have an obsession with making it work and becoming better and better to actually reach that type of level. And I mean, I've seen myself I can never switch off, never. Even when I'm driving or when I'm outside, I always think about, how can I become better with this? How can I improve with this? Or how can I make more money? How can I? It just never stops, and I think that will never stop.
Yeah, you ever messed around with meditation app?
No, not really.
It's the one thing that has, I'm not going to say it allows me to clear my mind, but it brings me a certain level of peace. And it allows me to kind of separate from the thoughts. Again, it doesn't switch the mind off. I don't think you can switch the mind off. It's designed to think. We'd be dead if it ever just went, completely dry. But it's definitely one thing that really like has helped me in my journey. And I wondered if you'd ever messed around with it all. I'd recommend giving it a go. It's some people are very like against it. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's an interesting one to try, especially if you're in like the personal development space.
Yeah, I mean, send me some stuff I can look. I'm always open for new things. Like I'm very open-minded in always improving. So when it comes to something like that, I'm very open-minded to becoming better version of myself.
Yeah. Did you ever read the book The Miracle Morning, I want to say? You ever read this?
No.
So The Miracle Morning, I'm literally going off the top of my head now. It was one of like the earlier books that I read when I started getting into personal development. And it was where I wanted like a better routine. I wanted to focus in on like my trading a lot more. And it's by a guy, again, from memory. I think his name's Hal Elrod.
Okay.
He had this whole idea about creating this morning routine that was centered around basically creating like a little bit of a foundation with your day. And he gives like a recommended list of things to try. Like meditation and breath work were kind of like coupled into that routine. And that was the first time I started messing with it a little bit. But it's an interesting book. He's done a few of them. I think he's done like 2 or 3 since The Miracle Morning, but I think that was like his most popular one. If you're into reading, it's worth checking out. It definitely like opened up my perspective as to how I should form my routines and little things like this. But I thought that was an interesting one.
Sounds good. The Miracle Morning. I got it.
Note it down. I want to throw one final thing your way before we start to wind things down a little bit. Conscious of timing on the hour. In the time that you spent in the trading space, what would you say has been like your biggest hurdle to overcome?
Myself.
What about yourself?
It's very hard to explain it, but I just didn't know myself well enough to know the markets enough like that I actually can take money out of it. Like you gotta know yourself, like you really gotta get to know yourself before you try to master the markets, I would say. And I've had a very long journey where like when I started, I was very insecure. I didn't have any social skills and all these things. Like by time being, you start to learn, like you start to realize you don't know these things and you got to improve yourself, right? And that's something I'm still doing. Like I'm always improving, but like getting to know yourself is the most important thing. Like what are you good at? What are you bad at? Why are you bad at this? And how can I improve it? Like really listen to what other people have to say, like really taking, because I know a lot of people even when it comes to this stream, it goes in this ear and it goes out on the other ear. They don't actually take in what is being said, like actually really take it in by thinking about what is being said. And really with everything now, when I have a conversation with someone, I really try to take in what's being said and really understand what's being said. And that's really how you're going to start to improve yourself. And that's one of the biggest hurdles I've had, like just getting to know myself and improve myself before trying to make money. Because I know like it's easy to say, but everyone, why are you trading? You want to make money. It's that simple at the end of the day. But you cannot make money in trading, in business, in whatever, if you don't know yourself well enough. So I don't know if people can relate to me with this, but that was one of the biggest hurdles for me.
I mean, there was one of the guys in the chat, he said exactly what you said, right? Himself. And that was like number one for them as well. I definitely like, I resonate with that a lot. I heard like a poetic way of putting it. I always repeat it. I wish I came up with the quote, but I was never smart enough to do so. But it went something along the lines of like, most people think they fail because they don't know enough about the markets, but in reality, it's because they don't know enough about themselves. And I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, it just gave me chills. It like made me feel a certain type of way because I was like, it's so true. It's like we live in a day and age where there has never been such an abundance of information, but the statistics for becoming profitable haven't really changed that much. And that alone should tell you that the answer is not just simply more information or a better strategy or a more refined entry. Like, yes, obviously those things can help you to improve your edge in the market. But if you don't have the ability to actually apply it, it means basically fucking nothing. And I think it's that element of like introspection that I think a lot of people miss. Yeah, it's an interesting one, man. I feel like it's a deep one to kind of wind things down on and let people ponder over a little bit. But
I think this is something people are really, the people that understand it are really gonna take this in, and like it'll be in their heads for a while. Like it will be like, damn, okay. Like the people that really take it in, they'll understand it, you know, and it will stay with them for a long time and actually think about it.
100%, 100%. Matt in the chat has given a great quote. I've actually never heard this one before. Apparently, it's a quote from Buddha. It says, "Rule your mind, or it will rule you." I really like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm 100% going to steal that and use it in a coaching call at one point. It's yeah, I really like that one, man. There's one more quote I want to pull up before I let you go. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it because otherwise I'm gonna butcher it when I say it. Let me find this. Okay, there's a quote by Carl Jung, and he says, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." I had another coach say that to me many years ago, or he quoted it out, and it was another one of those like, fuck, gave me chill moments, because it was like, it's so true for so many people. Like everything that we process happens often beneath the surface, and we don't recognize it until we actually hear it over time, right? So yeah. It's super interesting one, man. Bro, it's been amazing to catch up today. I know it's been a little bit short-lived. I feel like I could probably talk to you for another hour or so off the back of it. You're honestly, the conversation is right up my alley. Like, I love the fact that you have a very simplistic approach in the markets. I love the fact that you have a strong view and standpoint on psychology. I think that makes for a massive impact in your trading. And I think you've shared a ton of like insights and value for everyone here today, man. So honestly, I appreciate you jumping on, man. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate being here as well. It's very likewise, and let's hope we see each other again on here maybe anytime soon.
100%, man. I'm going to drop you a follow on Instagram. I'm going to keep up to date with like how you're moving and stuff. But it's been very interesting, man.
Amazing. Very happy again that I was here, and I hope people can learn something from this conversation we had, both sides, and it's very exciting to be here. So thanks again.
Appreciate the time, brother. Right, guys and girls, we are going to take a very short break. Please stay tuned. We have TradeZella coming on to give you a masterclass in the importance of journaling, how you can apply it to your strategy. We heard that in our last conversation, right? We went over the importance of why journaling is important, but I think there's no better people to do it than TradeZella themselves. So please stay tuned. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with our next host for today's session. Hope you guys had a great day today. Hope it's been profitable. Hope you guys have all managed risk in all the right ways. I will see you guys again same time tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. See you in the next one.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to TradeZilla webinar. My name is Numan Ashad. For those who don't know me, my name is Numan Ashad. I have been trading for about 6 to 7 years now. I trade equities, futures. Majorly, I use order flow in trading. And yeah, that's a very quick introduction. And today we are going to talk about something very important today. So the session is going to be very interesting. And with that being said, I think we are ready to move on. Anthony, can you guys hear me? By the way, quick question. And can you guys see my screen? Hello. All right. Okay, looks like everything is good. All right, guys, so today we are going to talk about something very important, that is journaling. I know everyone tells you to journal. I know everyone says, hey, before you start a trading day, do not forget to journal. After you finish your trading day, don't forget to review and journal. But the question always comes down to what is the right journaling practice. And today we are going to have a deeper dive into the good things, the bad things, the right data, the wrong data, how to actually build a comprehensive game plan, which actually helps you improve trading. And basically we will take it from there. So with that being said, let's start with something very basic, that is running a business. Very simple and easy example. So let's say that you're running a business, right? And in any business, you have 2 to 3 components to look at. You have your revenue. That's basically telling you, okay, what money is coming in. You have your inventory, which is basically what is moving. And you have cost structure, which is basically telling you where your money is going out, right? That is basically your P&L equation. If you do not have an overview of your P&L equation, if you don't have any idea of what revenue is coming in, what costs are going out, or whatever the case may be, you would never be able to run a profitable business. So when it comes to trading, it's no different at all. And that's where a lot of people lose focus, because imagine that you're a new trader, and what you do, you open your brokerage platform, you start clicking buttons. The idea of just, clicking some random buttons and making money is always very enticing, without even, tracking your revenue, without tracking your cost, without tracking any metrics at all. So trading is no different than running any business at all, right? If you are a trader who does not track their data, is basically like a business owner who never looks at the books. So it's basically like flying blind, And there's one very interesting example which I always give in our trading room, is like, if anyone were to tell you, hey, go and throw $1,000 out of the window, would you do it? And if the answer is not really, then then if you trade without a proper game plan, if you trade without a proper journaling practice, you're basically doing exactly the same. That is just gambling and throwing money out of the window, right? And that's a very important aspect that we are going to cover today with real examples. So that basically builds onto that you must keep a record of your data to succeed. Now, again, this is not optional. It is a foundation that every trader, every professional trader builds on, right? Again, just to remind you that what we just discussed, trading is like any other business. The only major difference is that it's a game of probabilities. And unless you track your probabilities and unless you start looking at, hey, what is working and what's not working, you won't really be able to go anywhere. So what professional traders do, a lot of folks, you know, and I know a lot of folks who have been trading for years, ages, 10 years, 20 years and more. They don't obsess over their P&L. They obsess over their process. Now, I know again that a lot of, you know, people tell you to, hey, go and build a process. But what are the good components or the essential components of building a process? That is something we are going to discuss later today. But the takeaway for now from this slide is don't obsess over your P&L, obsess over the process. Track it, review it, and improve it. And again, just stay with me. We are going to have a deeper dive on how exactly to build a process. Now, coming back to what we said earlier, that is a journaling, that everyone should journal. And as said earlier, that everyone tells you, you know, always journal, always look at your data, always focus on what your data is telling you, and always try to get insights in terms of you know, how you can improve your trading. But there is one fundamental question that not a lot of folks tell you, and that is basically differentiating between good data and bad data. You know, I can open my notebook and I can, you know, start writing down everything that I see, or I can start writing down, hey, I entered at 950, I got out at 952. Or, hey, I bought the stock at, I don't know, $5 and I sold at $7 and so on and so forth. But the important question is how that data is going to help me to improve my trading. And that's how we classify data as good data and bad data. And let me actually give you some very, very interesting examples. So this is basically the differentiation for us at Tradezilla in terms of a good data and bad data, right? I'm going to quickly go into the slideshow mode just to see if you guys can still see my screen, because it's spoiling all the components. Yeah, actually it's working. Great, much better now. So what is bad data? Bad data is basically having no setups or defined strategies. So a trader, market opens at 9:30, shows up, opens its platform at 9:15, looks at the pre-market and says, you know what, the stock is running today. There are a lot of green candles and I'm going to buy the stock when the market opens. No setups, no strategies, no nothing at all. That to us is the perfect example of bad data. And just stay with me. I said we are going to have a deeper dive into the details or with examples, right? No instruments or market focus. Today, I'm going to trade S&P 500. Today, I'm going to trade crude oil. Today, I'm going to trade, I don't know, dollar. So what it's showcasing you is that you do not have any focus group, any speciality. And bear in mind, for those of you who are new to trading, and I'm pretty sure those of you who have been trading for a long time, each instrument is different. Each instrument has its own personality. If you're trading stocks, Apple moves completely different than Amazon. Tesla's tape is completely different than Micron's tape, you know. So if you do not have a focus on an instrument or a particular ticker or whatnot, you're going to have a lot of difficulty in finding good setups. And that again is an example of bad data. Point number 3, no position size or max loss. So today I'm going to risk $50. Why? Just because I feel it, you know. Tomorrow my risk, I just increase the risk to $100, $200, $500, whatever the case, whatever the number is, right? No consistency, no real rules, no nothing. No defined trading hours. You open your brokerage platform, you start trading at 9:30, you go until 10. Okay, you lost money. Just giving an example. Tomorrow you start trading at 12. The next day you start trading at 1, So the point I'm trying to make is basically not having any structure, not having any sort of a framework to follow. So those are the things which basically is bad data for us, right? Again, as said earlier, you can open your journal. You can, let's say, open your notebook, and you can start writing. Hey, today I traded at 11. I bought the stock at 5. I sold it at 4. Today I traded metals. Today I traded NQ. Whatever the case may be. But trust me, at the end of the day, your P&L, at the end of the month, at the end of the week, whatever the case may be, is going to be red. Why? Because you are not focusing on the right data. You're not focusing on good data. Now, what is good data? Let's have a deeper dive. Good data is when you have a structure, when you have a defined setup and playbook. What is a playbook? What is a defined setup? Let's say that I trade opening ranges, or I trade after 10 a.m., or I trade initial balance high, initial balance lows, or whatever the case may be. That is something that I trade every single day. I have the criteria for that trade written down. I want to see X, Y, Z, or whatever the criteria that I have for me to take the certain trade. So that is defined setup, a defined structure, and that is an example of good data. Number 2, specific instrument and session. So, for example, this week, in the last couple of days, I have been focusing on Micron. Why I've been trading Micron? Because Micron, for those of you who you don't know, big semi stock, because it has a very, very good daily range, ATR. If the stock is giving you 50, 70 points average on the session, and if you can catch, let's say 20 points, 30 points on let's say on those big ranges, you are really, really good in P&L. So now what's the advantage of focusing on one specific ticker, or in this case, let's say Micron, is that I know very, very well by heart where the sellers are sitting, where the buyers are sitting, what is the balance price, where there's a buying pressure, where there's a sell pressure, or whatever the case may be. So again, specific instrument and specific focus. Position size and max loss. I'm not going to, if on average, let's say my risk is, 5K, 10K, whatever the case may be, I'm not just going to suddenly bump up my risk just because I feel it. I'm not suddenly going to just change my risk parameter just because the stock has green candles or the red candles, right? Fixed trading hours that you stick to. I am not going to trade after 12 until 2 o'clock. Why? Because the volume is very low during those hours. The probability of fake outs, market manipulation is very, very high on those hours. So the risk to reward for me to trade that time frame, that window, is not that great. So I'm going to take a step back. So this is the example. This is a very, very good example of what we call good data. Now, again, it all comes back to what you are focusing on and what you're trading and what you're tracking. What you're tracking. Are you tracking good data, or are you tracking bad data? And that's where the whole difference comes from. Quick question, by the way, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to just write down in the chat, and we will later have a very quick Q&A as well. And if there's anything that's not clear, just feel free to, shoot a text in the chat, and we will basically just take it from there. So let me give you an example of good data. I hope that point is clear. Having a defined game plan before the market opens, and what exactly is a defined game plan and what exactly is a good game plan. I'm going to give you some very, very practical examples later on. Specific setups tagged to every trade. So if I'm taking, let's say if I'm taking a trade at 9:30, 9:35, 9:45, I should have a setup behind it. I should have a reason behind that trade, and I should be able to justify why exactly I'm taking the trade. I'm not just buying random levels. I should know what exactly my setup is. Good data. Focus. As said earlier, if you're trading futures, S&P 500, NASDAQ, if you're trading a stock, Micron, Apple, Nvidia, whatever the case may be, complete focus and complete control. Fixed position size. So if you're trading S&P 500, if your position size on average has been 3 contracts, you should not just, random out of nowhere, just double your position size. Why? Because first of all, mentally, you would not be able to handle it, because the moment you see a little bit of red on your screens, it's going to hit you guys very, very hard. So having a very, very strong process to sort of control your position size. Hard marks loss per day should not exceed that at any cost, because the moment you basically start exceeding, you start breaking your rules. You start going into the habit of over trading without even realizing. So if you have, on average, if you take 3 trades per day, you should stick to taking 3 trades per day, no matter what happens, Just quickly going through the chat as well, guys. Session hours you commit to 9:30 to 11:30. That is the only time window that I'm trading. I don't care if the stock is moving at 12. It is just not my setup. And again, the reason I'm sort of reinforcing this point is because if you break your rule one time, I promise you that you will do it again. So you might get lucky one time. Let's say if the stock just starts moving at 12:30 or whatnot randomly, and if you trade it today, you will be sort of, eager to basically look at your screen the next day as well. You will just sit there staring at your screen and taking the setups, taking the trades which are just not there. So that again is the example of good data. That is an example of taking good trade, having a defined game plan, having a specific setup that you are trading, defining your risk to reward. So I am risking $100 to make $300. 1 to 3, beautiful risk to reward. But if I'm risking 100 to make 100, that might not be the best case scenario. So at the end of the day, and this is a complete different topic and discussion that we will have some other day, is what is basically a good risk to reward sort of parameter, KPIs, framework, whatever you want to call it, that you should have in order to build a good system. Does it make sense to always take 1 hour trade and just keep on repeating them? Or actually it is way better to take 2 hour, 3 hour, whatever the case may be, those sort of trades, but trade less and less and less. Maybe just taking 5 trades in a week makes way more sense than taking 20 1-hour trades or 20.5 hour trades in a week. Just sort of giving some examples. But again, this is a completely different topic, and we will discuss it some other day. Now, once again, coming back to good data, that is what you should focus on, not the bad data. And again, we have gone through this before, gave particular example what we mean when we say bad data, right? Good data, the right system, and that's your real edge. And this is exactly what TradeZilla is built for. For those of you who do not know, quick introduction. It's your all-in-one trading ecosystem AI partner. You track your trades, you journal, the system automatically categorizes everything for you. AI insights, AI market sentiment, AI game plans, reviews. They're just like a lot about this about TradeZilla. I don't want to go through in detail because it's not a product demo, whatnot. but we will touch on different aspects. And again, the goal always is how this will help us improve our trading. Now, it all starts with a daily habit. As said, right? We want to focus on good data. We want to focus on the process, but where we should start from. So let's start it from the very, very basic. And I said it all starts with the daily habit. With the most basic one, with the most fundamental one, and that is building a game plan, right? This is non-negotiable. What does it mean? There's no way that if you don't have a game plan in the morning before the market opens, you should not take a trade. And again, this is a question actually I posed to you guys earlier, and I'm going to ask maybe again, is would you show up to a game or fight or a big meeting with no plan? Answers in the chat. Would you ever show up to a game or fight or meeting with no plan? And if the answer is no, then basically again, trading is no different. It's a business, and if you want to treat it like a business, you show up every single day with a proper game plan. Now, what is a game plan? We're going to keep it very, very basic today. Now, a game plan tells you a couple of things, right? And again, to stay with me, I'm going to give you an example of a good game plan and a bad game plan, right? But let's focus on the most basic one, which is what is a game plan? It tells you a couple of things. Number one, where the market is right now. What does it mean? It means that what is the context of the market? What is the theme that is running in the market? What is the story? What's the headline? What are the things that the market cares about for the session or for the week or whatever the case may be? Example, let's say if it's a FOMC week, right? Very, very common. We have FOMC multiple times in a year, mostly after 2 to 3 months. And what happens on FOMC weeks or FOMC days? Whenever we have FOMC approaching, the market starts moving, right? The volatility dies down. Usually the entire week going into the FOMC, the market does not really do much. The market goes into a balanced state, right? Why it happens? Because the market waits for the new information from the Fed to basically understand where the economy, where the interest rates, and everything is going to move forward. Is going to go, right? Moving forward. So that is basically the context of the week. Next week, for example, if I'm not mistaken, is the jobs report. Now, the jobs report is extremely, extremely important. Why? Because it directly feeds into your FOMC decision. So the next week, again, I think it's next week, if I'm not mistaken. But an example, when the labor report will be due, the jobs report, the payroll, market will pay a lot of attention to the report, you know? So again, coming back to what is the context of the market, that's what a game plan tells you. If you do not know the context of the market, you should not even open your brokerage. What setups are you allowed to trade? Coming back to our example of good data and bad data. You know, am I taking the opening drive trade today? Or am I just buying when the market opens at 9:35, not 9:30? You know, am I trading at 12 o'clock? Or if I'm trading after the initial balance is established, you know, whatever the case may be. These are the things which are fundamental before you even open your brokerage account, right? How much you are willing to lose on the session. You know, so if on average my daily loss limit is like, you know, let's say, I don't know, 1K, I am not allowed to take any more risk or any more trades once I exceed that limit, you know? So extremely, extremely important. When to exit and what you learn after. So just a quick example of what exactly a game plan is and what it basically tells you. Now, as said earlier, there are two types of game plan, guys. One is a good game plan, right? And one is a bad game plan. And with that being said, let me actually give you a live example of a good game plan and a bad one. So we're going to go to the TradeZilla platform, right? Once you are in the TradeZilla platform, you on the left-hand side, you have different options. And for the game plans, we go to the notebook section, right? And in here, you have your the option of your daily journal. And let's clear this out and let's build it together. So first of all, let's focus on a bad game plan. You know, what is a bad game plan? Now, a bad game plan basically is bad data, which we discussed earlier very quickly. Let's say that, as said, the trader wakes up, opens the platform, the market is running, pre-market is green. So I will buy at the open. Okay. Now, what's the criteria behind this? No real data. I will buy at, I don't know, 6,500. Oh, 7,500. Let's say 7,500. So right the market opens, I will buy. I have a risk limit of 1K, let's say, right? Or even you don't write that, you know? I don't know, Nvidia is green in the pre-market, so I will trade it, you know? So that's it. So if you just take this at its face value, at its face value, and if somebody asked me, you know, hey, did you make a game plan? I could just go ahead and show, hey, yes, I made this game plan. What is my game plan? It's written my game plan that pre-market is green, so I will buy at the open. You know, 7,500. There was a lot of support. If I look at the candles, you know, a lot of green candles at 7,500. So I would buy at 7,500. You know, it looks like, you know, it could run today. So I would, I should put the risk at 1K on the day. Nvidia is looking green, you know, so whatever the case may be. So at the face value, I have a game plan. But the question is this a good game plan? And the answer to that, as we discussed earlier, is a big no. Why? Because it's not giving me any logical, any organized information at all that would help me to build a repeatable process. Because at the end of the day, guys, as said, it's all about building a repeatable process. What is a repeatable process? Something that I can repeat over and over again. That is, if I am taking Nvidia opening drive, I have a criteria behind it, and I can repeat that criteria and take exactly the same trades every single time I see a stock going for opening drive. You know, that to me is building a repeatable process. But if you look at this game plan, at the face value, the trader does have a game plan, but it is a bad game plan, right? Very bad game plan. Now, at the end of the day, let's say that this trader does review, you know? So what will be the review? Okay, I bought at 7,500, you know, and I lost $1,500. Now, same story. At the face value, there is a review, but there's no structure. Why I bought 7,500? What was the context of that buy? What was my risk limit on the day? How many trades did I take? You know, was 1,500 my risk on the day, my loss limit on the day or not? No information at all. You know, no information at all. So once again, at its face value, and again, this is extremely important for all of those who are new to trading, who are at their in their early days, and are trying to explore things. This is extremely important for you guys, and for those of you, because again, I have, not only me, but a lot of traders, we all go through the exactly, same thing where, we see somebody, making a lot of money in YouTube, Instagram, or whatever the case may be, and we think, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do exactly the same. But the reality is trading is an extremely, extremely difficult job. It becomes very, very easy. It becomes easier, let me put it this way, if you have a structure, and a framework that you follow every single day, then it does become easier. But if you don't have a structure, if you don't have a framework, then it is a very, very difficult job, you know. So don't just, you know, blindly see those TikTok videos or those Instagram videos, the guy making, I don't know, 10, 20 grand a day every single day, and you think, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and basically just copy his trades. I'm gonna, you know, you might get lucky one time or two times, but I guarantee you in the long run, it's not going to work out, because trading, once again, is a very, very, very competitive industry. Now, coming back to what we were saying earlier, guys. So at the face value, there's a game plan. Trader has a game plan. Trader has a review, but it's a bad game plan. Now, why it's a bad game plan? Let's compare it actually with a good game plan to actually showcase you guys what exactly is a good game plan. Now, this is once again, once you are in the notebook section, this is what you will see. For building a good game plan, we have tons of templates. You can select whatever style, whatever type that you want. I'm gonna go ahead with my favorite one, which is basically, I just name it as daily game plan report card, and I've basically just saved it. So every single day, I don't have to write or make any structure. I just go ahead, templates, game plan report, and it just populates everything for me. Now, this is my structure for a game plan on every single day, right? Starting with the pre-market summary, right? If I'm trading S&P 500, okay, right? What the market did yesterday, what the Nasdaq did yesterday, what VIX did yesterday, where did it close, where did it open, where did Nasdaq close? Because there's a very, very strong correlation between the prices of Nasdaq and S&P 500. There's 30%, almost 28-30%. Your S&P 500 is made of tech. So depending on, you know, if there's a divergence, if there's relative strength, or whatever the case may be, again, this is a completely different topic. The prices, the session is heavily influenced. So what was going on yesterday's session? Now, what is going on in today's session? You know, today in the pre-market, 7,500 is being accepted. You know, that is the fair value in the pre-market. Just an example, Nasdaq, you know, relatively strong. You know, VIX trading below 1.6 or 1.7 or whatever the case may be, right? Quickly, just you know, give an example. So this is what's happening in the pre-market. Now, what are the economic events? You know, the Fed guy is speaking at, I don't know, 11 o'clock, you know, Fed speaker. Or, I don't know, President Trump is scheduled to make a speech at 3 p.m. So just going through the basic facts, I already have a very, very good idea of what could possibly be the context in terms of the bigger picture, you know, in terms of the technicals, in terms of, okay, what are the things that I should pay attention to today for the session? How the market traded yesterday, how the market is trading in the session, you know? Now, followed by that, I am basically making the pre-market context of the session. And what is the pre-market context? As said earlier, very, very good example is, okay, pre-market today, you know, semis are being sold. Why semis are being sold, I don't know. There's a news from China that they are restricting all the chips from US or whatever, you know, I'm just giving an example. Or President Trump, you know, said that US is going to attack Iran again. So oil is flying, and that is creating pressure in equities, you know. Let me quickly make it pretty. Okay. You know, just example. So that was basically this point was actually the context of the session today, because Trump made some comments, and oil today opened close to USO was trading above 130. I think in the pre-market it was around 133. So that was the context of the session that, overnight S&P was quite under a lot of pressure because the oil was flying. So, this is the pre-market context. So this is how basically, you understand, you try to understand the macro picture. What is being played? What the market is paying a lot of attention to in the pre-market. Is there something happening on the Fed side? Is there something that the president has said? Is there something, a specific sector which is moving and it is, heavily affecting the price of S&P 500? What exactly is going on? Why this is important? It's extremely important because you have to find a link between the technicals and the bigger context, because there is always a link. If you have no idea of the pre-market context, it might be very, very difficult to establish your scenarios on the day, right? And that's something we will be talking later. Now, coming to the scenarios on the day. Now, what are the scenarios on the day? Okay, again, this is just how I approach the market every single day. Scenarios on the day. 7,500 is my line in the sand. What is a line in the sand? A line in the sand for me is a decision zone for the market. It's a decision zone for the market. So how this is the decision zone on the market? Because I have looked at previous auctions. I'm watching those previous auctions every single day. And I know that every single time the market trades 7,500, we see a lot of buying pressure or we see a lot of selling pressure. So now that zone has become a very, very important line in the sand on the session and moving forward. That is the point for buyers or sellers, the pain point, the pain point. So if one side takes over, and that was actually the case, funny thing, that was actually the case this morning as well. In fact, we covered it in our pre-market. For those of you who don't know, we have a free Discord where we go through pre-markets every single day. So feel free to join. It's completely free. So coming back, 7,500 pain point. Now, what's the scenario? Okay, given that 7,500 is a pain point, my scenario one on the day, and that is, for example, the bullish scenario is if 7,500 is held, I expect the market to trade 75.30. So it's an if and then statement. If X happens, there's a probability that Y could happen. As said earlier, at the end of the day, it's always a probability game, So if X happens, there's a probability that Y could trade. Scenario two, if, and that is, let's say, a bearish scenario. If 7,500 is not held, in fact, 74.90 to be very, very precise, because this entire 10-point range has been very, very manipulation range in the market, where they dip below 7,500, and that is the context of this morning. They dip below 7,500. They take out, they grab the short liquidity, and then they run it in the opposite direction. That has been the context for a couple of days. So, if 74.90, if sellers are very, very strong below this, then I want to short the market. And if I short the market, my next target on the downside is 65. Just an example of a bearish scenario, right? Excuse my typing, guys. I am just trying to type as I speak, and I'm typing a little bit fast. So excuse the mistakes, but you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Scenario three, I don't know, range bound. So if there is no volume, if on the average volume between the first 30 minutes on the session is, I don't know, less than 300K contracts on ES, that indicates that there's a high probability that volume might not pick up. So we could possibly go for a range bound day, also depending on, where the price is opening, if it's between the previous value, a below value, or above value, whatever the case may be, there's a probability that we could go for a range bound day. And if there's a range bound day, I do not want to get involved, you know? So those are basically scenarios on the day. So again, just a quick repeat. You have your pre-market summary, you know what time is important, right? You have your pre-market context, and based on everything, all of these things, and then that's feeding into making your scenarios on the day. And also, by the way, I am not trading at 11 because Powell is speaking, or whatever this new guy, his name is, Warsh, you know. So you're making your scenarios on the day, and you are making your game plan on the day. Continuing, this is a section that I love to write down. Again, this is just very subjective, very personal reminder on the day. Why? What a reminder on the day? Well, in the past, I've been fucking up at, you know, I don't know. I've been taking more trades, or I've not been very, very selective. So this is my reminder for me to not repeat those mistakes. If I'm watching now, coming to the stock section, for those of you who love trading stocks, and I love trading stock. Love trading equity. So for example, Micron, you know, Micron is trading higher in the pre-market because there is news from the company. They have increased their guidance, you know. So we have a fundamental catalyst that potentially changes the dynamics of the P&L, of the bottom line, you know. So there's a catalyst behind it, you know. Tesla is moving lower because the delivery delivery numbers were bad. You know, how much bad? I don't know, 10% less than what the Wall Street forecasted, you know. So those are the names that I'm watching on the session, and those then, based on your catalyst, then you are writing down your technical levels. So on Tesla, I'm watching 400, you know. On Micron, I'm watching 900, you know, inflection. That is the support. 400, I don't know, 390 is a support. You know, 420 is a resistance, and so on and so forth. Again, the idea in here is just to showcase you guys how you approach scenario building, how you approach game plan, and how basically you take it from there. Now, quickly, let's very, very quickly compare this with what we talked earlier. Trader B, who had a game plan, who wrote things down in his or her journal, and at the face value, yes, this trader has a game plan, but let's compare this game plan with this game plan that we just built. That is the difference, basically, between good game plan and bad game plan. This is the difference between good data and bad data. And again, if you have good data like this, if you have a repeatable process and you go through this every single day, right? And you build your game plans and you follow your game plans and you followed everything to the tick, that is basically the key to succeed in the trading world, right? Now moving forward, basically we end the game plan section here. Now we are basically touching the other section, which is the report card. I don't want to touch this topic today. I think we will cover this some other day in terms of, you know, the setups that you're taking, you know, if I'm taking, you know, opening drive setup today, if I'm taking initial IB setup today, if I'm trading after hours, you know, what is the risk to reward, what's the grade, and so on and so forth. This is a complete different section which does not, which is very, very important. It's very, very connected to the game. change the audio mic source. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear? I think it should be working fine. How can you guys hear me now? Sound was on brief but cut out. Not so sure what is going on. Can you guys hear me now? There we go. Okay, it's working. All right. I'm not going to touch any more things. Let's keep it here. Somebody said, can you unplug? Okay. I think. Can you guys, Anthony? Can you give me just a quick check if it's working now? Yes, it's fine. It's bad. It's working. I'm just looking at the chat. Okay. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to touch any more buttons. I think it might be because of the switching the screen. Not so sure. So sorry. Apologize for that, for technical issues. So that's pretty much all, guys. That's what we wanted to focus on. It's a first session that we wanted to keep it as basic as possible. Again, just a quick review. The focus is that journaling, writing down things always just does not mean that you are doing it the right way. The key is to focus on the good data, the right data, and things that can actually help you improve in your trading. And a very, very quick example, very, very small example that we discussed today is basically, number one, focusing on good data. Number two, building a game plan, which is the most fundamental thing in trading. So if you don't have a game plan, don't even touch trading or your brokerage platform or whatever the case may be. So again, I said I'm not going to touch my screens anymore. With that being said, if you guys have any question today, guys, feel free to type them in the chat. So we can quickly go through them. And if not, if everything is clear, okay, I'm just looking at the question, guys. Sorry, I always have to look that way because the chat section is this way. So anyways, yeah, so this was our initial our first session, TradeZilla X Chart Fanatics today. I hope this provided you guys with a lot of value. If you guys have any questions, feel free to just text us at TradeZilla or just write to Chart Fanatics. And if not, I wish everyone a great trading day. And I will see you guys some other time. Goodbye, everyone.